Chapter 1. What an outlandish turn of events. At this point, I truly cannot fathom how the female protagonist can still face anyone. Yunra discarded her phone and flung herself onto the bed, her mind lingering on the absurdity of the female lead in the novel. Despite being married, she was still flirting with men, and now that trouble had come knocking at her door, how would she respond? The male protagonist was remarkably tolerant, allowing his wife to cavort with others while his own head was metaphorically adorned with green. You can't bear to watch any longer, can you? In the dimly lit room, a sudden unfamiliar voice startled Yunra, causing her to sit upright in bed, scanning her surroundings warily. She was alone at home. Who had just spoken? Stop searching. I am within your phone. The once dim screen of her phone flickered back to life, revealing not the novel interface, but a cartoonish feline creature. The sight was enough to make Yunra nearly faint. Clutching her pillow to her chest, she instinctively retreated. What were you? The cartoon cat wore an expression of disdain. That remark is rather unkind. I am simply an adorably charming little kitty. How did it transform into a ghost in your words? I warn you, I am under the protection of the Buddha, Yunra declared, producing the pendant of the Buddha she typically wore around her neck, shaking it before the creature as a warning. Oh, keep your distance, or you shall face the consequences. Observing Yunra's somewhat childish reaction, the cat sighed in exasperation. That I truly wonder how the system could have chosen you. What do you mean? What system? What selection? Though her nerves were frayed, Yunra quickly grasped the essence of the feline's words. You just witnessed the latest chapter of that novel. The female lead is obviously on the verge of losing her husband. If this continues, how can she expect to live happily ever after with the male lead? Hence, you have been fortunate enough to be selected by the system from millions to traverse into the female lead's body and win the male lead's heart. Wait a moment, Yunra interjected, utterly perplexed. You want me to capture the male lead's affections? Please, they're fictional characters, and I am but a living person in reality. How could I ever make him fall for me? We are not even on the same wavelength. Are you suggesting I assist the author in writing the story? No, the feline waved its finger before her, a smug expression adorning its face. The system would never employ such primitive and foolish methods. Then what am I supposed to do? Before she could finish her question, the cat waved its small hand, and a beam of white light erupted from the phone, enveloping Yunra. The sudden levitation of her body and the unexpected turn of events prompted a startled cry from her. At this moment, the cartoon cat stood before her, both existing within the same dimensional realm. The creature scratched its ear, slightly irritated from Yunra's earlier shock, then crossed its arms, gazing at her with a mix of concern and amusement. Your task henceforth is to inhabit the female lead's body, allowing the narrative to progress, with the ultimate goal of making the male lead fall in love with you. But she hesitated, wanting to express her uncertainty about winning a man's heart. After all, she had endured 22 years of being single. However, the cat offered no chance for rebuttal. With another wave of its paw, Yunra slowly closed her eyes, her body gently floating in the air as a beam of light descended, enveloping her entirely, while her spirit drifted towards a distant realm. Chapter 2. With the audacity to steal a man, yet lacking the ability to step out, Xingyu cast a glance at the firmly shut door of the house. His thin lips pressed tightly together. Silently, he turned and entered the kitchen. The sun was already high in the sky, and yet that woman still lingered in slumber. Unlike other wives who rose with the dawn to manage household affairs, she remained asleep. Xingyu sighed. Well, marrying her was merely an attempt to ensure that someone would look after Xiao Bao in his absence, preventing the child from going hungry. In this regard, she had managed to fulfill her role, albeit begrudgingly. Outside, a 3-year-old boy, engrossed in digging in the mud, glanced up at the rising smoke from the kitchen, knowing that his father was preparing a meal. He cast aside his small wooden stick and scampered into the kitchen, his stomach already growling with hunger. Father, what are you making? His large, glistening eyes followed his father's movements, and the aroma of the wild vegetable porridge wafting from the pot made him swallow hard. At the sight of his son, the tension on Xingyu's face softened. Is Xiao Bao hungry? Just wait a moment, and you'll be able to have some porridge. Meanwhile, in the room, an 18-year-old girl with delicate features slowly opened her eyes. She seemed somewhat disoriented by her surroundings. Initially believing that the previous events were nothing but a dream, Yin Ruo soon realized that she had indeed traversed into another realm. Finding herself in an environment precisely as described in the latest chapter of a novel. It was a wooden house with simple furnishings, and the sounds of conversation between a father and son drifted from the yard. Glancing at the sun, she noted that it was nearly noon. Since marrying into this family, the protagonist had never risen early. It was invariably Xing Yu who ventured into the mountains to cook a pot of wild vegetable porridge to prevent Xiao Bao from going hungry, allowing the protagonist to sleep in and wake to a meal. Yin Ruo rubbed her slightly swollen head. If her memory served her correctly, it would not be long before Lu Shi came to stir up trouble, accusing her of seducing her husband. She needed to devise a plan to send Lu Shi away effectively. Accepting her new identity with a calm demeanor, Yin Ruo simply wished to complete her task swiftly and depart. Opening the door, the glaring sunlight momentarily blinded her, and it took a while for her to adjust. The sound of childish laughter from the kitchen guided her steps. The father and son were happily sharing a large bowl of wild vegetable porridge when they noticed the disheveled woman's sudden appearance. Xing Yu's smile promptly vanished, and Xiao Bao's laughter ceased as he fell silent alongside his father. The sudden stillness in the air was unnerving. Yin Ruo awkwardly forced a laugh and touched her empty stomach, mustering the courage to ask, "Is there any porridge left?" "Serve yourself from the pot," Xing Yu replied coldly. Turning back to feed Xiao Bao, Yin Ruo pouted dismissively. Filling her stomach was paramount, especially since a difficult confrontation awaited her. As anticipated, before she could finish half a bowl of porridge, Lu Shi arrived, scolding and cursing, followed by a throng of onlookers eager for entertainment. "Yin Ruo, get out here!" Hearing the shouts, Xing Yu furrowed his brow, picking up Xiao Bao and retreating to the room before returning to the yard. He cast a sharp glance at the crowd, his voice deep and tinged with displeasure. "What do you all want? What do you think?" Lu stood with her hands on her hips, casting a glance over her shoulder at the crowd behind her to confirm that she had support before boldly confronting Xing Yu. "Your wife has been unfaithful. Will you not do anything about it?" Upon hearing this, Xing Yu's brow furrowed even deeper. He was aware that Yin Ruo frequently visited the village, believing that her home at the foot of the mountain, devoid of neighbors, led her to seek companionship in the village for idle chatter. Little did he expect that she had actually. "Yin Ruo, you shameless hussy, come out," he bellowed. In the kitchen, Yin Ruo leisurely finished her porridge, tidying her disheveled hair before slowly emerging before the gathered crowd. To an outsider, she might appear as an innocent victim of false accusations. Chapter 3. I'm not to be trifled with. Yin Ruo, somewhat irritated, dug at her ear. "What is the commotion about at this hour?" Upon seeing the principal party finally appear, Lu's tirade grew even more fervent. "You wretched woman, how dare you entice my man? Do you believe I won't tear your face apart?" As she spoke, Lu rolled up her sleeves, ready to pounce. Yin Ruo swiftly evaded, and before Lu could turn around, she seized Lu's hair and delivered a sharp kick to her calf. With a cry, Lu collapsed to the ground in an embarrassing heap. However, Yin Ruo was not about to let her off so easily. While it was true that the heroine had exchanged some flirtatious words with Lu's man, it was he who had initiated the teasing. The crux of the matter was that their interaction had been merely verbal. Nothing more had transpired. Yin Ruo had no intention of being a scapegoat. If the scandal of being labeled a wanton woman spread, how could she remain here, let alone pursue the male lead? With this thought, Yin Ruo felt a surge of strength. Taking advantage of Lu's fall, she plopped down on her back, pinning Lu's arms with her legs. Grasping Lu's hair, she forced her to face her, then delivered several resounding slaps. "Let us see you curse now. I'll knock your teeth out." Lu was known in the village as an infamous shrew, and now to be pinned and beaten by Yin Ruo left onlookers astounded, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Xing Yu had anticipated that this newlywed, married for less than half a year, would exhibit such fierce tenacity, and he felt a sudden curiosity towards this woman with whom he had seldom interacted. "Hey, stop it!" Initially defiant and spewing curses, Lu now found herself battered and bruised, her mouth filled with a metallic taste. Realizing her underestimation of Yin Ruo, she reluctantly lowered her head in supplication. If Yin Ruo continued her assault, Lu feared she might not leave this courtyard alive. As the crowd had gathered sufficiently, several women who frequently gossiped with Lu began to intervene. Yun, cease this madness. If you don't stop now, someone might get seriously hurt. If the village chief or the authorities get involved, it will be a disaster. Yes, the village chief. Someone, please fetch him. Upon hearing the mention of the village chief, Lu's hopes seemed to rekindle as she writhed and shouted for someone to summon him. At that moment, Xingyu approached and pulled Yun Ruo aside. That's enough. Yun Ruo, complying, rose to her feet, but not before delivering one last kick to Lu's rear. Casting a cold glance at Lu and the crowd. Anyone can say what they want, but if you accuse me of infidelity, you better have evidence. From now on, anyone who dares to spread such filth will face my wrath. Her fierce demeanor indeed intimidated those who had been spreading rumors, causing them to shrink back. Lu, rubbing her sore backside as she rose, was about to protest when the pain from her injuries made her inhale sharply, forcing her to grit her teeth. Evidence? There are people who saw you leave my house. Isn't that enough? Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo couldn't help but chuckle. With a nonchalant stance, arms crossed, a smirk played at her lips. Someone saw me? Let me guess, who could that possibly be? As she spoke, she scanned the crowd, and several women, caught in her gaze, felt uncomfortable and averted their eyes, wishing to escape her scrutiny. Before Yin Ruo could voice her speculation, Lu had already pulled someone from the crowd. Sister Zhang, tell them, didn't you see this shameless woman at my house while I was away? The Zhang family member, feeling a sense of trepidation, cast a furtive glance at Yin Ruo, her gaze evasive. She had witnessed the fierce way Yin Ruo had dealt with matters earlier, and certainly did not wish to end up like Lu Shi, beaten to a pulp. Lu Shi, while you may slander the Yun family, why must you drag me into it? I have not spoken ill of the Yun family. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Lu Shi, taken aback by Zhang's unexpected rebuttal, found herself momentarily speechless. At this point, everyone understood that yet another farce had arisen from unfounded rumors. As the situation neared its conclusion, Yin Ruo pondered how to bring it to a close when Xingyu stepped forward. Now, is there anything still unclear to anyone? I can choose to overlook today's events. But should anyone dare to spread rumors again, know that I, Xingyu, am not one to be trifled with. His voice resonated with an icy chill, laden with implicit warnings. The crowd dared not utter another word, although Xingyu had only moved to their village 2 years prior. It was said he had once fought on the battlefield, emerging from the chaos of death, undoubtedly possessing formidable skills. No one would willingly invite trouble upon themselves. Chapter 4. A home of bare walls. Is often said that where there is no wind, there can be no waves. Although this uproar seemed to settle in the end, the knot in Xingyu's heart remained tied. He cast a glance at the seemingly nonchalant Yin Ruo, a flicker of disdain stirring within him. The system's notification pierced through Yin Ruo's thoughts. Xingyu's affinity towards you has decreased to 10. What? Had she not already proven her fidelity? Why then, had her standing fallen? Confused, she looked towards Xingyu, who was currently preoccupied with preparing his gear for a hunting expedition, entirely oblivious to her scrutinizing gaze. As her father prepared to leave, little Bao scampered over, tugging at Xingyu's clothing. Father, are you going to the mountains again? Xingyu knelt down, affectionately ruffling little Bao's hair. Yes, father's going hunting in the mountains to earn some money to buy you delicious treats. All right? Yes, I want to eat something delicious. Indeed, in a child's world, the prospect of tasty food instantly brightened his eyes, as if the delicacies were already laid before him. Yin Ruo sat on the threshold, observing the father-son duo with keen interest. It appeared that this little bond was Xingyu's Achilles' heel. Thus, to win him over, she must first capture the heart of little Bao. Resolute, Yin Ruo arose, brushed off her clothes, and approached them, placing a gentle hand on little Bao's shoulder. She bent down, her voice soft as she spoke. Little Bao, let us patiently await your father's return, shall we? Little Bao beamed at Yin Ruo, nodding in agreement. In his eyes, she was a wonderful mother who would wash clothes and prepare meals for him. Xingyu, however, remained stoic as he rose and turned to leave, coldly remarking, you should rid yourself of any unwarranted thoughts and focus on watching over little Bao. Yin Ruo was rendered speechless. It seemed Xing Yu was still perturbed by the events of the morning. It was no wonder which man would willingly wear the green hat of infidelity without feeling discomfort. Yin Ruo shrugged lightly, turning back to smile and beckoned Xiao Bao to play in the yard, while she herself pivoted to survey the state of the house. Although the novel had provided a vague description of their circumstances, suggesting that the family was not particularly affluent, mere words could hardly compare to the visceral experience of reality. This was not just ordinary poverty. After a thorough inspection, Yin Ruo ultimately reached this sobering conclusion. During breakfast, she had not had the opportunity to observe closely. But now it was evident that describing this household as one with bare walls would not be an exaggeration. Standing in the kitchen, Yin Ruo gazed blankly at her surroundings. The remnants of wild vegetable porridge clung to the pot, already dried out, while a few wilted radishes and a handful of wild greens lay discarded on the stove. A few garlic bulbs rolled on the floor, and the rice jar likely contained only 2 or 3 pounds of rice. Surprisingly, pots, pans, and an array of condiments were all present. She found it perplexing. With no raw materials, what was the purpose of having so many seasonings? Yin Ruo internally scoffed at the absurdity, only to be interrupted by the quiet arrival of Xiao Bao. "Mother, what are you doing?" Xiao Bao had stood at the door for some time, observing his mother as she glanced this way and that, occasionally sighing in confusion. "Zunzuo bekun Xiao Bao gelo," attempting to extract some information from him. "Xiao Bao, is there anything else we can eat in our home?" Sucking on his fingers, Xiao Bao shook his head, stating that everything was in the kitchen and he did not know of any other food. "All right then," Yin Ruo sighed helplessly. She had initially planned to win over Xing Yu and Xiao Bao's hearts through delicious food, but now it seemed that hope was futile. Throughout the afternoon, Yin Ruo wandered about, ultimately finding herself weakly seated on the doorstep, cupping her chin with her hands. The immediate concern was how to survive in this wretched place. She did not wish to endure a life of meager rations, lest she perish before completing her mission. Glancing at the sun, she estimated that Xing Yu would soon return. She sent Xiao Bao outside to play and began to wash her hands to prepare a meal. The wild vegetable porridge from the morning had been too unpalatable. What she truly craved was rice. Resolutely, Yin Ruo fetched a large bowl of rice from the jar and set it to steam, intending to create a fragrant pot of rice. Next, she cleaned the wild vegetables, blanching them and adding minced garlic, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar to concoct a refreshing salad. She then washed and shredded the radishes, preparing to stir-fry them. "Father, you're back." Xiao Bao, having been sent outdoors, quietly sat at the entrance, gazing towards the mountains. The moment he spotted his father's silhouette, he scampered over with his little legs. Xing Yu's face instantly brightened with a smile as he bent down to scoop up Xiao Bao, and together they made their way towards the house. The sunset casting elongated shadows that painted a beautiful scene. Chapter 5. Do you wish to stay? Xing Yu gently placed Xiao Bao on the ground and patted his little bottom, encouraging him to play. With a cheerful laugh, Xiao Bao scampered off to the fence to entertain himself. Xing Yu, his eyes twinkling with affection, removed the backpack from his shoulders, revealing 2 lively wild chickens and a lifeless rabbit inside. Yin Ruo, having heard the commotion, emerged from the kitchen with a large bowl of rice, beads of sweat glistening at her temples, exuding an aura of a devoted housewife. "You're back. Wash your hands quickly and come to eat," she called, placing the bowl on the table in the courtyard. She then took Xiao Bao's hand and led him to the well, carefully washing his muddy little hands. "Let us go. It's time to eat." Though Xiao Bao had long since caught a whiff of the delicious food, he insisted on waiting for his father to return before dining together. Finally, as the moment arrived, Xiao Bao beamed with delight, revealing his small white teeth, and eagerly followed his mother to the dining table. "Why are we eating in the yard?" Seeing his son's joy, Xing Yu's previously tense expression softened. "It's too hot inside. It's much cooler out here." As he spoke, Yin Ruo returned from the kitchen with dishes in hand. Xiao Bao, perched on a small stool, could hardly contain his excitement. He sniffed the air and asked, "Mother, what delicious food have you made? It smells so good." His adorable, naive demeanor melted Yin Ruo's heart, prompting her to smile mysteriously. "It's something even tastier than meat." "Really?" Xiao Bao gulped, stretching his neck to peek at the dishes. By this time, Xingyu had washed his hands and taken a seat at the table, gently restraining Xiao Bao's restless movements. "Sit still," he instructed. "Oh." Xiao Bao immediately wilted under his father's slightly stern tone, sitting quietly with his head drooping, stealing glances at the dishes. Yinruo served rice for both father and son, settling beside Xiao Bao with a playful smile as she fed him a mouthful of rice. "Eat up." Xiao Bao's spirits soared, his smile returning in an instant. Meanwhile, Xingyu frowned slightly at the abundance of rice on the table. "Why did you make so much rice?" Yin Ruo's heart sank. She anticipated making too much. She had assumed that Xingyu, being such a large man, would consume half a bowl on his own. "I thought, after a long day, you should eat more," she replied, lowering her head, striving to appear innocent. Internally, she was lamenting the situation, worrying whether this would diminish his fondness for her. "What should I do, oh dear?" I'm anxiously waiting for a solution. Upon realizing that Yin Ruo had his best interests at heart, Xingyu ceased his complaints, picked up his bowl, and began to eat heartily. Note, Xingyu's fondness for you is at 1, currently totaling 9. What? After all this effort, only 1 point added? Yin Ruo felt somewhat disheartened. Why was it that falling was akin to a precipitous drop, yet rising proved so arduous? "Mother," she murmured, her thoughts drifting, causing her hands to pause mid-motion. The morsel of food, poised at the brink of her lips, lingered there as Xiao Bao stretched his neck to reach it himself. Upon hearing the sound, Yin Ruo quickly regained her focus, resuming the act of feeding the little bun. "Mother, today's dish is far more delectable than Father's wild vegetable porridge. I want to eat this every day." Xiao Bao, cheeks puffed with food, resembled a little hamster diligently munching away, yet he did not forget to voice his desires. With a smile, Yin Ruo wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth. "Certainly, as long as you enjoy it, Mother will prepare it for you each day, all right?" At her words, Xingyu paused in his action of serving food. Did she intend to stay? Earlier that afternoon in the mountains, Xingyu had contemplated that if this woman could not reign in her heart, they might as well part ways. He would not permit a fickle woman to raise Xiao Bao. Chapter 6. A gentleman's grace after dinner. Upon seeing Yin Ruo carrying the dishes into the kitchen, Xiao Bao eagerly followed, sensing an unusual tenderness from his mother that compelled him to draw nearer. "Xiao Bao, why did you come in here?" Yin Ruo had just set down the freshly washed plates when she noticed the little shadow flitting around her, a pair of dark, sparkling eyes blinking up at her and a cherubic face bobbing before her, making her irresistibly want to pinch his cheeks. Sucking on his fingers, Xiao Bao's gaze followed her movements. "I want to accompany Mother." Yin Ruo dried her hands, squatting down to gently extract his fingers from his mouth. "Xiao Bao, you mustn't eat your fingers." At her words, Xiao Bao lowered his head, a flicker of trepidation crossing his face. Did Mother disapprove of children who suck their fingers? Sensing her tone might have been too stern, Yin Ruo softened her voice. "There are many unseen germs on our hands. If swallowed, they could cause a tummy ache. And then Mother would have to give Xiao Bao bitter medicine." "I don't want medicine." Xiao Bao suddenly raised his head, memories of a past illness and the taste of medicine lingering in his mind, instilling a slight fear within him. "Good boy," Yin Ruo said, pleased as she ruffled Xiao Bao's hair. She then prepared to fill a bucket with hot water from the pot, intending to take a bath in the sweltering heat. Her skin felt sticky and uncomfortable. "Mother, what are you boiling water for?" "To give Xiao Bao a bath. Is that all right?" Children have an innate love for water play, and upon hearing that it was time for a bath, little Bao leapt with joy, concerned that he might splash water everywhere. Yin Ruo decided to place a large wooden tub in the yard, allowing him to frolic within it. After all, it was summer, and there was no need to worry about the child catching a chill. After a lengthy period of play, little Bao finally grew tired, his eyelids heavy with exhaustion. Yin Ruo wrapped him in a blanket she had prepared earlier and carried him back to the room. Xingyu, who was nearby skinning a rabbit, noticed and stood up to take little Bao from her. "Let me," he offered. Yin Ruo glanced at him, noting the scent of blood and the stains on his hands that remained uncleaned, and instinctively stepped back. "You should clean yourself up first," she replied. After all, she had just bathed little Bao, and it would be a shame to hand him over now, only to turn him into a soiled bundle. As she watched Yin Ruo turn away, Xingyu slowly withdrew his outstretched hands, wondering if he had been dismissed. Their home had 2 bedrooms, one occupied by Yin Ruo and the other shared by Xingyu and Little Bao. It was rather peculiar that, nearly half a year into their marriage, Yin Ruo and Xingyu still slept in separate rooms, leading her to speculate if there were underlying reasons for this arrangement. Once Little Bao was asleep, Yin Ruo gently closed the door behind her and prepared her bathing water, knowing she could not be as reckless as Little Bao and take care of it outside. Glancing at Xingyu, who was still busy, she dismissed the thought of asking for his assistance and slowly maneuvered the water bucket toward her room. Xingyu, stealing a moment from his tasks, looked up to see a rather frail-looking girl struggling to lift a large wooden tub, pausing after every few steps. At her current pace, the water might well cool before she managed to transport it back to her room. Amused, he effortlessly stepped in front of her, lifted the bucket with one hand, and carried it to her room. Yin Ruo stood momentarily in astonishment, not expecting Xingyu to offer help. A surge of excitement coursed through her. Could it be that his affection for her was subtly increasing? "You are overthinking." The system's teasing voice interrupted her reverie. "His affection for you remains at a level of 9. His assistance," it suggested, might simply stem from a sense of kindness or the gentlemanly demeanor often spoken of. Fuming, Yin Ruo gritted her teeth and stepped into her room. Chapter 7. Let's discuss, shall we? May the mountains stand tall, and may you hold a tender heart. The sound of rushing water filled the room, accompanied by a melody that Xingyu had never heard before. His gaze darkened slightly. This woman appeared markedly different today. While Yin Ruo had never been harsh with Little Bao, she had never treated him with such warmth as she did today. Moreover, the meal she prepared today bore no resemblance to her previous culinary efforts, and despite the rumors swirling around her, she managed to maintain an air of nonchalance, prompting Xingyu to question whether she had indeed been wronged. With a creaking sound, the door opened, and Yin Ruo emerged, towel in hand, her hair damp. She noticed Xingyu standing with his back to her in the yard and felt a flicker of confusion. "Not asleep yet?" she asked, suddenly realizing something. "Oh, are you waiting for the bathing tub?" As I was about to present it to you, Xingyu had already stepped into the room, swiftly lifting the bathing tub and bucket. "Allow me," he said. Yin Ruo found herself perplexed by this man who, despite seemingly harboring disdain for her, was so eager to assist. With a sense of confusion, she slowly closed the door, only to have it obstructed by an outstretched arm. "Wait a moment. Is there something else?" Following Xingyu's gesture, Yin Ruo reopened the door, her face a canvas of bewilderment as she regarded this enigmatic man. After much contemplation, he finally articulated his decision. "When you entered, we agreed that I would not lay a finger on you. Your responsibility is to care for Xiao Bao and nurture him without interference in your personal affairs. However, this does not grant you the liberty to engage in flirtations outside. If you find it impossible to reside here peacefully, then I shall not compel you to stay. We can part ways amicably." Yin Ruo's mind raced. She recalled a mention in the novel of a pact between them, though the specifics had remained elusive. Hearing Xingyu's words illuminated her understanding. But before she could ponder further, he added, "You may leave tomorrow." "What?" she exclaimed. The narrative had yet to unfold fully, and now it seemed to be drawing to a close. "I cannot accept this," she lamented. Without successfully winning Xingyu's heart, how could she depart? Remaining in this fictional realm was unthinkable. To Xingyu, Yin Ruo's reaction conveyed an entirely different implication. "Do you desire money?" he inquired. After a moment's reflection, he acknowledged that she had been with them for at least half a year and had treated Xiao Bao well. If they were to part ways, her future would undoubtedly be challenging, warranting some form of compensation. "I will sell my catch in the county tomorrow, and then you may take the money and leave." "Wait," Yin Ruo interjected, her voice urgent. "Have you been speaking solely for yourself this entire time? Aren't you interested in my thoughts?" Xingyu pressed his lips together, his expression stern. "What more do you want?" Clearing her throat, Yin Ruo rubbed her hands together, adopting a somewhat servile smile. "Could we perhaps negotiate? What if I choose not to leave?" Upon uttering these words, a flicker of surprise crossed Xingyu's eyes, though he quickly masked it. Yin Ruo then launched into a performance of sorrow, nearly clinging to his legs in an exaggerated display of distress. I acknowledge my past mistakes. I am willing to amend my ways. I assure you, I will strive to be an upright person henceforth. Moreover, Xiao Bao adores me and relishes my cooking. Should I depart, he would undoubtedly be heartbroken, and it would be difficult for you to find someone suitable to take my place in the immediate future, would it not? Therefore, I implore you to allow me to stay. As she spoke, she feigned wiping away tears, endeavoring to appear sincere and compelling. You could grant me a month. If I fail to meet your expectations within that time, you may dismiss me without hesitation. How'd that sound? Xingyu appeared unfazed, leaving Yin Ruo uncertain about his true intentions. What was he thinking? After a prolonged silence, Xingyu finally spoke. Very well, let it be so. As she watched him turn and depart, Yin Ruo found herself momentarily stunned, grappling with the implications of his words. Did this mean he had agreed to test her? Oh, dear plot, do you comprehend the meaning of this? Yin Ruo lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fathom the reasons behind her restlessness. It was evident that sleep would elude her tonight. Ah Wu, the cat, yawned languidly and remarked, "All I know is that his fondness for you remains a steadfast 9. You must exert yourself further." Sighing deeply, Yin Ruo exhaled, her eyes gently closing as she pondered the melancholy topic. The crowing of a rooster echoed thrice, followed by the rustling sounds from the courtyard. Yin Ruo wrapped herself in a garment and approached the door, peering through the crack to see Xingyu preparing to depart with a basket on his back. "Where are you headed?" she inquired, clearly surprising Xingyu, who had not anticipated that someone usually prone to slumbering until late would be awake at this hour. "You're up early," he observed, to which Yin Ruo, sensing his thoughts, awkwardly scratched her head. "I heard noises in the courtyard and thought there might be an intruder." With a bemused expression, Xingyu answered her query. "I intend to sell 2 wild chickens in the county town while the day is still young. Then return to venture into the mountains once more." Such diligence. But why does our home remain in such disarray? A multitude of questions swirled in Yin Ruo's mind, leaving her momentarily speechless. Is there still money left at home? As soon as the words escaped her lips, she realized their potential to offend. Hastily, she added, "If there is still money, might we refrain from selling these 2 chickens? We could raise them, and later, Xiao Bao could enjoy fresh eggs every day, and even hatch chicks." Hearing Yin Ruo's words infused with hope, Xingyu felt a stirring in his heart. Nodding, he retrieved the wild chickens from his basket. "All right." With the fondness between them rising to an 8, Yin Ruo nearly burst into joyous celebration, while Xingyu thought to himself how easily she found contentment, reminiscent of a child. "Let me tidy up, and then I shall accompany you into the mountains." Having risen, he felt it would be a waste to squander such precious daylight. He must strive to earn more. "I'll go with you." Yin Ruo slipped on her shoes and hurried to Xingyu, excitement bubbling within her. The story she had read hinted at treasures hidden in the mountains, and she yearned to seize her chance at fortune. "No, we cannot leave Xiao Bao alone at home." Xiao Bao, merely 3 years of age, would surely encounter trouble if left unattended, and Xingyu resolutely denied her request. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo's shoulders slumped, her lips pursing into a frown as disappointment washed over her. She had hoped to explore the mountains, dreaming of discovering business opportunities. But Xingyu had extinguished her plans with unyielding practicality. "Where are you 2 going?" Xiao Bao, rubbing his eyes, stood at the door, having been roused by the adult's conversation. His soft, melodious voice struck a chord in Yin Ruo's heart, instantly brightening her mood. She dashed over to lift Xiao Bao into her arms and, in a tone of playful complaint, said, "Mother wishes to accompany father into the mountains, but father does not consent." The little bun, who had been resting on Yin Ruo's shoulder, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with desire. "Xiao Bao wants to go too." The mother and son harmonized perfectly, prompting Xingyu to exasperatedly rub his forehead, feeling somewhat like an outsider in this familial exchange. With Xiao Bao's support, Yin Ruo sprang into action, hurrying back inside to dress him. "Let us get ready and set off at once." "Wait." Xingyu raised his hands in surrender. "Did I say I would take you both with me?" Before the words had left her lips, Yin Ruo pouted and pointed at Xingyu, lamenting to Xiao Bao. Look, Daddy, 1T, let us go. Xiao Bao, having climbed down from Yinruo, scampered over with his short legs and clung to Xingyu's leg, pleading, Daddy, please let me and Mommy go. We promise to behave and not cause any trouble. Okay? I haven't played outside in a long time. Inwardly, Yinruo triumphantly celebrated, finding joy in the power of persuasion. Chapter 9. A close call. Wow, the air here is so refreshing, Yinruo exclaimed, extending her arms and closing her eyes, greedily inhaling the forest air. Wow, this place is so much fun. Beside her, Xiao Bao mimicked her gestures, arms wide open, eyes shut, and lips pouting, echoing her delight. A faint smile graced Xingyu's face as he observed Xiao Bao's exuberance. It had been long since he had seen such joy in his child, affirming that he indeed cherished this woman. I will go further in. You take Xiao Bao and explore around the edges, but do not wander too far, Xingyu instructed before slinging his bow across his back and venturing deeper into the woods. Yinruo shrugged. She had no intention of accompanying him into danger, as she valued her life dearly. Baozi, let us go gather wild vegetables, she declared, picking up the small basket Xingyu had left and taking Xiao Bao's hand as they headed in another direction. Mommy, why do you call me Baozi? My name is clearly Xiao Bao, he protested, slightly displeased with the nickname Yinruo had given him. Yinruo pinched his little face and chuckled. Because you are so fair and tender, with a chubby little face like a dumpling. Mommy just adores you, so I call you Baozi. All right then, Xiao Bao said, lowering his head in resignation. If Mommy liked it, he would reluctantly accept it, but only she could call him that. Wow! Yinruo's exclamation interrupted Xiao Bao's thoughts. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Yinruo had released his hand and dashed toward a grand tree laden with yellow fruits. Mommy, wait for me. Xiao Bao hurried after her, not wanting to fall behind. The tree, approximately the width of a bowl, was adorned with ripe yellow peaches, causing Yinruo's mouth to water. Mommy, what is this? Can we eat it? Xiao Bao's gaze was fixated on the enticing yellow fruits, eager to savor their flavor. Yes, we can eat them. Not only can we eat them, but they are especially delicious, Yinruo replied, while discarding the basket and approaching the tree. She needed to devise a way to climb up. Otherwise, she could only gaze longingly at the fruits. Mommy, what are you going to do? Seeing Yinruo lift her dress to climb the tree, Xiao Bao grew anxious and attempted to pull her back down. Baozi, once Mommy picks the fruits, you will help me collect them in the basket, okay? At this moment, Yinruo had found a sturdy branch to sit upon, holding 2 peaches aloft, gesturing for Xiao Bao to catch them. Upon witnessing his mother collect the fruits, Xiao Bao clapped his hands joyfully and, with a little pout, began to gather the fruits she had tossed down into his basket. Before long, the basket was filled to the brim, and a considerable pile lay beside it. Only then did Yinruo cease her efforts, casting a troubled glance at the fruit tree from which she had harvested less than 1/5 of its bounty. She mused to herself how wonderful it would be if Xingyu were present. One of them could focus on transporting the harvest home, while the other continued to pick, ensuring they would finish today. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the grass, causing Xiao Bao to spring up from the ground, anxiously calling out, Mother! Yinruo immediately became alert, hastily preparing to descend from the tree, fearful that some creature might leap from the underbrush and harm her little one. Mother! In her flustered state, Yinruo lost her footing and began to topple to one side, but before she could fall, a figure swept past and caught her in his embrace. Father! Xiao Bao clapped his hands gleefully as he dashed towards them. Yinruo, her heart racing, patted her chest in relief, grateful that no harm had befallen them. What are you thinking? Xingyu's displeasure was palpable. He was irked that this woman had abandoned Xiao Bao below to climb the tree. What if a wild beast had appeared? The thought ignited a fire of anger within him. Why are you being so fierce? I was simply trying to come down quickly to protect Xiao Bao, which is why I fell from the tree. Do you really think I am so irresponsible? Stung by her retort, Xingyu found himself momentarily speechless. Xiao Bao observed the peculiar quarrel between the 2 adults and, in a soft voice, interjected, I'm hungry. At this, both adults bent down simultaneously to scoop up their little one, leaving Xiao Bao momentarily at a loss for whom to choose, while the two adults exchanged glances, each unwilling to concede. Ultimately, Xiao Bao tilted his head and took one hand from each of them, declaring, "This is just right." Chapter 10. The Perils of Overindulgence. Xing Yu carried the yellow peaches that Yun Ruo had picked on his back. While in one hand he held a wild chicken and 2 hares, and with the other he led Xiao Bao. Yun Ruo, with one hand using her outer garment to cradle the peaches, and the other holding on to Xiao Bao. The three of them slowly made their way down the mountain. From a distance, they appeared to be a truly blissful family. "Mother, if we gather so many fruits and cannot eat them all, will they spoil? Should we let the little rabbits join us for a feast?" Xiao Bao observed the 2 hares squirming in his father's grasp, and then glanced at the mound of yellow peaches, promptly determining their purpose. Little rabbits do not like peaches. Oh, their favorite is carrots, and they enjoy vegetables too. Yun Ruo patiently addressed Xiao Bao's inquiries, while mysteriously whispering, "When we return, Mother will prepare delightful dishes for you with these yellow peaches. All right?" Little Baozi nodded vigorously, expressing his fondness for the dishes prepared by his mother. Initially, he believed that Yun Ruo had gathered these fruits to feed the chickens and rabbits. Xiang Yu even thought to mock her foolishness for using fruits to feed chickens. However, upon hearing Yun Ruo's explanation, he swiftly realized that these fruits were intended for little Bao. Xiang Yu's expression darkened instantly. He halted his steps and cast a cold glare at Yun Ruo. "Do you not understand that these fruits could be deadly? How dare you offer them to little Bao? What are your true intentions?" "What?" Taken aback by such an abrupt inquiry, Yun Ruo felt bewildered. She had never heard that yellow peaches were poisonous. "Who told you that? This is a yellow peach, a fruit, not poison. Are you equating the two?" To her surprise, Xiang Yu disregarded her entirely and poured the fruits from the basket onto the ground. "I said you cannot eat them, so you must not." This action infuriated Yun Ruo. After all, she had painstakingly climbed the tree to personally pick those yellow peaches, only to see them wasted by Xiang Yu. She felt compelled to argue her point, but his intimidating expression left her no choice but to take matters into her own hands. With a fuming demeanor, Yun Ruo picked up a yellow peach, wiped it on her clothing, and took a large bite. The juice and fragrance of the peach rapidly filled her mouth, and soon she wore an expression of pure delight. Xiang Yu did not manage to intervene in time, and Yun Ruo had already swallowed the fruit's flesh. She took another bite, cheerfully waving the remaining half of the peach in front of Xiang Yu. "See? Am I poisoned? Am I dying?" Seeing this, Xiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Previously, someone in the village had consumed this fruit and suffered from intense heat, eventually fainting. How could this woman eat it without consequence? Noticing him lost in thought, Yun Ruo ignored him and called little Bao to help gather the yellow peaches scattered on the ground, even offering the half-eaten peach to his lips. "Baozi, try this. Is it delicious?" It's tasty." Little Bao nodded eagerly, accepting the peach and taking large bites, oblivious to the juice smeared across his face. After collecting the fallen yellow peaches, Yun Ruo straightened up and glanced at the silent Xiang Yu, patiently explaining, "If I am not mistaken, the person you mentioned must have consumed yellow peaches along with other foods, right? In this world, all things are interdependent. While yellow peaches are delicious, they should not be mixed with other items indiscriminately." "How do you know this?" Xiang Yu was astonished. Could Yun Ruo truly possess knowledge of medicinal practices? A hint of doubt crept into his mind regarding her capabilities. Yun Ruo shrugged. "It's merely common knowledge. If yellow peaches were truly poisonous, why are both little Bao and I unharmed?" Seeing that neither Yun Ruo nor little Bao exhibited any adverse effects, Xiang Yu's apprehensions were somewhat alleviated. "May I ask, my husband, can we return home now?" As Yun Ruo observed Xing Yu displaying an air of embarrassment, she could not help but tease him. To her surprise, upon hearing the term husband, he experienced a jolt throughout his body, a rosy hue rapidly blossoming across his cheeks as he turned his head away. Unable to meet Yun Ruo's gaze, resembling an adolescent in the throes of first love. With a hint of amusement, Yun Ruo noted that Xing Yu's affection for her had risen to a score 0. Ah, how delightful! Her playful provocation had yielded an unexpected outcome, causing her heart to leap with joy and her smile to stretch from ear to ear. Mother, what are you laughing at? The father and son gazed at the woman before them, perplexed by her seemingly foolish mirth. Xingyu mused to himself, has this woman lost her mind? Noticing their bewildered expressions, Yin Ruo quickly composed herself. Oh, it's nothing at all. Mother was simply thinking about how delightful it will be to indulge in some delicious food shortly. The mother and son, hand in hand, walked ahead, animatedly discussing what delectable treats to enjoy upon their return, while Xingyu shook his head in resignation, shouldering his basket and hastening to catch up. Chapter 11. Defying convention outside. Having devoured nearly half of a yellow peach, Little Bao's belly was already round and full. At the usual mealtime, he showed no signs of hunger, but instead cheerfully trailed behind Yunruo, eager to assist. Mother, let me help you wash. Of course, let us together cleanse the fruit. The two, one large and one small, sat by the well, a large basin of yellow peaches beside them. They appeared to share an intimacy that seemed even deeper than that of biological mother and child. Meanwhile, Xingyu stood to the side, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Hey, don't just stand there like a fool. Come over and lend a hand. With so many peaches to process, Yunruo was not about to pass up the opportunity for free labor. With a simple acknowledgement, Xingyu settled next to Little Bao, swiftly maneuvering the knife in his hands as peach pits began to accumulate at his feet. After instructing the father and son to divide the peaches into quarters and wash them, Yunruo retrieved a large basin, meticulously arranging the prepared peaches within, sprinkling them with sugar to marinate for 2 hours, intending to cook them later in the evening. Little Bao squatted beside the basin, eyeing the peaches repeatedly, unsure how many times he swallowed his saliva. Mother, when can we eat? Yunruo, amused, picked up Little Bao. You can only eat after dinner, all right? For now, let us help Mother prepare the meal. It was tea that Yunruo was unwilling to let her son have a few peaches, but rather that she worried he might fill up on fruit and spoil his appetite for the meal. All right, Little Bao replied, his little head drooping in disappointment, resting against Yunruo's shoulder while wistfully gazing at the yellow peaches in the basin. Before long, he followed Yunruo into the kitchen. In the 2 days since their arrival, she had not touched any meat, which had left her craving it dearly. She took the wild rabbit Xing you had skinned yesterday and cut it into substantial pieces, preparing to make braised rabbit. Wow, we get to eat meat today, Little Bao exclaimed, tiptoeing on the countertop, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Though his father had never deprived him of meat, the taste had often been unpalatable. Little Bao thought to himself, Mother's cooking is so delicious. Surely her meat dishes will be splendid as well. Baozi, could you step outside and see what your father is up to? The smoke rising from the pot made Yunruo squint, while the little bun coughed incessantly from the irritation. In a hurry, Yunruo sent him outside. Upon receiving the instruction, the little bun moved his short legs swiftly, disappearing from sight in no time. Seizing the opportunity while the meat simmered, Yunruo set another pot to steam rice and settled on a small wooden stool in front of the stove, quietly tending to the fire. Suddenly, the little bun dashed over and leaped into her embrace, startling her. The mischievous culprit giggled, Mother, you are so timid. With a playful grin, Yunruo wrapped her arms around the little bun, tickling him, which elicited peals of laughter from him. After a considerable time, she finally set the little bun down, urging him to keep away from the stove. She tossed another piece of wood into the fire and turned to ask, Why aren't you playing outside? Didn't Mother ask me to see what Father was doing? I came to report back, the little bun replied, standing upright, his expression bearing an unexpected seriousness for his age, which amused Yunruo. She gently pinched his chubby cheek and inquired, What is Father doing? Father is making a chicken coop. The little bun leaned closer to Yunruo, whispering mysteriously, Father said without a chicken coop, Mother cannot raise chickens. This revelation took Yunruo by surprise. She had not anticipated that the seemingly cold man could harbor such warmth beneath his exterior. Really? Why don't you go help your mother check if Father is done? We will be having dinner soon. Yunruo rose to inspect the pot, where the rabbit meat had become tender, and gave the little bun a gentle pat on the bottom, signaling him to go call Xingyu for dinner. Father, Mother says it's time to eat. The little bun ran to Xingyu, whose chicken coop was nearly complete. He curiously observed his father, who was hammering and chiseling unsure of the purpose behind the actions. All right, go wash your hands first, Xingyu replied, still focused on his task. Only after confirming the stability of the chicken coop did he toss 3 wild chickens inside and turn towards the well to wash his hands. The air was filled with the aroma of meat as Yun Ruo emerged from the kitchen, her face adorned with a serene smile, while the little bun shifted restlessly, clamoring for meat. This lively domestic atmosphere made Xingyu feel, for the first time, a sense of home. Note: Xingyu's affection for Yu has risen to 10. Yunro nearly dropped the bowl in her hands in shock. She found this rise in affection somewhat baffling, as she had done nothing to warrant it. She couldn't help but internally criticize Xingyu for being a man who did not adhere to conventional norms. Chapter 12. Not allowing father to eat little bun. Why are you eating so little? Yunruan noticed that he had consumed only half of his usual portion, a slight frown creasing her brow. Is Mother-S cooking not to your liking? Little Bao, having patted his tummy, fixed his gaze upon a large bowl of rabbit meat, unconsciously swallowing hard. However, his mother had mentioned that there would be more delicious food prepared for dinner, and thus little Bao resolved to save some appetite for later. Upon hearing this, Xingyu could not help but facepalm. His son was undeniably a little foodie. Yet, he had always refrained from indulging his child, believing that mealtime should be taken seriously. He promptly placed little Bao's bowl into his hands, asserting, "You must eat properly, otherwise there will be no treats for you tonight." Before he could finish his sentence, little Bao's lips quivered and tears were nearly shed. Yin Ruo quickly offered comfort, saying, "Do not cry, my dear. Father is merely teasing you. Of course, Mother will prepare delicious dishes for you. If Father is so stern, we certainly want to share our food with him, right?" "Yes, we want to give Father any," little Bao declared. Yin Ruo's words not only halted his tears, but also instilled in him a newfound courage to resist his stern father. All the delicious food made by Mother belongs to little Bao. Ignoring Xing Yu's exasperated expression, Yin Ruo urged little Bao to sit properly on the stool and adopted a serious demeanor to impart a lesson. However, if little Bao does not eat well, Mother will be unhappy. If Mother is unhappy, the food she prepares will not taste good. What shall we do then? Little Bao, understanding the gravity of the situation, pulled his bowl closer and sniffled. Little Bao will make Mother happy by eating well. Very good, little Bao, Yin Ruo beamed, affectionately ruffling his soft hair, and cast a triumphant glance at Xingyu. "See, your son listens to me the most." "Childish," Xingyu muttered softly, as he joined little Bao in devouring the food in their bowls, leaving Yin Ruo grinding her teeth in frustration. In the afternoon, Xingyu ventured into the mountains again, claiming he would set some traps. Yin Ruo paid little attention to his words. Her thoughts focused solely on finding food for a few wild chickens. Shortly after Xingyu departed, she grabbed a small basket in one hand and held little Bao's hand with the other as they stepped outside. The two ambled leisurely across the open field in the afternoon sun, initially intending to relish the lovely day. However, the sun's heat was relentless, and it wasn't too long before Yin Ruo found herself drenched in sweat. "Bun, are you hot?" she inquired. Little Bao squinted against the sunlight and replied in a soft tone, "If Mother feels it's not hot, then little Bao isn't hot either." "Oh, you silly child." Yin Ruo chuckled, patting his head with warmth in her heart. She glanced around and noticed a willow tree not far away. "Let us go. Mother will weave you a straw hat to wear." They hurried to the tree, where Yin Ruo stood on tiptoes to gather several willow branches. Sitting cross-legged beneath the tree, the mother and son quickly fashioned 2 straw hats, adorning them with a few wildflowers picked from the grass nearby. The result was quite charming. "Do you still feel hot?" she asked. As Yin Ruo adjusted the straw hat atop Xiao Bao's head, she inquired, "Is it not hot?" "Not all. It feels quite refreshing. Mother is truly remarkable." With a proud lift of her brow, Yin Ruo donned her own hat, leading Xiao Bao forward. She mused that this season ought to yield grasshoppers or similar creatures, which could be caught to feed the chickens. A splendid choice indeed. "Mother, look quickly. There's water," Xiao Bao exclaimed, breaking free from Yin Ruo's grasp and hastening ahead, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of discovery. Indeed, just a few meters ahead, a slender, meandering stream traversed the verdant landscape. its crystal clear waters flowing gently and shimmering under the sun. I wonder if there are any fish? With this thought, Yin Ruo hastily cast aside her basket and leaned over the stream's edge. Xiao Bao, like a frolicking colt, dashed along the riverbank, occasionally tossing pebbles that sent tiny splashes dancing upon the surface. Xiao Bao, stay still, Yin Ruo cautioned as a fish, measuring the length of a chopstick, glided nearby. Fearing that Xiao Bao might scare it away, she urged him to remain quiet. She then removed her shoes and socks, tucking her skirt into her waist, and gently stepped into the cool water. Xiao Bao stood frozen, holding his breath as he watched his mother, silently cheering her on. Go, mother. Chapter 13. Homemade peach canned goods. I caught one. I caught one. Yin Ruo exclaimed, lifting the fish for Xiao Bao to see. However, the fish wriggled free from her grasp and slipped back into the water, escaping. Oh no! Yin Ruo exclaimed in frustration, kicking the water in irritation, which startled a school of fish that scattered in all directions. Having learned from her earlier mishap, she dared not be complacent. Promptly removing her outer garment and fashioning it into a makeshift bag to capture the fish. The startled fish darted about, unknowingly swimming into Yin Ruo's fabric pouch. After a short while, she had successfully caught 5 or 6 fish, each longer than a chopstick, marking a fruitful outing for the mother and son. Unable to catch any insects to feed the wild chickens, Yin Ruo settled for gathering a handful of grass. Though grass lacks the nutritional value of insects, it would suffice for a decent dinner for the wild chickens. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the air grew noticeably cooler, with occasional gentle breezes that added to the pleasantness of the evening. Hand in hand, Yin Ruo and Xiao Bao strolled leisurely back home. Suddenly, Xiao Bao waved and shouted ahead, Father, father, I am here. In the distance, a figure paused upon hearing him, then hastened towards them. Xingyu had just descended from the mountain and was surprised to encounter the two. He bent down to scoop up Xiao Bao and cast a glance at Yin Ruo. What brings you here? He inquired. Father, mother, and I caught so many fish. Xiao Bao boasted, not giving Yin Ruo a chance to respond. Xingyu's gaze flicked toward the basket in Yin Ruo's hand, then to her damp outer garment, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. This woman truly has no sense of shame. Xingyu wore a cool expression as he silently accepted the basket, cradling the little one with his other arm, and turned to head home. Soon, he noticed that Yin Ruo had not followed him, but was instead strolling leisurely behind. A surge of unnameable anger welled up within him. With his clothes drenched, why did she not hurry back? Who was she trying to impress? Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo felt a spark of frustration, but, remembering that he was her designated target, she decided to suppress her feelings and quickened her pace to catch up with the man whose face resembled a charred pot. In the evening, Yin Ruo heated the leftover food from the day and prepared a large pot of soup with 2 fish. After the family had a simple dinner, Xingyu took the little one to the courtyard for a bath, while Yin Ruo stoked the fire and poured the yellow peaches, juice and all, into the pot to boil. Perhaps enticed by the sweet aroma, the little one, mid-bath, dashed into the kitchen, completely unclad. Mother, are you making something delicious? Yin Ruo smiled as she scooped some fruit and broth from the pot. Mother has prepared canned yellow peaches, but you must first finish your bath. You can eat once you are clean. Upon hearing this, the little one did not hesitate, rushing out of the kitchen. Before long, his childish voice echoed, Father, please help me wash. I want to be extra clean. Yin Ruo extinguished the fire on the stove and ladled 2 bowls of yellow peaches, walking to the well, contemplating that chilling the canned peaches in well water would enhance their flavor. Mother, am I clean enough? Can I eat now? Seeing the little one's eager demeanor, Yin Ruo decided not to hold back any longer. She pulled up the wooden bucket from the well, clearly satisfied that the peaches had cooled successfully. She handed a small bowl to the little one. Go fetch a spoon. The little bun grinned widely, clutching the bowl in his hands as he scampered back to the kitchen in search of a spoon. Seeing that he had no further responsibilities, Xingyu turned to tidy up his hunting gear once more. Are you not going to taste it? Yin Ruo raised the bowl in front of Xingyu, attempting to halt him with her words. Clearly taken aback by her gesture, Xingyu hesitated for a few seconds before ultimately accepting the small bowl, softly uttering a thank you. Noticing this, Yin Ruo felt a delightful satisfaction as she realized that Xing Yu's fondness for her had increased to 15. Indeed, it is a universal truth that people appreciate kindness directed towards them. With a smile, Yin Ruo savored a mouthful of her homemade peach preserves, finding the taste exceptionally delightful. Chapter 14. An encounter with a lewd man. The cooked peaches were not yet served. Rather, they had been marinated overnight in the syrup generated from the cooking process. Upon rising in the morning, Yin Ruo's first task was to venture into the kitchen, retrieve the peaches, drain them, and then spread them out in the yard to dry. Under the scorching sun, they would transform into delectable fruit preserves within 2 to 3 days. Having prepared porridge, Yin Ruo noticed that neither Xing Yu nor the little bun had emerged from their slumber. A twinge of curiosity prompted her to stride towards their room. After knocking a few times without a response, she gently pushed the door open. In the dim light, she spotted a small figure on the bed, murmuring softly, while Xing Yu was conspicuously absent. Approaching the bedside, Yin Ruo gently roused the little bun. Time to get up. Breakfast is ready. At the mention of food, the little bun's previously drowsy eyes brightened instantly. He stretched out his small arms to embrace Yin Ruo, nuzzling his face against hers. Mama, hug. This tender display melted Yin Ruo's heart, rendering her momentarily speechless. She lightly patted the little bun's backside, urging, "All right, hurry and get dressed. It's time to eat." Yet, even after breakfast, Xing Yu's absence was still felt. "Little bun, do you know where your father has gone?" she inquired. The little bun gazed up at the ceiling, pondering. "I think I had a dream this morning. Father said he was going hunting. So early?" Yin Ruo mused in confusion over why Xing Yu had left at such an hour. However, she maintained her composure, finishing breakfast with the little bun before sending him off to play. She then prepared to clean and gut the leftover fish, intending to make sweet and sour fish for dinner. Suddenly, the creaking of the fence door announced the entrance of a dark-skinned man who wiped his mouth with his thumb, his gaze laden with lewdness. Yin Ruo instinctively stood up, and the little bun, sensing danger, quickly returned to his mother's side. Mother and son regarded the man warily. "What's this? Have you forgotten me in just a few days?" he said, leering as he approached Yin Ruo. "I've been thinking about you quite a bit." Without warning, the man lunged towards Yin Ruo, his foul breath aimed at her. She struggled to evade his unwelcome advance, while the little bun, terrified by the scene, clutched a small stick he had been using to dig in the mud and attempted to strike the man, desperate to protect his mother. But what strength could a 3-year-old possess? The stick barely made an impact akin to a mere tickle, and the little bun's actions evidently disturbed the man's amusement. He raised his foot, ready to kick the small child aside. "Little bun, be careful," as Yin Ruo beheld the man poised to strike young Bao. In a moment of desperation, she sank her teeth into the man's shoulder. The unexpected pain caused him to loosen his grip on her. Flustered, Yin Ruo swiftly gathered Bao into her embrace, gently caressing his back, soothing the little dumpling while also calming her own nerves. "Do not panic, Baozi. Quickly retreat to your room and lock the door. No matter what you hear, do not emerge, understood?" Young Bao nodded, his face pale, and hurriedly dashed back to his room. With the door securely shut, Yin Ruo felt a significant weight lift from her heart. At least she no longer had to worry about Bao being harmed. "Ah, you've grown quite capable, haven't you? Let's see how I will deal with you." The man, now incensed, lunged once more at Yin Ruo. Aware of the disparity in strength between them, she resolved against a direct confrontation. Seizing the moment, she turned and sprinted toward her room, knowing that safety lay just behind a locked door. However, she had scarcely taken 2 steps when a man, with his long strides, blocked her path, his powerful arms lifting her effortlessly. With a lewd grin, he declared, "Since you wish to return to your room, I shall oblige." The man carried Yin Ruo into the room, forcefully kicking the door shut behind them. In a matter of strides, he reached the bed and flung her onto it, yanking at his belt as he approached her once more. Chapter 15. Do you wish to taste my defiance? In the face of such brute force, Yin Ruo realized that a direct confrontation would yield little benefit. Thus, she swiftly masked her fear, donning a facade of allure, her delicate arms draping around the man's neck as she cooed, "Why are you so eager?" At the sound of her voice, the man became visibly softened. His movements gentler as he revealed a crooked grin, displaying his yellowing teeth, which made Yun Ruo feel a surge of revulsion. Had you acted like this earlier, it would have been much easier, he remarked, seemingly pleased with her performance, his vigilance diminishing. This man was none other than Qian Debo, the husband of Lu Shi, who had once captivated the female protagonist with her flirtations. Casting a glance at Qian Debo's oblivious demeanor, Yin Ruo lifted her leg and delivered a harsh kick to his lower body. With a pained yelp, Qian Debo collapsed beside her on the bed, disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Ruo rolled over and landed another forceful kick. Qian Debo, struck repeatedly, clutched himself in agony, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and soaking into the bedding. Yin Ruo swiftly distanced herself from the bed, arms crossed, casting a cold gaze at Qian Debo, and spat on the floor. You wish to taste my defiance? You ought to reconsider your own weight before making such advances. You wretched woman. Qian Debo glared at Yin Ruo, his teeth clenched, as if he wished to rend her to pieces. What? Was that not thrilling enough for you? Would you care for another taste? As she spoke, Yin Ruo made a motion to lift her foot again, prompting Qian Debo to hastily plead for mercy. Observing Qian Debeo's pitiful, curled-up form, it was evident that he could not stir up any more trouble. Yin Ruo opened the door and hurried out, anxious to check on Xiao Bao, concerned he might have been frightened. In the room, Xiao Bao crouched in the corner, straining to hear the commotion outside. Upon seeing Yin Ruo approach, he immediately leapt into her embrace, unable to suppress his sobs. Yin Ruo knelt beside him, gently stroking his back, soothingly whispering that everything was all right, that the bad man had been defeated by his mother. The man in the room remained curled up on the bed, groaning, but Yin Ruo paid him no heed, allowing him to continue his weeping and cursing. Mother, why is that bad man still in our home? Xiao Bao pouted in dissatisfaction, his heart heavy with discontent upon hearing the sounds from the room. It was not that Yin Ruo wished to keep the scoundrel Qian Debeo in her home. Her petite frame could not possibly drag such a large man out. Thus, she had no choice but to let him stay until Xingyu returned. With a resigned sigh, she patted Xiao Bao's head and tilted her head, asking if he did not want to hear the bad man's voice. Shall we go with mother to gather grass for the little chickens? Xiao Bao, understanding, lovingly helped Yin Ruo fetch a small basket, and hand in hand, they exited their home, the faint sounds of the man's low moans echoing behind them. The reason she could so calmly leave a stranger alone in her home was that Yin Ruo knew they were impoverished, with little more than a few chickens, a rabbit, and a couple of gutted fish to their name, nothing of real value remaining. Moreover, she did not intend to venture far. A nearby patch of grass would suffice, and she could return promptly should anything arise. Baozi, play by yourself, but do not wander too far, Yin Ruo instructed, sending Xiao Bao off to entertain himself while she wielded the sickle. In no time, her basket was filled with fresh grass. Glancing towards her home, all appeared tranquil. No one had approached, and Qian Debeo had not emerged. A sense of irritation began to stir within her. The thought of that loathsome man lying in her bed made her grit her teeth, intensifying her reluctance to return. Thus, Yin Ruo led Xiao Bao to a shaded spot beneath a tree, where they sat on the ground and played with pebbles. Occasionally, she would glance up, vigilant for any unexpected occurrences. As the sun began its descent, it would not be long before Xingyu returned. If she did not prepare dinner soon, their family might go hungry. With a deep breath, she endeavored to suppress her anger, lifted the basket, and, carrying the now tired Xiao Bao, sauntered back home. Chapter 16. Have I brought a man into my home? As the mother and son journeyed along their path, the previously listless little one suddenly burst forth with excitement, exclaiming, "Mother, it is father!" He twisted his body and leapt down from Yin Ruo's back, joyfully racing toward the tall figure in the distance. For reasons unknown, the appearance of Xingyu instilled an inexplicable sense of comfort in Yin Ruo, alleviating her worries about what awaited them at home. She hurried after her son, cautioning him to slow down and be careful not to fall. Upon hearing the voices of his son and Yin Ruo, Xingyu paused, and the sight of the duo approaching him infused his tense expression with an unfamiliar softness. As they drew closer, Yin Ruo's astonishment grew upon noticing the enormous creature Xingyu bore upon his back, a wild boar weighing around 200 pounds, its body stained with patches of blood. The pungent scent of iron assaulting her senses. Yin Ruo marveled at Xingyu's effortless strength in carrying such a burden when suddenly she heard her son tugging at Xingyu's clothing, exclaiming, "Mother, look, father is hurt." Alarmed, Yin Ruo rushed closer, a flicker of concern passing through her mind. Hurt? The casualness of her words caused a small crack in the icy facade of Xingyu's heart, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. "I'm fine, merely a superficial wound. Let's return home." A prompt indicated that Xingyu's fondness for her had risen to 25, which brought a fleeting moment of happiness to Yin Ruo, quickly overshadowed by her apprehensions. Though Xingyu claimed it was just a superficial injury, the considerable amount of blood he had lost surely suggested otherwise. She hastened to keep pace with the father and son, hoping that he truly was not in grave danger. Upon entering the courtyard, a series of weak groans emanated from Yin Ruo's room. Qiandabao, having called out for an entire day, now sounded hoarse. The unfamiliar voice that reached Xingyu's ears tightened his lips and furrowed his brow. Directing a questioning gaze towards Yin Ruo, his expression laden with confusion and unspoken emotions. The chilling aura emanating from him, mingled with the scent of blood, evoked a sense of dread. Embarrassed, Yin Ruo offered a nervous smile, diverting the conversation. "Please, set down your burden. It must be quite heavy." With a thud, Xingyu dropped the wild boar at his feet and strode purposefully towards the source of the sounds in Yin Ruo's room. She quickly took hold of her little bun and followed closely behind, entering to find Qiandabao curled on the bed, still moaning in pain. His pallor even more pronounced than before, appearing somewhat delirious, oblivious to their presence. Xingyu's hands instinctively clenched into fists, the veins on his hands bulging as he gritted his teeth, directing a stern gaze towards Yin Ruo. What is happening? He recognized Qiandabao, having harbored suspicions after the recent disturbance caused by Lu Shi. Now, with Qiandabao lying in Yin Ruo's bed, his composure was severely tested. However, before Yin Ruo could explain, her enthusiastic little one, eager to share, tugged at Xingyu's hand and began to chatter excitedly. "Father, you must throw this bad man out. He wants to bully mother and hit me." Upon hearing that Qiandabao intended to harm his son, Xingyu's fists flew towards Qiandabao. But Yin Ruo swiftly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Wait, are you still going to protect him?" Xingyu emanated an aura of chilling cold, his eyes seemingly veiled in a layer of crimson, which instilled a sense of trepidation in Yin Ruo. Yet, she stubbornly clung to his arm. "He is already in such a state because of me. If you strike again and a life is lost, you would bear the consequences. Is it truly worth it?" The revelation that Qiandaba had been injured by Yin Ruo bewildered Xingyu, who cast a deeply scrutinizing glance at her before turning to his son, as if seeking affirmation. Chapter 17. Cowardice. Seeing Yin Ruo embracing her father, Xiao Bao rushed over to assist. Upon sensing his father's inquisitive gaze, he nodded vigorously. Mother speaks the truth. If that were indeed the case, then Qiandaba deserved death for daring to covet his woman and intending harm upon his son. With this thought in mind, Xingyu transformed into a frenzied beast. No longer could Yin Ruo restrain him. His fists rained down upon Qiandaba. Aside from cries of pain, had no opportunity to retaliate. After a considerable duration, Qiandaba's voice dwindled. Yin Ruo pushed Xingyu away and exclaimed, "Are you truly willing to exchange a life for a life? If Qiandaba is killed, you shall not escape culpability. What will become of Xiao Bao then?" Her warning prompted Xingyu to regain some composure. He regarded Qiandaba coldly, seizing the latter's ankle and dragging him across the ground as he strode towards the exit. "What are you doing?" Yin Ruo, fearing he had murderous intent, clutched his waist tightly, refusing to let him pass through the door. Noticing the frail arms encircling his waist, Xingyu endeavored to temper his tone. "Do not worry. I am merely returning him to where he belongs." Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo gradually released her grip, and Xingyu pulled the groaning Qiandaba out of the courtyard. "Mother, where's father taking the bad man?" Xiao Bao inquired, reaching for Yin Ruo's hand. Feeling warmth from his touch, Yin Ruo regained her composure and forced a smile. Father's taking him home, I suppose. If Xing Yu intended to return Qiandaba to his rightful place, it must mean he was to be cast back to his own home. After the commotion, the sky had darkened. Yin Ruo, distracted, entered the kitchen, placing rice into the pot and preparing several fish. It was then that Xing Yu returned under the cover of night. Yin Ruo hurried to greet him. Is everything all right? Yes, Xing Yu replied calmly. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he joined Yin Ruo and Xiaobao at the dining table, who had been waiting for some time. Why did you not eat first? We were waiting for you, Yin Ruo replied, offering a plate of food to Xing Yu. Although she feigned nonchalance, a thread of fear lingered within her. Indeed, it was a fear of Xing Yu. His demeanor had mirrored that of a demon from the depths of hell, a merciless fiend who would kill without a flicker of hesitation. Yin Ruo silently rejoiced that she had not provoked this devilish king, lest she had been reduced to ashes long ago. Sensing her unease, Xing Yu endeavored to soften his presence, hoping not to frighten the young girl further. Are you all right? Did he harm you? To Yin Ruo's surprise, Xing Yu took the initiative to express concern for her. She was momentarily taken aback by the sudden silence at the dining table, which made the little bun feel exceedingly uncomfortable. He was oblivious to the adult's thoughts and merely wished to enliven the atmosphere in his own way. Father, today Mother was truly remarkable. I heard 2 loud cries, and that villain fell. Although the little treasure had only heard the sounds coming from the adjacent room, he vividly recounted to Xing Yu how formidable Yin Ruo was and how she had defeated the evildoer. Xing Yu placed a piece of fish into the little bun's bowl, saying, Indeed, little treasure, do savor the fish your mother prepared. Yin Ruo made a concerted effort to present herself as she usually did, smiling as she helped the little bun with his food. Seeing his mother regain her cheerful demeanor, the little bun became even more animated. Mother's fish is delicious. I love it. If you like it, we shall go fishing again tomorrow, shall we? Yin Ruo sought to minimize her presence in Xing Yu's eyes, continuously engaging the little bun in conversation. Yes, yes, the little bun exclaimed, clapping his hands in agreement. Let us invite Father to join us, shall we? Father is so adept at hunting. He must be excellent at catching fish. Just imagining Father bringing back a bountiful catch made the little bun exceedingly joyful. Xing Yu cast a glance at the somewhat awkward Yin Ruo and readily acquiesced to his son's request. Your favorability with Xing Yu has increased to 30. Huh? It didn't decrease? Thank the heavens. How has it increased? Perhaps your timid demeanor amuses him, came the unprecedented response from the narrative cat, prompting Yin Ruo to roll her eyes in exasperation and choose to ignore it. Chapter 18. Only by shedding clothes can one wash that night. Yin Ruo tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The atmosphere during dinner had been too awkward, and she hadn't had the opportunity to inquire about Xing Yu's injury, fretting about its severity. The stifling air only heightened her agitation. She donned a light outer garment, opened her door, and stepped into the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky, hoping it would soothe her troubled heart. Creaking sounds signaled the opening of the door next door, and Xing Yu emerged, a towel draped over his shoulder. Their eyes met, and Yin Ruo awkwardly smiled. Hey, you're still awake too? Xing Yu seemed reluctant to engage in conversation, heading straight to the well. He scooped water with a ladle and poured it over his head. Hey, what are you doing? You'll get your clothes wet. Not only will you feel uncomfortable, but you might also catch a cold. Yin Ruo could not condone his brusque method of bathing and felt compelled to intervene. In response, Xing Yu raised an eyebrow, discarded the ladle, and turned to face Yin Ruo, feigning the act of undressing. This startled Yin Ruo, who quickly covered her eyes. What are you doing? I'm still here, like a panicked little rabbit. Her reaction only served to intrigue Xing Yu further. In the night's embrace, a playful smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. How else am I to wash without removing my clothes? As she fled back to her room, her heart raced, and she leaned against the door, breathless. That insufferable man must have done it on purpose. In the courtyard, Xing Yu chuckled softly at the sound of the door slamming shut. He turned away, shedding his shirt to reveal a back marred by scars, struggling to wipe the wounds with a damp cloth. Suddenly, the cloth was taken from his hands, and a gentle voice chimed in. Let me help you. Yin Ruo, who had retreated to her room, suddenly remembered she had yet to inquire about Xing Yu's injuries. She opened the door again, only to find him straining to reach the wounds on his back. The various cuts appeared terrifying to her, but Xingyu remained unfazed, not even furrowing his brow. The girl's tender touch momentarily distracted him. In the past, he had always tended to his own wounds, allowing them to heal gradually without assistance. This was the first time someone had offered him care. Why didn't you mention such serious injuries sooner? Yin Ruo's tone carried a hint of reproach, yet to Xingyu, it sounded melodious. It's merely superficial wounds. They are of no consequence, he replied lightly. Those injuries must have been incurred while hunting the wild boar, right? Yin Ruo glanced at the massive creature in the corner, her thoughts drifting. Yes, I ventured into the mountains today. Tomorrow, I plan to take the boar to the county for sale and procure some supplies. Xingyu had long noticed that the rice jar at home was nearly empty. The 2 wild chickens and hares he had previously brought back were now under Yin Ruo's care. If they did not devise another way to earn some money soon, their family would face hunger. While the weather remained mild, he thought it prudent to venture into the mountains more often. Perhaps before winter, they could gather enough silver to see them through. Be more cautious in the future. It's wise to catch some wild chickens and hares on the outskirts rather than risk venturing deeper, Yin Ruo softly advised. Although she understood her words would not sway Xingyu's determination, she hoped he would remain safe until she could win his heart. Understood, he replied. After a moment of silence, his tone imbued with a resolute promise. Yin Ruo rinsed the towel in the well water, then gently cleaned Xingyu's wounds once more. You mean to go to the county tomorrow? Yes. Hesitating briefly, Yin Ruo swallowed the unspoken words. She suspected Xingyu would decline her request, as he had done previously when she suggested going into the mountains. However, today he seemed unusually agreeable. Tomorrow morning, let's take Xiao Bao with us to the county together. Really? Yin Ruo nearly leaped with joy, causing her grip to tighten, prompting Xingyu to inhale sharply. Apologies, I'll be gentler. Realizing her exuberance, she quickly apologized, though her smile widened, a beautiful melody escaping her rosy lips. Under the moonlight, they fell into a comfortable silence, and the atmosphere felt serene and lovely. After that night, their relationship seemed to take on a more intricate dimension. Chapter 19. How about selling food? I forgot to mention that Xingyu's affection for you has now risen to 40. This was the first sentence that Yin Ruo heard upon awakening. A prompt from the storyline. She suddenly sat up in bed, her heart racing with the hope that it wouldn't be long before she could return. An affection score of 40, in reality, merely signifies the camaraderie of classmates. There remains a considerable distance to traverse before she can truly win him over. Just then, a certain cat dampened Yin Ruo's burgeoning hopes with a splash of cold water. Knock, knock, knock. The door was suddenly rapped upon, followed by Xingyu's calm voice. Are you up yet? It's time to set off. Oh, I'll be right there. Lacking sleepwear, Yin Ruo had been sleeping in her clothes. Upon hearing the knock, she quickly threw off the covers, hastily tidying her slightly disheveled hair before opening the door. The dawn had barely broken, yet Xingyu had already packed his belongings. He handed her the backpack, instructing her to carry it, then placed the still sleeping Xiao Bao in her arms, before turning to hoist the hefty wild boar onto his shoulder and stepping out of the courtyard. After walking for about half an hour, the sun hung high in the sky. A light sheen of sweat had formed on Yin Ruo's body, and she felt as though her arms might break. Carrying Xiao Bao, who weighed around 20 pounds, had left her limbs numb. Can we take a break before continuing? Yin Ruo called out to the briskly moving Xingyu, signaling for a pause. Upon hearing her, Xingyu turned back, without a word, tossed the wild boar to the ground, and took Xiao Bao from her. I'll carry him for a while. You take a rest. As soon as he was in Xingyu's embrace, Xiao Bao murmured softly, rubbing his bleary eyes with his tiny hands. Daddy, are you awake? Xingyu smiled, adjusting his hold on Xiao Bao, allowing him to rest his head on his shoulder. Where are we? The unfamiliar surroundings sparked Xiao Bao's curiosity. We are headed to the county town, Yin Ruo replied, her breathing having steadied as she approached to pinch Xiao Bao's cheek playfully. Once we reach the county town, I'll buy you something delicious, all right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. That sounds wonderful. I want to eat something tasty. Glancing at the seemingly endless rural path ahead, Yin Ruo felt a twinge of anxiety. How much further is it? About 4 or 5 more miles, Xingyu replied, hoisting the wild boar once more. Let us go. Xiaobao, stop playing. It's time to set off. Yin Ruo called to Xiaobao, who was busy picking wildflowers. Hand in hand, they followed Xingyu and continued on their journey. This time, perhaps considering the limited stamina of the mother and child, Xingyu deliberately slowed his pace, making it easier for Yin Ruo to keep up and occasionally allowing her to walk alongside him for a few exchanges. Are there many food vendors in the city? Yin Ruo pondered, contemplating how she might leverage her culinary skills to earn a little money, rather than having her family rely solely on Xingyu's hunting, which led to erratic meals. There are buns, steamed breads, pastries, and wontons. Xingyu enumerated the stalls he had seen in the city. What would you like to eat? Originally, he assumed that Yin Ruo was inquiring out of hunger. Realizing his misunderstanding, Yin Ruo promptly shook her head. It's not that I want to eat. I was thinking we might venture into the county to sell food and earn some money. Although aware of Yin Ruo's culinary skills, Xingyu understood that the abundance of taverns in the county would overshadow any small stall they might establish. The city was filled with grand establishments. This undoubtedly indicated to Yin Ruo that her idea was impractical. However, Yin Ruo remained undeterred. Her unique snacks would not interfere with larger taverns. Yet, she chose not to respond to Xingyu's comment, recognizing that such matters could not be succinctly articulated. It would be best to deliberate further after entering the county and conducting a thorough investigation. Xingyu, believing she had abandoned her culinary aspirations, fell silent. The three of them walked in quietude along a sun-drenched path, and within half an hour, Yin Ruo finally beheld the bustling splendor of the county. Chapter 20. Departing only after receiving payment, the family traversed through the throngs of bustling people and made their way into the back courtyard of Tianxiang Tower. Upon seeing Xingyu, a servant eagerly ushered them inside. Please wait a moment. I will summon the manager. Xingyu nodded, unloading the wild boar. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in satin approached, joking with familiarity, clearly well acquainted with Xingyu. Brother Xing, it has been quite a while since your last visit. I thought you might have gone elsewhere. Manager Li, please, no jesting. Let's first examine today's goods, Xingyu replied, pursing his lips, seemingly reluctant to engage in pleasantries, and promptly steering the conversation back to business. Ah, such a large wild boar. Manager Li circled the boar, showering praises. Brother Xing, you possess remarkable skill. This must have required considerable effort. Manager Li appeared accustomed to Xingyu's aloofness and did not expect a response, continuing on his own. 4 taels of silver. Shall I take it? Very well. Xingyu did not haggle, as he understood the market dynamics. Manager Li was not a deceitful man. Otherwise, Xingyu would not have maintained a long-term partnership with him. The transaction was executed swiftly, with both parties exchanging goods and silver. Yin Ruo, holding Xiaobao's hand, observed with a discerning eye, contemplating. Risking life and limb for merely 4 taels of silver seemed rather unsatisfactory. A young servant rushed into the courtyard, visibly distressed and perspiring profusely. Manager Li, who had been preoccupied with escorting Xingyu and his party out, cast an irritated glance at the servant. What could possibly warrant such alarm? Yes, it's the esteemed guest from the capital. The servant bowed repeatedly, pleading for forgiveness from the manager, while explaining. He is clamoring for sugar pastries and threatens to smash our tavern if we do not comply. What? Upon learning it was a request from a distinguished guest, Manager Li also became anxious. Why haven't you sent someone to prepare them? The young servant wiped the sweat from his brow, distressed, for the chef was unable to fulfill the request. Hearing this, Manager Li began to pace anxiously, and soon beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. The esteemed guests of the capital were not to be trifled with. Failing to appease them could signify the end of his tenure as a manager. Let us go, he said, realizing the situation at the tavern required their departure. He urged Yin Ruo, who was still engrossed in the spectacle, to exit. Wait a moment, Yin Ruo halted, striding directly to Manager Li. I can make sugar-coated pastries. You? Manager Li was incredulous, doubting that a mere country girl could produce something that even the renowned chef at Tianxiang Lu could not. Xingyu, too, found it hard to believe. Yet Yin Ruo's confidence did not seem to indicate deceit, and his interest in her grew deeper. Manager Li glanced at Xing Yu, pondering that this girl might be related to him. After all, Xing Yu was of impeccable character, and his family likely shared the same virtues. Thus, he decided to take a gamble, considering it a desperate attempt. Very well, follow me, he instructed, ensuring that Xing Yu and his son were well taken care of, while personally leading Yin Ruo into the kitchen. Feeling somewhat uneasy under the curious gaze of those around her, Yin Ruo requested, "Could you kindly ask everyone to step outside? I prefer to cook without onlookers." In this moment, the one who could make sugar-coated pastries would take precedence, and Manager Li readily obliged, swiftly clearing the crowd. Finally, with her sleeves rolled up, Yin Ruo began her culinary endeavor. The tavern's kitchen was unlike any ordinary household, equipped with an array of tools and ingredients. Consequently, she effortlessly produced 6 pastries, each the size of a bowl. The pastries were golden and crisp, with white sesame seeds complementing the sugary sweetness, creating a delightful experience that lingered in the mouth. After tasting a bite, Manager Li was astonished and hastily instructed the staff to serve the esteemed guest. Shortly thereafter, Yin Ruo was led to a room where Xing Yu and Xiao Bao had been waiting for quite some time. How'd it go? Xiao Bao, oblivious to the situation, stuffed his mouth with snacks, while Xing Yu, noticing Yin Ruo's arrival, quickly inquired with genuine concern. Perfect, Yin Ruo replied with a hint of pride, giving a thumbs up before taking a seat beside them. She popped a morsel in her mouth, her stomach growling from the day's earlier commotion. Shall we depart? Xing Yu, relieved to hear that all was well, lifted Xiao Bao to carry him outside. However, Yin Ruo quickly intercepted him. We haven't collected our payment yet. Where do you think you're going? Just then, as they conversed, Manager Li cheerfully entered. Ah, thank you, my dear girl, for your timely assistance. You have alleviated my urgent predicament. Dear girl? This term sparked a flicker of discontent within Xing Yu. She's my wife. Oh, I beg your pardon. Manager Li hurriedly apologized, producing a silver ingot from his sleeve. This is a reward of 10 taels from the esteemed guest in the capital, who is very pleased with your sugar-coated pastries. Yin Ruo raised an eyebrow at Xing Yu, smiling as she accepted the silver. Thank you, Manager Li. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. Wait, Manager Li swiftly interjected, sensing the tension as Xing Yu's demeanor turned vigilant, his icy aura palpable. Feeling a slight chill, Manager Li quickly clarified. Might I inquire if the young lady could share the recipe for the sugar-coated pastries with us at Tianxianglu? Yin Ruo paused her steps, patiently listening to the explanation from Manager Li. Deep down, she had long anticipated this outcome and did not rush to respond. Instead, she employed silence to compel Manager Li to speak first. As expected, seeing Yin Ruo remain silent with her head bowed, Manager Li grew somewhat anxious. If the young lady is willing to part with this recipe, I shall offer you 10 taels of silver. How's that sound? Yin Ruo suppressed a smile within her heart, yet feigned a bashful demeanor as she glanced at her husband, Xing Yu. What do you think? The soft address of husband startled Xing Yu. He turned to Yin Ruo, perplexed by her intent. It appeared that Xing Yu was indeed the one holding the reins of authority. Manager Li then shifted his gaze to Xing Yu. Brother Xing, we have known each other for quite some time. If you could do me this favor today, I would be willing to add another 5 taels to the offer. Manager Li's willingness to increase his bid stemmed from his understanding that the sugar-coated pastries, having garnered the admiration of a certain individual, were worth far more than 15 taels. Since Manager Li was so earnest, it seemed fitting to acquiesce to his request. Xing Yu seemed to have discerned Yin Ruo's intentions. The clever girl was using him to press Manager Li for a higher price. Yin Ruo nodded. Since my husband has spoken, I shall grant the manager's request. An hour later, the trio exited the Tianxiang building, with Yin Ruo now possessing an additional 25 taels of silver. Her smile was uncontainable, and her gait reflected a newfound swagger. The feeling of wealth was indeed exhilarating. Her jubilant demeanor was infectious, causing the little Baozi to hop down from his father's side and mimic her confident stride, his comical antics nearly causing Yin Ruo to double over with laughter. Xing Yu observed the amusing scene before him, his smile deepening. Yin Ruo gently patted the little Baozi's head, What a good son you are. Cool, mate. Let us reward you with some candied hawthorn. Let's go enjoy some candied hawthorn. Before she could finish her sentence, the little one darted off, disappearing into the crowd after Yun Ruo. Slow down. Xingyu sighed, hastily following, a hint of concern creeping in that the throng might separate them. Delicious candied hawthorn awaits. In the bustling crowd, the vibrant, glistening hawthorn treats captivated Yun Ruo and the little Baozi. They stood before a vendor, their big, round eyes twinkling as they swallowed their saliva, momentarily unable to decide which one to choose. Yin Ruo bent down to lift little Baozi. You pick one. At her prompting, the little Baozi leaned forward to reach for the candied hawthorn. I want 3. 1 for Daddy, 1 for Mommy, and 1 for me. The vendor cheerfully retrieved 3 skewers of candied hawthorn, and Yin Ruo paid, placing the little Baozi back on the ground. Now enjoy your treat. Turning around, she saw that Xingyu had caught up with them. She offered him one of the skewers. This is for you. I don't want it. Xingyu turned away in refusal. Just eat it, Yin Ruo insisted playfully as she tiptoed to place the candied hawthorn in his mouth. This is for you. Just enjoy it. I have one too, and in the future, we will earn plenty of money and indulge in whatever we desire. Xingyu resigned, accepted the sweet treat by his lips, a fleeting blush crossing his face. Chapter 22. Underestimate me? After finishing the candied hawthorn, Yin Ruo found herself even hungrier. She patted her stomach and shyly looked at Xingyu. Are you hungry? Xingyu gazed at the sky. It is indeed time for a meal. What does little Baozi wish to eat? Yin Ruo smiled as she lifted the little treasure, helping him wipe his sugar-sticky hands. I want to eat buns. The little one pouted after a moment of contemplation. Yin Ruo had anticipated some profound revelation, but it turned out he simply desired buns. All right, let us go buy some buns for you, she declared, gesturing animatedly, which elicited a fit of giggles from the little treasure. Xingyu, shaking his head in resignation, gazed at them with a hint of affection before hastening to catch up with the mother and son. After satisfying their appetites, Yin Ruo embarked on her shopping expedition, as their home was sorely lacking in supplies. She began with 20 pounds of rice, followed by 10 pounds of flour, 2 pounds of sugar for immediate use, 2 heads of cabbage, and 5 eggplants. In no time, Xingyu's bamboo basket, now filled to shoulder height, bore the weight of their purchases, and half of the 4 taels of silver acquired from trading wild boar had been spent, an expenditure that would typically sustain an ordinary family for nearly a year. Yet, Xingyu exhibited not a trace of displeasure. It was evident to him that everything Yin Ruo bought was for the whole family, signifying her commitment to their home. Mother, with so many things, are we going to eat for a whole year? The little treasure exclaimed, watching Yin Ruo dash about in pursuit of more items, his mouth agape in astonishment. Yin Ruo playfully pinched his little face and suggested they buy a couple of pieces of cloth before heading home. In the span of half a day, they had nearly traversed every stall in the county town. Yin Ruo not only procured her desired items, but also gleaned a fair understanding of the current market conditions, realizing that her small food business held promise. Hey, Yin Ruo, she exclaimed, leaping to tap Xingyu on the shoulder. Do you know how to do carpentry? Carpentry? A flicker of skepticism crossed Xingyu's eyes. He wondered what scheme she was concocting now. Why was she suddenly asking him this? Did she require something? Seeing his expression, Yin Ruo assumed he was unfamiliar with the craft and waved her hand dismissively, indicating it didn't matter if he didn't know. After we finish shopping, let us visit the carpenter's workshop. I can do it, he interjected unexpectedly, his tone tinged with irritation, as though he resented Yin Ruo's underestimation of his abilities. Really? A radiant smile illuminated Yin Ruo's face. That's wonderful. We shall begin as soon as we return. Xingyu merely hummed in acknowledgement, refraining from inquiring about her intentions, knowing he would eventually find out. As they entered a fabric store, a woman emerged from around the corner, clutching herbs freshly procured from the apothecary. Her eyes burned with venomous rage. You vile wretch, I will not let you off so easily. This woman was Lu Shi. The previous day, she had awaited her husband's return until nightfall. Just as she prepared to venture out in search of him, she heard faint groans at the door. Upon opening it, she was horrified to find her husband sprawled on the threshold, barely alive, which sent her into a fit of anguished tears. The doctor had informed her that Qiandaba would most likely be infertile henceforth. Lu Shi had given birth to 3 daughters, and the humiliation she had endured because of this was immense. She had longed to bear a son to restore her pride, yet now she found herself in such despair. The unfortunate fate that had befallen Qiandaba was entirely due to that wretched Yin Ruo. Lu Shi's lifelong dream had been shattered. And how could she not harbor resentment? How could she swallow her anger? Meanwhile, Yin Ruo, engrossed in selecting various fabrics, remained blissfully unaware that she had been subject to countless mental torments by Lu Shi. Chapter 23. A loving family after trudging for several miles on foot. Yin Ruo and Xiao Baozi finally beheld the familiar sight of their own fenced yard. Filled with joy, they leaped in delight. At first glance, Xingyu appeared as a venerable elder leading 2 innocent children. Hurry up, hurry up. Finally home. I feel utterly exhausted, Yin Ruo complained, urging them to quicken their pace. Yet she could hardly muster the energy. Her legs felt weak, and she yearned to throw herself on her bed, wishing to close her eyes and indulge in some well-deserved rest. Isn't that the Xing family? Exclaimed Zhao, the village gossip, as she noticed them returning with a considerable load. Her eyes darted curiously towards the bamboo basket on Xingyu's back. Did you go to the county? It seems you've bought quite a few good things. Xingyu had never been fond of such people and chose to ignore her. Yin Ruo rolled her eyes, thinking how tiresome it was to entertain such idle chatter. Feeling snubbed, Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment, but then she spotted Lu, who was entering the village with a medicine bag. With a raised eyebrow and a tone laced with malice, Zhao remarked, "It truly is a tale of joy for some and woe for others." In the past, Zhao's half-spoken words would have piqued the curiosity of many, yet her tactics held no sway over Yin Ruo and Xingyu, who had no interest in the affairs of others. Yin Ruo gently set Xiao Bao down and patted his little head. "Can you walk by yourself, little one?" "Yes." Xiao Bao replied eagerly, taking Yin Ruo's hand. "I want to walk with Papa and Mama." Their familial affection was palpable, rendering Zhao insignificant in their eyes. With an exasperated huff, Zhao spat and returned home, slamming the door behind her as if she had suffered a great indignity. Surprisingly, Yin Ruo's spirits lifted, and she found herself humming a cheerful tune. Having dined in the county, she felt no urgency to prepare a meal upon returning home. After placing their purchases aside, she idly rummaged through the sun-dried yellow peach slices that had been left out for 2 days, pondering that they would soon be ready for sale. "Mother, can I eat this?" Xiao Bao squatted beside Yin Ruo, his eyes glued to the wrinkled peach slices, though they appeared unappealing to him. His mother had said they were delicious, and he could hardly wait to taste them. "Of course you can." Yin Ruo, aware of her little one's intentions, casually pinched off a piece and placed it in his mouth. "How is it? Tasty?" Although they had not yet reached the ideal drying stage, Yin Ruo was confident in their flavor. Sure enough, Xiao Bao grinned with delight, exclaiming, "It's delicious. It's sweet and sour. I want more." Yin Ruo grabbed a few more pieces and handed them to Xiao Bao, cautioning him not to eat too many. He took the treats and scampered over to Xingyu. "Papa, you should try this. It's delicious." The tender scene of father and son filled Yin Ruo with emotion. Having never known her own father nor experienced paternal love, she felt her eyes welling with tears. Suddenly, 2 small arms wrapped around her neck. "Mama, why are you crying?" "Huh?" Yin Ruo quickly wiped her tears and smiled. "I'm not crying. It's just the sand that got in my eyes. By the way, would you like to go into the mountains with Mama?" Xiao Bao? Yin Ruo, wishing to take advantage of the remaining daylight, planned to gather the leftover yellow peaches from the mountain, thinking she might even have time to cook them before bed. "What are you going into the mountains for?" Xiangyu asked sullenly, assuming that after a trip to the county, Yin Ruo would be too weary to move. "I intend to collect the remaining peaches." Yin Ruo replied smoothly while rising to fetch her basket. "What yellow peaches?" A voice unfamiliar to her chimed in, prompting Yin Ruo to glance curiously toward the entrance. Chapter 24. A mother-esque reproach at the doorway stood a petite woman in her 40s, clad in neat, clean homespun garments, bearing a resemblance to Yin Ruo. She appeared vibrant and lively, exuding an air of straightforwardness. Upon seeing her, Xiang Yu was the first to stand, his respectful demeanor indicating the woman's notable status. Yin Ruo's mind raced. She did not recall this individual from her memories. Suddenly, she received a sharp rap on the head. Why are you dazed? You don't even recognize your own mother? The woman looked at her daughter with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. Having married 6 months prior, Yin Ruo had only visited her maternal home on the day of her return and had not seen her mother since. Now, confronted with her, Yin Ruo's reaction seemed rather indifferent, explaining Wang's evident frustration. Huh? Mother. Yin Ruo finally registered the situation, rubbing her sore head and murmuring, "What brings you here?" With a huff, Wang seated herself on a small bench in the yard, carelessly tossing aside the bundle she carried, and began to scold Yin Ruo without pause. "What brings me here? Clearly, a married daughter is like spilled water. It's been almost half a year since you last visited your old mother. If I hadn't come, would you have even planned to see me? Dear mother, what are you saying?" Yin Ruo quickly discarded her basket and embraced Wang's arm, attempting to placate her. "I've just been so busy." Indeed, the former Yin Ruo had been preoccupied with flirtations with the village men, leaving no time to visit her mother. Now, however, her focus was on managing her life well and navigating her nominal husband, leaving her in a state of endless busyness. And she had entirely forgotten about Wang. "Grandma, would you like some water?" At some point, Xiao Baozi trotted into the kitchen and returned with a bowl of water, earning Wang's praises. Even a 3-year-old knows how to be filial. "Look at you." Noting that Wang's disapproving gaze had shifted back to her, Yin Ruo smiled awkwardly, thinking it best to escape her mother's scrutiny. Xiang Yu seemed to perceive her intention and respectfully inclined his head towards Wang. "Mother, since you are here, please rest at home. Yin Ruo and I will step out for a moment and return shortly." Surprised by Xiang Yu's perceptiveness, Yin Ruo eagerly agreed, calling to Xiao Baozi to fetch the snacks they had bought earlier. "Quickly, go get some treats for Grandma. You keep her company at home while your father and I step out for a bit." Nodding, Xiao Baozi accepted this honorable task, watching his parents walk away before turning to scamper off to retrieve the snacks. Having not ventured far, Yin Ruo exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling she had finally escaped. Xiang Yu, observing her reaction, regarded her with a hint of suspicion. Was it really that dreadful? Certainly. The terrifying Yin Ruo hastily retorted that the most lethal critiques come from one's mother. Do you understand? Xing Yu curled his lip. He, of course, had no comprehension of the incessant nagging from a maternal figure, as he had always been solitary. However, he now had Yin Ruo and the little Bun accompanying him. Following the route etched in his memory, they swiftly located the previous yellow peach tree, now laden with ripe, golden orange fruit, appearing exceedingly tempting. Yin Ruo discarded her backpack, rubbed her hands together, and lifted her skirt, preparing to climb the tree trunk. "What are you doing?" Xing Yu grasped her arm, halting her movement. She certainly did not present herself as a woman in this manner, lacking any semblance of modesty. Yin Ruo irritably shrugged off his hand, exclaiming, "If I don't climb up, how will I pick the fruit?" Unexpectedly, before she could finish her sentence, the man shifted his stance and was upon a branch of the tree. "You catch them from below," he instructed. One by one, the yellow peaches tumbled down, soon carpeting the ground. Yin Ruo bent down, gleefully gathering them, while Xing Yu, perched in a tree, moved with fluidity, quickly finishing the task. With a gentle leap, he landed before Yin Ruo, declaring, "All done." "Wow." Yin Ruo's eyes widened as she gave him a thumbs up. "Brother, impressive." Hearing this, Xing Yu slightly furrowed his brow and turned to collect more peaches. Having grown accustomed to his sour demeanor, Yin Ruo shrugged nonchalantly and resumed her work. Chapter 25. More melons? Carrying 2 large burlap sacks, Xing Yu and Yin Ruo, with a bamboo basket on her back, made their way home, where the kitchen was already emitting wisps of smoke. Wang Shi was a restless soul. As soon as her daughter and son-in-law stepped out, she ushered her little grandson to play while she tidied the yard and went to cut grass for the chickens, busily engaged in her tasks. Noticing the sun dipping in the west, she began to prepare dinner anew. "Back already?" Wang Shi called out, glancing over at the well where she was washing vegetables. Seeing the duo return with such bountiful harvests made her curious. "Where have you been?" Yin Ruo set down her basket and produced 7 or 8 yellow peaches. "Washing them in the well." "Mother, You must taste these. They are incredibly sweet. Perhaps having been swayed by rumors that yellow peaches could be deadly, Wang sure hesitated. Just then, the little bun scurried over, snatched a large peach, and stuffed it into his mouth before Wang sure could intervene. She then heard the child exclaim, "So sweet. Even better than last time." Yun Ruo pressed a yellow peach into Wang Shi's hand, while she herself took a large bite of fruit, beckoning Xingyu. "You should come and rest for a bit." "All right." Xingyu washed his hands in the well water, accepted the peach Yun Ruo offered, and bit into it, devouring half in one go. "Mother, you should try this." Seeing her family relishing the fruit, Wang Shi finally lowered her guard, taking a small bite, her eyes lighting up in surprise. "Oh, this matter is indeed noteworthy." The sudden arrival of uninvited guests shattered the joy of the family. Lu returned from the county town, her heart swelling with indignation. She had personally witnessed the Xing family purchasing an abundance of delightful items, while her own household lay in disarray, her husband bedridden and their children wailing in despair. Overwhelmed with her own burdens, her frustration mounted, and she resolved that Yun Ruo and her family must compensate her. Therefore, as dusk fell and families gathered at home, she summoned her brothers to carry the stretcher bearing Qiandebo and made her way to Yun Ruo's residence. As she walked, her cries echoed through the air, with Qiandebo occasionally groaning, attracting a crowd of onlookers. "Come and see. Those heartless fiends dared to lay such cruelty upon my husband. Do they not fear retribution? What is that noise?" The first to react was Wang, who had lived in the village for years and was highly attuned to the commotion of a scorned woman. However, she never anticipated the ruckus was directed at her own daughter. Xingyu frowned and glanced at Yun Ruo, who also recognized the disturbance. She set down the fruit in her hand, softly instructed Xiao Bao to stay indoors, and then she and Xingyu stepped outside to meet the commotion. Yun Ruo, with her arms crossed, observed the spectacle as a mere bystander. Wang, sensing something amiss, followed closely behind and discreetly tugged at her daughter's sleeve, inquiring, "What is happening?" "Mother, it is nothing. Do not concern yourself," Yun Ruo whispered soothingly, recognizing Wang's strong disposition and fierce protectiveness, which had allowed her to raise Yun Ruo single-handedly. Having lived for many years, Wang was no fool. She would not blindly heed her daughter's words. Yet she refrained from intervening directly to avoid providing any leverage against them. Thus, she stood silently behind her daughter and son-in-law, ready to support them. Anyone who dared to harm her daughter would have to contend with her. "Look here. This is the wretched woman who deserves 1,000 cuts. Unable to seduce my husband, she now seeks to ruin him completely. Let us judge this. How can such maliciousness exist in the world?" Lu, seeing Yun Ruo emerge, began to hurl insults, pointing her finger and calling for the crowd as judgment, wholly embodying the role of the victim. The bystanders, unaware of the full story, naturally sided with Lu. Chapter 26. A farce. Upon hearing this, a smirk graced Yun Ruo's lips as her gaze drifted to the stretcher bearing Qiandebo. It seemed he was on the mend. The targeted Qiandebo felt a tightening sensation and pointed accusingly at Yun Ruo, turning to his brothers. "Is this vile woman who has caused my state? Brothers, you must avenge me." The Qian family, emboldened by their numbers, felt a sense of unwarranted confidence, especially since Xingyu was a lone outsider. One burly man stepped forward, seemingly their leader, and pointed at Xingyu, declaring, "Brothers, since his wife dared to harm Debo, let's retaliate against him. What say you?" His voice quickly elicited a response from the crowd, with onlookers' eyes gleaming with anticipation, eager for the unfolding drama. However, they overlooked the fact that Xingyu was no pushover. Just as one individual charged forward, he was met with a powerful punch before he could even close the distance to Xingyu, landing 3 meters away with a thud that scattered the crowd like a bombshell. To their surprise, Xingyu possessed considerable skill. Yet, how could one man withstand the might of many? It seemed he was destined to face some hardship. The murmurs of the spectators rose and fell, as another burly man summoned his comrades to join in. The arrogant Qiandebegu, on the stretcher, rallied them with fervor. "Beat him! Avenge my brothers! Strike him down!" Seeing others take on Xingyu, Lu's lips curled into a triumphant smile, her gaze fixated on the isolated Yun Ruo. She was determined to tear this little vixen apart. Meanwhile, Yin Ruo, momentarily lost in thought, failed to notice Lu lunging toward her. Just as Lu's claws aimed for her face, Wang intervened with a swift slap. "Dare to lay a finger on my daughter? You must first get past me." Wang pulled Yin Ruo protectively behind her, embodying the fierce spirit of a mother hen guarding her chick. A warm current flowed through Yin Ruo's heart, yet she frowned at Lu, both women united in their animosity. "What's this?" Frustrated after being caught stealing, Yin Ruo's words were laced with concern for her own reputation. If she revealed that Qian de Beagu had intended to assault her, others would inevitably recall her previous flirtations with him, potentially branding her as an immoral woman who entertained illicit affairs at home. As Yin Ruo's assertion hung in the air, a sudden silence enveloped the crowd, who began to formulate a new conclusion. Was it true that Qian de Beagu had come to her home to steal and was caught in the act, thus receiving a beating? Theft was no trivial accusation. "What did you say?" Lu was evidently taken aback by Yin Ruo's retort. If Qian de Beagu were truly apprehended as a thief, their family would be utterly ruined. Wang, initially bewildered, grasped the situation, realizing that the adversary had committed the initial offense. Her confidence surged, knowing her daughter was justified in her actions. "How shameless! You come to steal and get beaten for it, yet you have the audacity to demand an explanation? Your ancestors' coffins are about to burst open with shame." Yin Ruo couldn't suppress her laughter at Wang's sharp tongue, which was truly formidable. "Stop slandering us." Lu, now furious, writhed and lunged again. "I'll rip your mouths apart." Though Wang was smaller in stature, her agility was unmatched. In no time, she had seized Lu's hair and forced her to the ground, landing a slap across her face. "Let us see who tears whose mouth apart." A series of slaps echoed as Lu became utterly dazed, and even the burly men who had been entangled with Xing Yu paused, bewildered by the spectacle of the two women grappling with each other. Meanwhile, the audience had seen enough of the brawl, and many impatient spectators began to shout, "Hey, you all claim to be in the right. Who is telling the truth?" "Indeed, Lu, you only mentioned that someone assaulted your man, but why was he struck? Perhaps you should elucidate the matter for everyone." A remark from a bystander seemed to awaken others to the fact that Lu had been sidestepping the core issue from the very beginning, neglecting to mention the reason behind Qian Daba's beating. A few brothers from the Qian family began to grasp the situation, realizing they had been exploited by Qian Daba and his spouse. The burly man, who had initiated the altercation, cast a glance at Qian Daba, who was still feigning pain and groaning. "Pray tell, what is truly transpiring?" The sharp gaze of my elder brother, Lin, bore down on Qian Daba, causing him to break into a cold sweat. If he confessed to harboring desires for Yin Ruo, he would undoubtedly be met with scorn, and Lin's fists were not to be trifled with. Admitting to theft was a burden he could not bear either. In the midst of the oppressive silence, Yin Ruo stepped forward. "Since you are unwilling to speak, allow me to recount the events." She succinctly narrated the incident of Qian Daba barging into their home, albeit reframing the cause as theft. The crowd's gaze shifted to Qian Daba and his wife, laden with disdain and disgust. How could such shameless individuals exist in their village, becoming a stain upon the entire community? Initially, the boisterous men fell silent, feeling that Qian Daba had brought shame upon them all. With a huff, they turned and departed. At the opportune moment, Wang patted Lu's already swollen face. "If I were you, I would scurry home right now, tail between my legs." With that, Wang released her hold on Lu and addressed the gathering. "It is getting late. You all ought to return home to prepare dinner for your children. Kindly disperse." As the farce concluded, the crowd had no reason to linger and gradually began to leave, each returning to their respective homes. With no one to carry him, the stretcher beneath Qian Daba lost its purpose, and he had to rely on Lu for support as he shuffled homeward. Yin Ruo clapped her hands, a victorious smile gracing her face as she linked arms with Wang. "Let us return home for dinner." Chapter 27. Is Mother urging for a child? The commotion seemed not to have marred the spirits of their family. Life continued with its usual order. Following Yin Ruo's instructions, Xingyu was outside with Xiao Bao, tending to the freshly harvested yellow peaches, while Wang worked alongside Yin Ruo in the kitchen, preparing dinner. "I have yet to inquire. Where did you acquire your skill in making dried yellow peaches? Wang's gaze fixed on Yunruo, her curiosity evident, for she could not recall her daughter possessing such talent. Yunruo felt a jolt of apprehension. It appeared she could not escape her mother's scrutiny. I merely experimented on my own, she replied with a chuckle, her eyes darting, anxious that Wang might discern her deception. Discovered on your own? Wang echoed, disbelief coloring her tone. When did you become so clever? Mother, is it proper for you to speak of your daughter in such a manner? Wang sighed, a hint of disdain in her expression. Ever since you were a child, you followed in the footsteps of that foolish father of yours, clumsy and inept. If we were to discuss these old tales, I could speak for 3 days and nights without pause. Yunruo, relieved to have successfully diverted the topic, felt a sense of ease wash over her. However, Wang, realizing she had been led astray by Yunruo, was about to continue her inquiry when a tender voice from the courtyard interrupted. Mother, can we eat now? I'm so hungry. Almost ready. Yunruo replied as she added the diced pork belly into the pot, the sizzling sound quickly filling the kitchen. Hearing this, the little bun had already scampered in, his wide eyes fixated on the pot. Wow, it smells so good. You silly child, it's just gone into the pot. How could it smell good already? Wang chuckled as she affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. The little one tilted his head, earnestly declaring, everything mother makes is delicious. It all smells wonderful. Upon hearing this, Yunruo couldn't help but feel a swell of happiness. She promptly ushered the little bun outside to wash his hands in preparation for their meal. Just as his figure disappeared, Wang leaned closer, whispering, though the little bun is obedient and a good child, he is not your own flesh and blood. You must also think of yourself while you are still young. Consider having more children to secure your future. Yunruo was taken aback, her jaw nearly dropping. Mother, are you suggesting I should have more children? But she was not the true heroine, and how could she bear children? Even if she were, she and Xingyu had not shared a bed. The prospect of having children seemed utterly remote. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you silent? Wang, seeing Yunruo's prolonged silence, tugged at her sleeve in frustration. Mother, please don't concern yourself with this. We are still young, Yunruo replied, turning her face away as she continued to serve the dishes in bowls, carrying them out of the kitchen. In the courtyard, Xingyu had already processed a large pile of yellow peaches and was helping the little bun wash his hands by the well. Upon seeing Yunruo emerge, he quietly stated, everything is ready. Yunruo nodded in satisfaction. Yes, very good. Now let us hurry and eat. Stop staring at those fruits. Wang, carrying a bowl of rice from behind, called to her son-in-law to stop his work. Yunruo couldn't help but smirk to herself, thinking, indeed, a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law more favorably. It hasn't been long, and she has already forgotten about her own daughter. After the meal, darkness enveloped the sky. In an ordinary household, this would be the time to rest. However, with Wang visiting, how would the sleeping arrangements be made? If Wang were to discover that Yunruo and Xingyu had been sleeping in separate rooms, she would surely be furious. As Yunruo casually cooked the yellow peaches in the kitchen, she silently prayed for time to slow down, desperately hoping to devise a plan to evade Wang's reproach. However, reality often diverges from one's desires. As Yunruo casually tended to the fire in the stove, Wang Shi entered the room. I just lulled Xiao Bao to sleep. You two should tidy up and rest early, she remarked, undoubtedly informing Yunruo that she would share a room with Xingyu that evening. The thought filled Yunruo with profound resistance. Though she had come to understand Xingyu's character and bore no dislike toward him, they were merely a couple in name. The sudden notion of sharing a chamber was quite difficult for her to accept. She resolved to seek out Xingyu later, hoping he might assist in devising a solution. I am speaking to you, Wang Shi asserted, snatching the fire poker from Yunruo's hand and nudging her toward the door. Leave this to me. Go wash up and rest. Do not keep your son-in-law waiting too long. Mother, Yunruo said, her brow slightly furrowed, yet she dared not voice her true feelings. It is still early. I cannot sleep just yet. Allow me to keep you company. What is there for us to discuss? Wang Shi retorted. If you wish to converse, return to your room and speak with your husband. Just do not linger here. Wang Shi exhibited an impenetrable demeanor, her gaze flitting over Yunruo's face. Do not think I am oblivious. You do not wish to return to your room. Indeed, the wisdom of age proved formidable. rendering Yun Ruo's subtle ruse ineffective before the seasoned Wang Shi. Without waiting for an explanation, Wang Shi pressed further. Are you and your husband at odds? Today, I inquired of Xiao Bao, and he said that his father has been sleeping with him. Wang Shi tapped Yun Ruo's back with clenched teeth. What is the matter? You have only been married a few days, and you are already sleeping apart from your husband. What will people say? I too will be embarrassed by association. Oh dear. Mother, it is not as you imagine, Yun Ruo replied helplessly, unsure how to articulate the nature of her prior agreement with Xingyu. However, her hesitation only led Wang Shi to a different conclusion. Is it possible that your husband is incapable? The thought struck Wang Shi with astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her son-in-law had previously been a soldier, returning from battle with a share of scars. It was not uncommon for such individuals to bear residual effects. Yet Wang Shi had not anticipated that Xingyu suffered from impotence. No wonder the impoverished Xingyu had gone to such lengths to secure a substantial dowry to marry Yun Ruo. Wang Shi had initially thought his generosity was merely an attempt to win her favor and ensure she treated Xiao Bao well. Now, she realized there was a deeper story at play. Seeing this, Yun Ruo seized the opportunity to exploit Wang Shi's assumption, hoping to evade her predicament. She feigned a look of embarrassment, even exhibiting a hint of a wronged woman's expression. It is not that I intentionally withheld this from you. How could I possibly voice such a thing? The sight of her daughter in such sorrow tugged at Wang's heartstrings. Gently, she embraced Yunru, offering comfort. Alas, this matter is indeed my fault. Why did I not consider it more thoughtfully at the time? Mother, this is not your fault. I willingly accepted this situation, Yunru said, feigning tears, which only deepened Wang's feelings of guilt. My dear daughter, perhaps you should seek a divorce. I shall certainly find you a suitable match, Wang declared decisively, slapping her thigh, which startled Yunru immensely. Absolutely not. I still need to win over Xingyu, Yunru insisted, looking up at Wang with unwavering determination. The two women fell into a prolonged silence until Wang finally spoke softly. Since you have made your choice, I shall not force you. However, your husband's illness must be addressed. Yes, I understand, Yunru replied softly, thinking that Wang would likely refrain from pressuring her about having children now. But regardless, there is no reason for you two to sleep apart. Do you hear me? Wang's words turned Yunru into a wilting flower, her head drooping in disappointment. Chapter 29. What else could one think? Pushed from the kitchen by Wang, Yunru found Xingyu standing in the courtyard. He was no fool, with his mother-in-law present. He certainly could not share a room with Xiao Bao. After lulling Xiao Bao to sleep, he began to pace in the courtyard, awaiting Yunru's return. As Yunru glanced back at Wang, she was met with a fierce glare, compelling her to resign herself and head toward the room. Not forgetting to throw a casual remark at Xingyu, "Come on, it's time for bed." In response, Xingyu said nothing more, nodding a farewell to Wang before following Yunru into the room. This marked the first time since their marriage that he would share a bed with her. Fear not. We have an agreement. I shall not impose upon you. For the time being, I will sleep on the floor, Xingyu explained gruffly, recognizing her apparent reluctance to share space. After surveying the earthen floor, Yunru remained silent for a moment. Thankfully, the weather was warm and the ground was not damp. A man of his stature could surely manage a couple of nights on the floor without issue. Then allow me to assist you, she offered, rising from the bed to gather the coverlets she usually used and laying them out for Xingyu on the ground. With only a few blankets in the house, this arrangement meant that both would have to sleep fully clothed. In the midst of the awkward atmosphere, the two spent the night in silence, the air thick with stillness, and the sound of their breathing resonating in the dark. Yunru tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, while the incessant reminders of her circumstances echoed in her mind. If you invite him to your bed now, perhaps his fondness for you will increase by another degree. Be quiet, Yunru snapped in irritation. Startled awake, Xingyu quickly opened his eyes, his gaze settling on her silhouette in the darkness. Are you talking in your sleep? At this moment, Yunruo, belatedly realizing her surroundings, wished fervently for the sweet release of death. How could she have forgotten that there was another person in the room? All of this was due to that wretched, foul feline. She made an effort to lower her voice and complained to the mischievous cat. Am I the kind of person who would sell my body? Please refrain from suggesting such distasteful ideas in the future. The cat playfully stuck out its tongue and retorted, now you disregard my suggestions, but in the future, my advice will be worth a fortune. We shall see. Yin Ruo had no faith that this foolish cat would offer any constructive counsel. She turned over, her breathing gradually calming. Although she had made every effort to speak softly, in the stillness of the environment, her words remained distinctly audible. Moreover, for someone like Xingyu, who was trained in martial arts, every word she uttered landed squarely in his ears. Was this a dream, or was she truly conversing with someone? Xingyu furrowed his brow, his gaze towards Yin Ruo dimming slightly. Not long after dawn, Wang Shi rose to prepare breakfast, and Little Bao surprisingly followed suit, chirping incessantly like a small bird in the courtyard. Grandma, why haven't father and mother gotten up yet? He had already risen, so why were his parents still asleep? With this thought, Little Bao set off to call them from Yin Ruo's room. Hey, Wang Shi quickly scooped up Little Bao to prevent him from reaching the door. Your parents are tired. Let them sleep a little longer. Come help your grandma with the fire, all right? Although Wang Shi was aware of Xingyu's frail health, she believed that if he maintained a deeper bond with her daughter, he would be a reliable support for her in the future. Thus, Wang Shi naturally could not allow Little Bao to easily disturb their time alone together. Upon hearing that his parents were tired, Little Bao obediently nodded, indicating he would not disturb them, and allowed Wang Shi to lead him to the kitchen. Meanwhile, in the room, Yin Ruo unexpectedly slept until she naturally awoke. She opened her eyes and stretched luxuriously, feeling a wave of comfort. Suddenly, a figure loomed over her, startling her into retreating slightly. What are you still doing here? She exclaimed. Indeed, at this hour, Xingyu would usually be up, whether or not he ventured into the mountains. How could he still be in Yin Ruo's room? You haven't gotten up yet. If I were to leave first, what would your mother think? Xingyu remarked with a hint of mischief in his eyes as he regarded the startled little rabbit on the bed. What did she think? In her mother's eyes, he was already a man of diminished vigor. What more could she surmise? Of course, these thoughts were ones Yin Ruo dared not voice aloud. Chapter 30. Is it impossible to circle back? Mother, why don't you sleep a little longer? Why rise so early? Yin Ruo yawned as she approached Wang Shi, discovering that breakfast was already prepared. Even the yellow peaches cooked the night before were laid out to dry in the courtyard. Which daughter-in-law sleeps until the sun warms her backside before getting up? Wang Shi rolled her eyes at Yin Ruo, who was already bringing breakfast to the courtyard. The sun was not yet too hot, making breakfast outdoors quite pleasant. Having grown accustomed to Wang Shi's occasional quips, Yin Ruo playfully followed suit. If there's nothing to do, then why not sleep a little longer, right? As Yin Ruo spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Xingyu, silently urging him to contribute a few words. She had observed that the Wang family seemed rather pleased with their son-in-law, though it would be even better if they could overlook Xingyu's shortcomings. Responding to the unspoken signal, Xingyu graciously accepted the bowl and chopsticks from Madame Wang, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Mother, you needn't exert yourself too much. Whenever possible, take some rest. We shall handle these matters. Yin Ruo gave Xingyu an approving thumbs up, their harmonious exchange not only failing to provoke Madame Wang's ire, but rather eliciting a smile from her. As long as you both put in the effort to accomplish your tasks, I shall be amenable to anything, she replied. However, the once self-satisfied Yin Ruo felt an uncomfortable shift upon hearing those words, wishing she could swiftly cover Madame Wang's mouth. Leaning in closer, she whispered, Mother, why bring this up again? Have I not already told you? Humph. Most ailments in this world can be cured. We should take your son-in-law to the county to see a physician, Madame Wang declared. Mother, keep your voice down. Yin Ruo, aware of Xingyu's gaze, managed an awkward smile before continuing in a hushed tone. He is, after all, a grown man, discussing such matters openly. How can one maintain dignity? Upon hearing this, Madame Wang instinctively glanced at Xingyu, recognizing her daughter's point. I understand. I shall be discreet. Yin Ruo, with a hint of frustration, stomped her foot twice, uncertain whether fabricating this lie was wise. What physician are you referring to? At the dining table, as Yin Ruo sat next to Xingyu, his unexpected comment left her momentarily flustered. She could hardly say Because you are impotent, we must take you to see a doctor. Xing Yu's gaze lingered on Yun Ruo's face, causing her discomfort, and she felt an overwhelming desire to flee. Heaven help me. Now you comprehend the folly of deceit. Do you not? It has always been said that one lie necessitates 1,000 more to cover it. Do be more prudent. The mischievous voice of the plot cat echoed in Yun Ruo's ears, her teeth clenched in frustration. You're a latecomer. Her irritation towards the plot cat was justified. It had failed to offer a timely warning, only to appear now, feigning concern when trouble arose. Madame Wang was preoccupied, guiding Little Bao in eating, oblivious to the unfolding situation, while Xing Yu listened intently. Who are you calling a latecomer? Huh? I didn't say anything. Yun Ruo forced a wide smile, tilting her head towards Xing Yu as if to convey, I am innocent. Do not wrongfully accuse me. With a sigh, Xing Yu turned his face away, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He would eventually uncover the truth. Seeing this, Yun Ruo's expression fell completely, and she exhaled heavily. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and eat. Madame Wang chided, casting a displeased glance at Yun Ruo while still offering her some dishes. Are you venturing into the mountains today? Yun Ruo inquired. Glancing at the bow and arrows in the corner, her curiosity piqued. Yes, I shall check the traps later to see if there is anything caught, Xing Yu replied. His tone remained neutral, yet he understood that Yun Ruo's inquiry indicated her desire to explore the mountains again. He found it perplexing that this young woman was so drawn to the outdoors day after day, gazing at the towering mountain all day. Yun Ruo felt an insatiable itch within her heart. She could hardly believe that only 2 yellow peach trees graced its slopes. Surely, there were treasures awaiting her discovery within. With the Wang family assisting and caring for Little Bao, they were free to pursue their endeavors without worry. A mischievous grin spread across Yun Ruo's face as she flashed a row of pearly white teeth, arching an eyebrow at Xing Yu. You understand my meaning, don't you? Yun Ruo's antics were undeniably amusing, prompting Xing Yu to stifle a laugh and simply nod before turning away. What are you two planning? Surely, there are no peaches left to pick. Wang, perplexed by the couple's unconventional way of life, noted that while the man was a skilled hunter frequently venturing into the mountains, it was peculiar for a young woman like Yun Ruo to share the same inclination. Did she believe the mountains held gold? Mama, I want to go too, exclaimed Little Bao, who had been busily digging in the mud by the door. Upon hearing the adult's conversation, he scampered over, arms outstretched, ready to leap into Yun Ruo's embrace. With a smile, she gently pulled him back, explaining that he could not accompany her into the mountains, as she had other tasks for him. Yun Ruo intended to seek treasures in the mountains, and bringing Little Bao along would mean he could only explore the periphery. She hastily concocted an excuse to keep him at home. Hearing that he could assist his mother, Little Bao immediately straightened, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. What does Mama need me to do? Little Bao will go with Grandma to find food for the chicks and bunnies, or else they will go hungry, she replied. Okay, I understand. I promise to complete the task, he declared with utmost seriousness, eliciting laughter from the adults. Wang found his earnest demeanor increasingly endearing. With everything arranged, Wang stayed home with Little Bao while Yun Ruo followed Xing Yu into the woods. Stay close and don't wander too far, Xing Yu instructed before disappearing into the dense thicket to check on the hunting traps he had previously set, deeming it unsafe for Yun Ruo to accompany him. Understood, she replied, simply appreciating the newfound freedom to explore. Perhaps she would stumble upon an unexpected discovery. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Yun Ruo tripped over something and fell forward, landing face first into the dirt. Grumbling, she rose and brushed off the dust. What on earth? She muttered, bending down to investigate the fallen leaves. She uncovered a tree root, as thick as her wrist, and felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Indeed, one could not expect a pie to fall from the sky. She had imagined uncovering something akin to an Aladdin's lamp, only to find a mere tree root. The disparity between her dreams and reality was disheartening. Do you think Aladdin's lamp is found just anywhere? With your lack of discernment, even if a treasure were placed before you, you might not recognize it. A voice, tinged with sarcasm, interrupted her thoughts. This is He Shou Wu. It seems to be about 100 years old and possesses significant medicinal value. It could fetch a decent price, the voice continued. Really? Yin Ruo exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she regarded the root, envisioning riches before her. Her greedy expression prompted another round of teasing from the voice. You're quite obsessed with money, aren't you? Yin Ruo waved her hand dismissively, seemingly wishing to shoo away the incessant narrative cat. One who feasts daily cannot fathom the hunger of the impoverished. You indulge in lavish delights while remaining oblivious to my plight. Before she could utter another word, Yin Ruo crouched down to commence her excavation of the Chinese knotweed. Once her initial panic subsided, curiosity took hold of her. What has prompted your sudden kindness? You even reminded me that this is a valuable find. Weren't you solely focused on my affinity levels before? Do you think this cat wishes to be a mere bystander? It is only because progress has been so slow that I am compelled to intervene. If it were left to you alone, we would likely be waiting until the next lunar year, the narrative cat retorted. Had you realized this sooner, we might have departed long ago. Chapter 32. Stepping into the tiger's den, Yin Ruo chuckled softly, noticing the narrative cat's reluctance to engage. Hey, don't just stand there. Help me scout the area for any other valuable treasures. With sleeves rolled up, Yin Ruo diligently dug for the Chinese knotweed, all the while directing the narrative cat, her free encyclopedia and detector. Understood, the narrative cat replied impatiently, yet it obediently floated nearby to assist her. After all, aiding Yin Ruo was tantamount to aiding itself. Prior to their arrival in this world, the system had bonded the narrative cat and Yin Ruo together. The cat was, in essence, Yin Ruo's personal assistant. However, the feline was notoriously lazy, preferring to be a passive observer. Now, seeing that progress was stagnant, it had no choice but to take action. There's more over here, the narrative cat called softly, prompting Yin Ruo to hastily grab her basket and rush over. Here, she exclaimed, quickly wielding her shovel. Here. All right, setting aside the unfinished hole, I'll swiftly move to the next target. Over here. The narrative cat's voice echoed through the forest in a series of calls, as Yin Ruo, drenched in sweat, struggled to keep pace. Could you please slow down? I can barely keep up. How foolish, the narrative cat muttered under its breath. Fine, you dig for a bit. I'm tired and need a rest. Before the words had fully escaped its mouth, the cat vanished with a swift motion back to its own realm, leaving the vast woods filled only with the sounds of insects and birds, and the solitary noise of Yin Ruo's labor, creating an eerie stillness. After what felt like an eternity, Yin Ruo finally unearthed the last piece of Chinese knotweed. She wiped the sweat from her brow, but upon glancing up, she was nearly struck with terror. Approximately 10 meters away, a spotted tiger was intently watching her, a nearly lifeless spotted deer clamped in its jaws. Unbeknownst to her, the tiger had been observing for quite some time. Yin Ruo had been so engrossed in her digging that she failed to notice its presence. Overcome by fear, she collapsed onto the ground, her body going limp. She leaned back on her hands, desperately arching her upper body away from the threat, her pale lips quivering. Narrative cat, save me, she whispered frantically, mindful not to startle the tiger into a deadly charge. Yet, despite her repeated, hushed calls, there was no sign of a response from the narrative cat. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled, and the tiger released its grip on the deer. Fixing its gaze on the trembling Yin Ruo, emitting a low, menacing growl. Narrative cat, have you perished? In critical moments, one often finds themselves absent. Tears unbidden cascaded down her cheeks, as Yin Ruo silently cursed the unfolding narrative 1,000 times. Suddenly, the visage of Xing Yu surfaced in her mind, and she could not help but internally plead, Please, return swiftly. If you delay any longer, your child will be left motherless. The tiger, unrelenting, shifted its position, seemingly in search of a more advantageous angle, then lowered its body, preparing to pounce. Xing Yu, in a state of sheer terror, Yin Ruo disregarded the risk of startling the beast and unleashed a primal scream. Fortune smiled upon her as an arrow, inexplicably fired from the shadows, struck the tiger's right eye, provoking a furious roar that reverberated through the forest, sending the birds scattering in fright. In the next heartbeat, a figure darted past the tiger, lifting Yin Ruo with a swift motion. Xingyu, stay here and do not move. He placed her securely in the branches of a nearby tree before he engaged in a fierce struggle with the now enraged tiger. Watching from her perch, Yin Ruo's heart raced. The creature was a fully grown tiger, formidable in size and driven almost to madness, presenting a terrifying spectacle. Be careful, she cried out as the tiger leaped towards Xingyu. Fortunately, he seemed to possess an uncanny ability to anticipate the tiger's intentions, deftly evading its attacks. After a tense standoff lasting approximately 15 minutes, the tiger finally collapsed at Xingyu's feet. Chapter 33. Rejuvenation? Are you alright? Yin Ruo slid down from the tree and hurried to Xingyu's side. She had observed clearly that the tiger's claws had torn through his clothing, undoubtedly inflicting injuries. I'm fine, Xingyu replied, though the flicker in his gaze suggested otherwise. You say you're fine, yet your clothes are shredded and bloodied. Yes, Yu, I am truly unharmed. With a sudden leap, Xingyu ascended the tree, brandishing a dagger that he swung with precision, severing branches as thick as a man's arm that fell to the ground. What are you planning to do? Yin Ruo shifted her body slightly to evade the falling branches, perplexed by Xingyu's actions. After contemplating for a moment, he added, let us drag the tiger back. Yin Ruo nodded in understanding, saying, I will assist you. Please place the wild chicken you left over there into the backpack. I shall handle the rest. Xingyu moved with remarkable speed, and by the time Yin Ruo had gathered the scattered wild chickens from the grass, he had already fashioned a makeshift stretcher. Effortlessly, he hoisted the several hundred pounds of tiger onto it. Just as he bent down to drag the stretcher, Yin Ruo grasped his arm, pointing out, there is also a spotted deer over there. Following the direction of her finger, Xingyu strode over and dragged the 100-pound deer from the underbrush, tossing it onto the stretcher. Let us go. Yin Ruo replied, hastily trailing behind him with the backpack. She noticed that the alertness on Xingyu's face had not diminished. After pondering for a while, she realized that their recent skirmish had undoubtedly disturbed the beasts of the deep forest. Once the scent of blood permeated the air, danger would surely follow. Thus they could not linger here. Yin Ruo quickened her petite steps, as if sensing that predatory creatures were already pursuing her from behind. Upon turning into the narrow path leading to their home, they spotted Xiao Bao peering out at the doorway. Mother, father. The little bun scampered over and leaped into Yin Ruo's embrace. However, when he caught sight of the tiger, his face turned ashen, and he nestled deeper into her arms, too frightened to emerge. Do not be afraid, Xiao Bao, Yin Ruo reassured, crouching down to comfort him. Father has slain the great tiger. It can no longer harm anyone. Xiao Bao glanced at the tiger's closed eyes and then at his father, ultimately choosing to trust Yin Ruo's words. Grandmother has prepared a delicious meal, and I was waiting for you and father. Really? Then we should hurry back. You both go ahead. As the mother and son linked hands and took a few steps, they noticed that Xingyu had halted in his tracks. Why? Yin Ruo asked, bewildered by the man before her. Now, at the doorstep, why would he not return home? While it is still early, I shall take these to the county to sell. If I carry them back, it won't be long before word spreads, and I detest gossip. But after all this commotion, aren't you hungry? At least we should eat first. In truth, Yin Ruo was somewhat concerned about Xingyu's injuries and thought it prudent to check his wounds immediately, as they were likely to inflame in the heat of the day. Oh dear, what are you doing standing here? Just then, Wang Shi emerged, searching for Xiao Bao. To Yin Ruo's astonishment, Wang Shi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the spotted deer on the stretcher. Mother, aren't you afraid? Wang Shi's reaction was utterly unexpected. One would typically be alarmed by a beast such as a tiger, yet she seemed unfazed and rather enchanted by the deer. What is there to fear? A dead tiger poses no threat. Wang gestured to Xingyu, saying, son-in-law, this sick deer is an excellent tonic for you. Be sure to reserve a bit. Her words left Xingyu somewhat perplexed, as he had always enjoyed robust health. He cast a curious glance at Yin Ruo, who shrugged in response, indicating her own ignorance. In Chapter 34, the nourishing blood of the deer, under Wang's insistence, Xingyu reluctantly dragged the items home, planning to head to the county town after their meal. Mother, why are you holding a bowl without eating? Yin Ruo, having just washed her hands, noticed Wang squatting beside the deer, one hand clutching a small bowl and the other wielding a knife, her face a mask of distress. Upon Yun Ruo's arrival, Wang immediately thrust the bowl into her hands. "Hold this. When I cut its throat, make sure to catch the deer blood." "What do you need the deer blood for?" Yun Ruo asked with a bewildered expression, questioning the necessity of such an elaborate endeavor. "Mother, what are you planning?" "Let me help," she offered. Xingyu, freshly changed into a new outfit and emerging from his room, caught sight of the two women exchanging confused glances. Wang chuckled lightly. "No need for that. Just relax and focus on regaining your strength. Go eat." Xingyu's brow furrowed again, sensing something odd about his mother-in-law's recent behavior. She had been uttering nonsensical remarks that left him utterly baffled. Yet, he refrained from pressing further, nodding before heading to the dining table, where Xiao Bao was already covered in grains of rice. As he walked away, Wang turned to Yin Ruo with a playful reproach. "Child, why so many questions? Just do as I say. But you must explain why." Yin Ruo persisted, unable to shake off the discomfort of being left in the dark. Cornered by Yin Ruo's inquiries, Wang cautiously glanced at Xingyu to ensure he was not paying attention. Lowering her voice, she began to explain, "I have heard that both deer blood and deer antlers are incredibly nourishing for men." Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo's expression turned to one of disbelief. It seemed Wang had firmly embarked on the path of nourishing her son-in-law. Not wishing to elaborate further, Wang swiftly cut open the sick deer's neck, and warm blood began to flow. "You keep collecting it. I will fetch a basin." "Mother," Yin Ruo wanted to protest, but Wang had already dashed into the kitchen, leaving her to sigh and dutifully hold the small bowl to catch the blood. After a flurry of activity, they filled a basin with deer blood. Satisfied, Wang finally allowed Yin Ruo to eat, while she herself beamed as she carried the basin into the kitchen. "What is this? Why is it all chives today?" Yin Ruo grumbled, irritated as she surveyed the chive-laden feast before her. Wang, hearing her complaint, poked her head out from the kitchen and explained, "These chives were freshly harvested from a villager's field after you left. They're quite fresh. Your son-in-law should eat more." Xingyu nodded appreciatively, perceiving it as Wang's goodwill, while Yin Ruo remained somewhat glum. "Mother, do you still see me, your daughter?" "Humph, my daughter is quite troublesome. Perhaps it would be better not to have her at all." With this remark, Wang's words left Yin Ruo momentarily speechless, while Xingyu struggled to contain his amusement, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Do eat," he urged, handing her a meat pie. As she took a bite, an epiphany struck Yin Ruo. Indeed, modern street vendors offering breakfast items such as rolled pancakes, hand-grab pancakes, fragrant pancakes, and egg-filled pancakes are immensely popular. Why not set up a stall to sell breakfast pancakes herself? With this thought in mind, Yin Ruo found the chive pie in her hand irresistibly endearing and could not help but take a hearty bite, chewing with a smile. Xingyu witnessed her swift change of heart, shaking his head in resignation as he quickly finished his meal and rose from the table. "Hey, where are you going?" she inquired. "To the county town," he replied. Yin Ruo hastily set down her half-eaten pie. "I'm going too." Earlier, she had taken a glance at the dried peaches. The first batch was ready, and today would be a good opportunity to test the waters in the county town. "Finish this first, then we can go," Wang said, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of dark, unappetizing contents, the pungent odor assaulting Yin Ruo's senses, causing her to gag slightly. "Mother, what on earth is this? It smells terrible." "It's not for you," Wang retorted, rolling her eyes at Yin Ruo, then cheerfully offering the bowl to Xingyu, urging him to drink quickly. "Son-in-law, hurry. Drink it while it's warm." The odor was indeed off-putting, and Xingyu hesitated. "Oh, would your mother-in-law harm you?" "Just drink it," Wang insisted, nudging the bowl forward, leaving him little choice but to accept it. He held his breath and gulped down the concoction that Wang had specially prepared for him. Deer blood. Chapter 35. This pot. "I will not bear returning the small bowl to Wang." Xingyu turned to the tiger. He first dragged the tiger down from the stretcher, thoroughly inspecting it to ensure it would not collapse before lifting the tiger back onto it. Meanwhile, Wang, satisfied, returned to the kitchen, soon emerging with a knife. "Mother, what are you planning to do?" Yin Ruo quickly interjected, sensing her intentions. "I already mentioned that the deer whip is also a valuable item," Wang replied. Yin Ruo could only facepalm in exasperation, momentarily speechless. But we are counting on those items for money. Which is more important, money or your son-in-law's health? Why can't you see the bigger picture? Wang brandished the kitchen knife in her hand, causing Yin Ruo to instinctively lean back in alarm. Mother, please be careful. Reclaiming her composure, Wang shot Yin Ruo a warning glare before turning her attention to the sick deer. Son-in-law, you go tend to other matters for now. Come back later to move it, she said, cheerfully intercepting Xingyu, who was about to drag the sick deer. He, unsuspecting, nodded and went to check on the few wild chickens he had brought back earlier. Seeing Wang actually use a knife to cut the sick deer made Yin Ruo's face scrunch in dismay. She feared she would never again be able to eat dishes prepared with such a knife. The thought left her psychologically scarred. Once the task was accomplished, Wang proudly weighed the piece of meat in her hand. All right, you all go ahead and come back early. Oh, and if you happen upon any pork kidneys, be sure to bring back a couple. Just before departing, Wang specifically instructed Yin Ruo to return with goods, to which the latter disdainfully considered shaking her head, but was met with another sharp glare from Wang. Fine, understood. Xingyu, tall and robust, possessed considerable strength. He effortlessly dragged both the tiger and the sick deer, moving swiftly, while Yin Ruo followed behind quietly with her basket. Observing Xingyu's silhouette, she couldn't help but speak up. What about your injuries? At her words, Xingyu paused momentarily. It's nothing, just superficial wounds. You said the same last time, yet the injuries were quite numerous. You must be dealing with both old and new wounds now. Who knows how much blood you've lost? Initially, Yin Ruo intended to tend to Xingyu's injuries before heading out, but he insisted that he was fine. Yin Ruo rambled on, clearly oblivious to her own verbosity, while Xingyu found her words particularly comforting. He remained silent, secretly smiling in a place where she couldn't see. Hint, Xingyu's affection for you has reached 60. Wow, what happened? I took a nap, and my affection rating increased so much. The narrative cat, having slept well and eaten heartily, was now animatedly expressing its thoughts. But to Yin Ruo's ears, it was infuriating. What are you doing out again? You always falter at crucial moments. What use are you? Hey, if you speak to me like that, I won't be pleased. The narrative cat was entirely unaware of the events that transpired during its slumber, thus engaging in complaints with unwarranted confidence. Where were you when I was nearly devoured by a tiger? When did that happen? By the end of the exchange, the narrative cat seemed to lack conviction, as if it felt it had missed out on a fortune during its nap. Never mind, discussing this now is futile. Yin Ruo shook her head, unwilling to continue the infuriating topic with the narrative cat. As she focused ahead, she did not notice that the person in front had halted, and her forehead collided with Xingyu's solid back, instantly turning red. What is the matter? Why aren't we moving? Yin Ruo winced, clutching her forehead, and looked up in confusion at Xingyu, who had turned around. Were you just speaking to me? If he had not misheard, it seemed Yin Ruo had been reproaching him, asking, where were you when I was nearly devoured by a tiger? No, not at all, Yin Ruoxin replied, waving her hand in denial, secretly chastising herself for being so careless as to let Xingyu overhear her conversing with the plot cat. She resolved to ensure that the plot cat had a setting for communication through thought in the future, deeming it the safest option. Ahem, in truth, you have always been able to communicate with me mentally, but it seems you prefer to speak aloud. The plot cat shrugged, implying, this blame is not mine. Chapter 36. Escape is impossible upon hearing this. Yin Ruoxin felt as though she had been played for a fool by the plot cat, her expression reflecting a myriad of emotions as she muttered curses under her breath. You wretched cat, just wait until I return. She mentally noted the misdeeds of the plot cat, vowing to settle the score once everything here was concluded. Ritkid cut, Xingyu's voice, laced with a hint of frost, interrupted her thoughts, pulling her back to reality. Regretfully, she pressed her forehead in despair, taking a moment to compose herself. I was cursing that detestable tiger for wanting to eat me, without considering its own weight. Is that so? Xingyu lifted the stretcher and continued on their journey. I recall that you seemed quite pale with fright. Yin Ruoxin found herself at a loss for words, struck silent by his teasing. Meanwhile, Xingyu's mood brightened, a smile lingering on his lips. Noticing that he seemed unconcerned about the earlier exchange, Yin Ruoxin let out a sigh of relief and called out to the plot cat once more. I plan to sell dried peaches. Do you think it will sell? Candied fruits exist in this era, but they are primarily treats for the affluent. In such a remote area, the market may not be promising. The plot cat stroked its chin, shaking its head as it answered her question, adopting a scholarly demeanor. Stop pretending to be a wise fool and just answer my question honestly, Yin Ruoxin said, her face displaying clear disdain. Wishing she could give the plot cat a good whack on the head. The plot cat rolled its eyes and adopted a serious expression. All right, what do you wish to know? Obviously, how can I sell dried peaches at a high price in this place? Don't you know the owner of a tavern? Sell them to him. Does a reputable tavern really need such dried fruits? Yin Ruoxin shook her head, dismissing the plot cat's suggestion. Even if Luo Feng were willing to buy her dried peaches, he would hardly be foolish enough to pay a premium price. She lamented her lack of prior market research, worrying that all her hard work in producing dried peaches would amount to nothing if they failed to sell well. If this route is unfeasible, will you not consider an alternative? The plot cat was clearly exasperated by Yin Ruoxin's stubbornness. Why must you insist on making dried peaches your primary product? Wouldn't it be better to let them serve as a mere accessory? Upon hearing this, Yin Ruoxin clapped her thigh in realization. Of course. How could I not have thought of that? You're quite foolish. Get lost. With a newfound idea in mind, Yin Ruoxin naturally set the plot cat aside, humming a little tune as she caught up with Xingyu, her heart brimming with endless possibilities. Xingyu's lips twitched. He increasingly suspected that this woman was losing her mind, given the volatility of her emotions. Why are you looking at me like that? Yin Ruo plucked a stalk of dogtail grass from the roadside and held it in her mouth. Suddenly, she felt Xingyu's peculiar gaze upon her, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Are you truly Yin Ruo? His words struck her like a bolt, causing her smile to gradually fade, and her mind churned with confusion. What does he mean by that? Does he suspect me? But I have done nothing wrong. Where could I have slipped up? The tension on her face only heightened Xingyu's suspicions, his voice growing colder. Are you feeling anxious? What nonsense are you talking about? If I'm not Yin Ruo, then who else could I be? Am I to believe that someone could have replaced me right under your nose? Uncomfortable under his unwavering gaze, Yin Ruo forced a laugh and turned her face away, instinctively quickening her pace, a desire to flee creeping in. Xingu observed the flustered silhouette of Yin Ruo with a knowing look, seemingly reinforcing his suspicions, his eyes narrowing slightly. No matter who you are, now that you've arrived, you shall not escape. Chapter 37. The lion's demands before entering the city to avoid unnecessary alarm. The two first sought some grass to conceal their prey before heading directly to Tianxiang Tower. At last, you two have arrived. The shopkeeper has been eagerly awaiting your return. Upon seeing Yin Ruo and Xingu, the attendant hurriedly ushered them inside, appearing even more enthusiastic than before. Before long, Manager Li approached them with a beaming smile. Brother Xing, you have finally made it. What fine treasures have you brought this time? Everything is right here, Xingu replied, seemingly unmoved by Manager Li's exuberance, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor as he gestured toward the nearby stretcher, signaling for him to unveil the grass covering. Understanding the cue, Manager Li signaled to a young attendant, who swiftly pulled away the grass. Upon revealing the contents beneath, the young attendant stumbled back in shock, and even Manager Li displayed a look of astonishment. Brother Xing, I fear I am not authorized to make decisions regarding this. Please wait a moment while I summon our young master, Manager Li stated, instructing the attendant to offer proper hospitality to Xingu and his companion as he hastily ascended to a room on the second floor. After the passage of a tea's brewing time, Manager Li emerged from the room, accompanied by a young man of around 20, dressed in white, fanning himself with a folding fan, exuding an air of charm. Young master, this is the lady who prepared the sugar pastries for you last time. And this is her husband, Xingu. Manager Li respectfully introduced Yin Ruo and her partner to the young man, who nodded in acknowledgement. This is our Tianxiang Tower's young master, Master Luo Feng. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo inclined her head slightly in greeting. While Xingu cast a casual glance at Luo Feng, his expression inscrutable. Luo Feng looked at INGU in disbelief. His eyes clearly reflecting a mix of surprise, delight, and some emotions that Yun Ruo could not decipher. Do you two know each other? Yun Ruo gently nudged Xingyu's arm and inquired. However, Xingyu turned his face away, feigning ignorance. Observing this, Luo Feng offered an awkward smile, insisting he did not recognize him. Subsequently, he signaled to the shopkeeper Li, who then shifted the conversation to the day's catch. Behold, this is the prey they just delivered. This tiger weighs at least 700 or 800 pounds, and as for this sika deer, despite some damage, it is indeed a treasure in its entirety. After scrutinizing the two pieces of game, Luo Feng closed his folding fan and lightly tapped it in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. I wonder how you two intend to sell them. Unable to contain herself, as Xingyu remained silent, Yun Ruo spoke up. Master Luo, you clearly have an eye for value. This tiger is of substantial build, aside from its fur. The medicinal worth of the tiger bones and the tiger whip alone is considerable. Moreover, regarding this sika deer, it must yield at least 100 pounds of meat, not to mention the antlers, tail, and sinews, all valuable in their own right. Surely, you have an inkling of their worth. Ah, this young lady indeed possesses discerning taste, Luo Feng remarked with a smile, casting a teasing glance at the still silent Xingyu. However, it appears the deer has been bled, and the deer whip seems to be missing. Might it be that you have kept it for personal use? Yin Ruo felt a bit embarrassed, touching her nose as she pondered why Luo Feng was being so blunt. 1,000 taels, Xingyu stated calmly, yet his words commanded attention. This revelation astonished Yun Ruo, who had initially thought they could sell it for 100 or 200 taels. She was taken aback that Xingyu had made such a bold demand. The sudden silence in the air was palpable as Li, the shopkeeper, and several surrounding attendants gaped, alternating their gazes between Xingyu and their young boss. 1,000 taels was no trifling sum in this small county. Chapter 38. She is an accident. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yun Ruo discreetly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Isn't 1,000 taels a bit excessive? Before Xingyu could respond, Luo Feng burst into hearty laughter and readily agreed. Very well, 1,000 taels it is. Young master. Li, the shopkeeper, was evidently taken aback by Luo Feng's willing acceptance of Xingyu's audacious demand. What are you still standing there for? Quickly fetch the silver. Luo Feng disregarded Li's confusion, insisting he hastened to retrieve the money. Yin Ruo looked at Luo Feng as though he were a fool, blinking in disbelief, wondering if his father would be infuriated upon learning of his extravagant spending. In truth, those in the know could discern that Xingyu's demand of 1,000 taels was still a bargain for Luo Feng. Once he processed these items properly and transported them to the capital, the profits would undoubtedly double. Thus, 1,000 taels of silver was acquired with such ease. And Yin Ruo was elated, giving Xingyu a thumbs up. Remarkable. In response, Xingyu raised the corners of his lips, arching an eyebrow in good spirits, which left Luo Feng utterly astounded. The ice-cold visage he usually bore had transformed, revealing a more expressive side. This young lady is rather intriguing. I wonder, aside from making sugar pastries, what other talents does she possess? In the midst of pondering how to market her dried peaches, Yin Ruo was pleasantly surprised when the other party spoke first. She quickly responded, I have many skills. Today, I brought something with me. I wonder if young Master Luo would be interested? Indeed, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Luo Feng's eyes as he gazed at Yin Ruo with increasing intensity. However, Xingyu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yin Ruo, his warning gaze compelling Luo Feng to avert his eyes. Embarrassed, Luo Feng scratched the back of his head. Yin Ruo, with a hint of pride, retrieved a small cloth bag of dried peaches from her backpack and offered him a handful. Would you care to taste? Luo Feng picked up a piece and savored it slowly. It is indeed delicious, but there are many other candied fruits that surpass this. Why should I purchase yours? Yin Ruo had anticipated this response and merely chuckled dismissively. These dried peaches are not the main attraction. What I intend to sell is the recipe for peach cookies. Peach cookies? That is a name I have never encountered, Luo Feng admitted, displaying a flicker of curiosity. At that moment, Manager Li approached with a sum of silver. Here are 900 taels in banknotes and 100 taels in coins. Please verify. Xingyu took the money, slipping it directly into his pocket without hesitation. Manager Li remained respectfully silent, standing behind Luo Feng, awaiting further instructions. Luo Feng leaned closer to Yun Ruo and inquired, "Can you prepare these peach cookies right now?" Yun Ruo glanced at the sky and replied, "I can, but it will take some time." "No matter. I can wait a little longer," he assured her, instructing Manager Li to escort Yun Ruo to the kitchen. Once Yun Ruo had departed, Luo Feng's gaze shifted to Xingyu, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "No wonder you willingly abandoned everything to come to this humble place and still hesitate to leave. It appears you are accompanied by such a remarkable person." "She is merely an unexpected occurrence," Xingyu murmured, his eyes following Yun Ruo's retreating figure. He had not anticipated encountering Luo Feng today. He believed he had escaped his past and could live in solitude within the mountains. Sighing, Luo Feng lamented, "How long do you intend to run away? If I had not crossed paths with you today, would you plan to avoid us for a lifetime? And what of it?" The depths of Xingyu's eyes swirled with resentment, but he quickly forced himself to regain composure. "Do not disclose today's events to anyone, and do not reveal our acquaintance to anyone either." Chapter 39. Calculations as before. Yun Ruo instructed Manager Li to escort everyone else out before rolling up her sleeves to begin kneading the dough. During the downtime, while the dough rested, she turned to search for a smaller frying pan, intending to heat it first. However, after a prolonged search, she found no suitable frying pan. The kitchen of the tavern typically prepared meals for several people at once, and thus the tools were all of large size. For Yun Ruo, managing the heat on a wood-fired stove was already a challenge. Using a large pot would result in uneven temperatures, leading to unsatisfactory cookies. Reluctantly, she opened the door to seek assistance from Manager Li. As soon as the kitchen door swung open, a throng of people surged forward. Several chefs who had previously tasted Yun Ruo's sweet pastries, eager to witness her culinary skills once more. "What are you all doing?" A throng of individuals suddenly surged forward, eliciting a moment of tension in anyone present. Yun Ruo instinctively crossed her arms protectively over her chest, her gaze alert as she scrutinized the crowd. Manager Li urged everyone to remain calm before smilingly explaining to Yun Ruo, "Do not be afraid, my dear. They merely wish to observe your culinary skills." As she gestured for patience, Yun Ruo asked, "Do you have a smaller frying pan?" She emphasized her request with a hand gesture indicating size. Manager Li, though he oversaw the entirety of Tianxiang Tower, was not well versed in the matters of the kitchen. At that moment, a chef called out, "Yes, it's in the pile of miscellaneous items in the southern corner. Do you require assistance, my lady?" "No need," Yun Ruo replied, nodding her thanks before closing the kitchen door, isolating them from the onlookers once more. She carefully washed the pan, ignited the fire, preheated it, and then turned to shape the rested dough into biscuit forms, placing each one into the warmed frying pan. She cooked them over low heat until they turned golden brown before removing them and arranging them on a plate. Once the biscuits had cooled sufficiently, Yun Ruo tasted one to ensure its quality before emerging from the kitchen with a platter. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and Xingyu had been awaiting her outside for quite some time. With Luo Feng present, the tavern staff dared not act recklessly, merely watching with eager eyes, swallowing their saliva in anticipation. "Young Master Luo, would you care to try?" Yun Ruo offered with sincere hospitality, presenting the plate to him. He picked up a biscuit, scrutinized it carefully before placing it in his mouth. A crisp sound resonated as he bit down, and the sweet, fragrant flavor gradually unfolded on his palate. "Delicious," he remarked, "crispy and delectable, sweet yet not cloying." Upon hearing this, Yun Ruo felt her heart lighten. It seemed that today's venture would indeed be successful. Xingyu, standing nearby, regarded Luo Feng with a hint of disdain. After all, this fellow had seen the world, so was such exaggerated praise truly necessary? The crowd could no longer suppress their eagerness and began reaching for the biscuits. Yun Ruo grabbed a handful and thrust the plate into Luo Feng's hands before squeezing her way through the throng. "For you, try it," she urged, popping a piece in her own mouth while offering the remaining 3 or 4 pieces to Xingyu. Initially, he maintained his aloof demeanor, arms crossed defiantly, unwilling to accept her offering. As Yun Ruo held out the biscuit, Fatigue soon set in, prompting her to personally place a piece into Xingyu's mouth. Are you still not confident in my culinary skills? Tasting it one tea cost you a thing. Reluctantly, Xingyu consumed the biscuit, its sweetness lingering on his palate. Well, is it good? Yin Ruo watched intently as he finished the biscuit, her heart secretly yearning for his praise. Perhaps feeling the weight of her gaze for too long, Xingyu turned his face away, a fleeting blush gracing his cheeks. It's good, very good, simply exquisite. How did you make this? Luo Feng snatched the last biscuit from the hands of the crowd, shoving it into his mouth as he darted towards Yin Ruo. She, brimming with pride, crossed her arms, refusing to divulge any secrets. Luo Feng pouted, waving his hand dismissively. Just tell me, how much is this recipe worth? Yin Ruo glanced at Xingyu and playfully resumed her banter. My dear husband, what do you think? This time, Xingyu was acutely aware of his intentions, a glimmer of calculation flickering in his eyes, causing Luo Feng to shudder in trepidation, genuinely fearing that his family's treasury would be emptied by this couple. Chapter 40. Toying with Luo Feng, we are relying on this recipe to sell our dried peaches. If someone were to purchase the recipe outright, wouldn't our dried peaches become unsellable? My dear wife, do you not agree? Xingyu cast a glance at Yin Ruo, his tone seemingly inquiring, yet in reality, he was informing Luo Feng. Very well, I shall buy it. I will take all your dried peaches. Luo Feng grit his teeth and readily acquiesced to their terms. Pondering to himself, what are a few pounds of dried peaches worth? Yin Ruo silently commended Xingyu for his shrewdness. This man was indeed unyielding in his calculations. Subsequently, she began to count on her fingers, reciting softly, Today I brought nearly 20 pounds of dried peaches, and those dried at home amount to around 40 pounds, totaling 60 pounds, if priced at 1 tael of silver per pound. What? 1 tael of silver per pound? Luo Feng's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The best preserved fruits from the renowned Fuji confectionery in the capital are merely 200 won per pound. This rustic young woman certainly dared to make such a claim. It appears your offered price is rather low. It seems young Master Luo is somewhat incredulous. Xingyu cast an amused glance at Luo Feng, seemingly intent on toying with him. Then how about 2 taels per pound? Yin Ruo innocently tilted her head, inquiring of Xingyu, appearing like an obedient young bride following her husband. No, Luo Feng hastily interjected, though several dozen taels of silver were insignificant to him. No one wishes to be a fool, after all. 1 tael of silver per pound, I shall take it. Luo Feng almost spat the words through gritted teeth, prompting Yin Ruo to stifle a laugh, while Xingyu unexpectedly burst into laughter. Well, are you two genuinely jesting with me? Luo Feng felt like jumping up in anger. But upon hearing Yin Ruo's words, he quickly subdued his ire. How about this? Give me 100 taels of silver, and I shall sell you this recipe. As for the dried peaches, we will account for them separately at 1 tael per pound. How does that sound? Yin Ruo was bold in demanding 100 taels, for she anticipated that those master chefs were not foolish. They knew that dried peaches could be used to make cookies, and other preserved fruits could easily be added. Thus, with this simple recipe, Tinshan Tower could derive various cookie recipes, ultimately rendering Luo Feng the true benefactor. Luo Feng promptly instructed manager Li to fetch the silver, then turned to Yin Ruo with a cordial demeanor. My dear lady, should you have any splendid recipes in the future, do remember our Tinshan Tower. Of course with that. Yin Ruo extended her hand for a pleasant collaboration. Observing her gesture, Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, mimicking Yin Ruo's action to extend his right hand. Just as he was about to clasp Yin Ruo's hand, Xingyu had already pulled Luo Feng's hand away, asserting a pleasant cooperation. Although his words were light and breezy, his gaze was laden with menace, as if to convey to Luo Feng, should you dare to touch her hand, you shall face dire consequences. The miserly Luo Feng rolled his eyes, muttering softly to himself. Yet he dared not voice a strong rebuttal to Xingyu, who was engaging with others in a manner he had never witnessed before. Yin Ruo, initially perceiving their conversation as mere camaraderie, paid little mind to it. At that moment, Manager Li returned, presenting them with silver coins. They had agreed that Yun Ruo would deliver the remaining dried peaches 3 days hence, with over 1,000 taels of silver now in their possession. This was a substantial sum. Shortly, they would sell the Hisho Wu from their basket at the apothecary, yielding yet another profit. Collectively, these funds would suffice for quite some time. As Yun Ruo mentally calculated, they unknowingly arrived at a pharmacy where several frail, elderly individuals were queuing. The presence of such a crowd seeking treatment suggested that this was a reputable establishment, prompting Yun Ruo to decide that this would be the place. Upon noticing their arrival, the attendant welcomed them, guiding them to the area for prescriptions while instructing them to wait in line for medical consultation. "We are here to sell medicine," Yun Ruo stated directly. The attendant hesitated, glancing at the elderly physician currently attending to patients. "Our manager is occupied with consultations. You may need to wait a while." Chapter 41. Saving lives. Yun Ruo assessed the situation within the hall, understanding that the attendant's words held truth, and chose not to press further. "In that case, let's explore elsewhere and return shortly." The attendant, with enthusiasm, escorted them out before turning his attention back to the patients in line. Suddenly, a gaunt man, his complexion ashen, collapsed at their feet, causing a wave of panic to ripple through the onlookers. Startled, Yun Ruo instinctively stepped back, while the crowd quickly surrounded the fallen man. Xingyu, protective, drew her close, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Yun Ruo replied, though her gaze remained fixed on a man on the ground. "Let us see if we can assist him." The elderly doctor, engrossed in his consultation, was unable to attend, and the attendant, only familiar with a few herbs, was at a loss, sweat beading on his forehead in distress. "Everyone, step aside," Yun Ruo urged, squeezing through the crowd with Xingyu's protection, kneeling beside the patient. "What do you see? Is there a way to save him?" To her surprise, the narrative companion promptly responded, "His symptoms suggest heat stroke. You must move him to a shaded, ventilated area and loosen his clothing to help him cool down." Following the guidance, Yun Ruo exerted effort to lift the man from the ground. "My lord, let us relocate him to a cool, breezy place." In public, she always addressed Xingyu as my lord, and upon hearing her, he quickly stepped forward to assist. Soon, the patient was transported to the shade of a willow tree outside the pharmacy. "Please do not crowd here. The patient requires a ventilated environment." Aware that Yun Ruo was there to sell herbs, the attendant assumed she possessed medical knowledge and promptly complied with her request. Before her words had fully left her lips, the attendant had already urged the crowd to disperse, turning back to await her next instructions. "Go fetch a fan to cool him, and bring some cold water." "At once," the attendant replied, hastily entering the pharmacy. "What are you going to do?" Xingyu sternly halted Yun Ruo's actions, astonished that she would dare to undress a man in broad daylight. He required the removal of his garments to cool down. Yun Ruo, however, was singularly focused on saving him, utterly oblivious to the fact that Xingyu's face had darkened like a charred pot. Struggling to suppress the urge to roar in indignation, Xingyu forcefully pulled Yun Ruo aside. "Allow me," he commanded. "Turn your back and do not look." Yun Ruo stood there bewildered, as she witnessed a robust man attempting to undress another man. The scene was too exquisite for her to bear. "Are you still watching?" Xingyu paused in his task, his sharp gaze slicing through Yun Ruo like a knife. She quickly raised her hands in surrender, obediently turning away. All right, I shall not look. Is that satisfactory?" At that moment, a young attendant rushed back with a fan, only to freeze at the bizarre sight before him. "Hey, why are you dazed? Quickly fan him. He needs to cool down." Upon hearing this, the attendant snapped back to reality, vigorously waving the fan. "Splash some water on his face and body as you fan." Yun Ruo instructed the attendant, and he promptly complied. Yet after some time, the patient remained unresponsive. "Why isn't he waking up?" The attendant, who had been trained under Dr. Liu for so long, had developed a compassionate heart. Seeing the patient in distress made him more anxious than anyone else. Yun Ruo, with her back turned, could not see the condition of the patient and had to seek assistance from the plot cat. "What should we do next?" "Try pinching the philtrum. If he does not awaken, we must summon a doctor." Yun Ruo immediately relayed the plot cat's words to Xingyu and the pharmacy attendant, only to find both men looking utterly perplexed, seemingly unaware of what the philtrum was or why it needed to be pinched. With a sigh, Yin Ruo called over Xingyu. Come here. Xingyu complied, standing before her and awaiting further instructions. Yin Ruo pointed to the location of the philtrum. Try pinching this spot. Though he was puzzled as to how she possessed knowledge of medical techniques, Xingyu recognized the urgency of the situation and pushed his doubts aside. Following her directive to pinch the patient's philtrum, before long, they heard the attendant's excited voice exclaim, "He is awake." Wonderful. Upon hearing this, the tension in Yin Ruo's face dissipated instantly, and she did not forget to give the plot cat a significant thumbs up. She hurried to the patient's side, prompting Xingyu to frown and hastily cover the man with his clothing, seemingly oblivious to the need for discretion. Yin Ruo pouted slightly, thinking to herself that one need not worry if they were upright and virtuous. The man, slowly regaining consciousness, still looked pale, his eyes taking a considerable time to clear. He noticed a beautiful girl with delicate features, backlit by the sun, wearing a hint of concern on her face as she gazed intently at him, causing a swift blush to rise on his cheeks. "Did you save me?" Perhaps due to his prolonged silence, the young man's voice carried a hoarse quality, yet it still resonated with a refreshing clarity. Yin Ruo's smile widened. "You fainted from heat exhaustion earlier. Do you feel any better now?" The young man struggled to rise, feeling an unfamiliar warmth from the care of a young lady. Zhao Zinan felt an unexpected shyness. "It's nothing serious. Thank you for saving me. May I ask your name?" Before Zhao Zinan could finish his sentence, Xingyu forcefully pulled Yin Ruo to his side, his large hands resting possessively on her shoulders, casting a cold glance at Zhao Zinan. "Her family name is Xing." Xingyu noticed the flicker of disappointment on Zhao Zinan's face and smirked with satisfaction, tightening his grip on Yin Ruo's shoulder. "What are you doing?" Yin Ruo exclaimed, struggling against Xingyu's hold, her tone laced with annoyance. "Since there is nothing wrong, we should be on our way." Xingyu paid no heed to Yin Ruo's resistance, eager to distance her from Zhao Zinan. Men often understand one another well. He had clearly seen the glimmer of affection for Yin Ruo in Zhao Zinan's eyes, a gaze that was impossible for Xingyu to overlook. "But we haven't sold the herbs yet," Yin Ruo protested as she was dragged a few steps away. Upon hearing this, Xingyu gritted his teeth. "Then let us go sell them now." With that, he bent down to pick up the basket, still holding on to Yin Ruo, and quickly made his way towards the apothecary, not casting another glance at Zhao Zinan. Yin Ruo thought perhaps this man had lost his mind. She turned to Zhao Zinan with an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. We have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave." Before she could finish, Xingyu tightened his grip once more, causing her to stumble. How could one treat a goddess in such a manner? Zhao Zinan was incensed, glaring at Xingyu. How can this man be so unkind? It is truly unfortunate for the young lady to be wed to such a person. Of course, had Xingyu heard this, Zhao Zinan would likely have been tossed into the wilderness to be fed to wolves. As the two entered the apothecary, a young attendant approached to assist Zhao Zinan. "Sir, would you like to see the doctor for another examination?" "No need," Zhao Zinan replied, shaking his head, straightening his clothes before turning to leave in another direction. "Take care as you walk." As Xingyu was caught up in his own frenzy, Yin Ruo dared not be too bold and weakly reminded him. To her surprise, the man suddenly halted, muttering something perplexing through clenched teeth. "Haven't you had enough conversation?" "What?" Just as Yin Ruo was trying to decipher his words, Dr. Liu emerged from the apothecary, supported by his apprentice. Although he had been inside, he had not missed the commotion outside. With a warm smile, Dr. Liu bowed to Yin Ruo. "Thank you, young lady, for your assistance earlier. May I be so bold as to inquire if you possess any knowledge of medicine?" "No, I do not comprehend the medical arts." Yin Ruo hastily waved her hand in denial. Were she to claim proficiency in culinary skills, she would not hesitate to boast. However, when it comes to medicine, she dared not pretend to be more than she is. Fortunately, the reminder from the storyline cat was timely, for she had no intention of overstepping her abilities in healing. Upon hearing her words, Dr. Liu's expression revealed a hint of disappointment. From a moment he beheld Yin Ruo, he felt an inexplicable familiarity and had considered taking her on as a disciple. Chapter 43. A touch of jealousy. We are here to sell medicine. Xingyu flung the basket in his hands towards the young assistant, gesturing for him to examine the medicinal herbs. The assistant was caught off guard by Xingyu's force, stumbling back a few steps before managing to regain his balance, scratching his head in confusion. Who had he offended? Yin Ruo shot a displeased glare at Xingyu. What do you intend to do? However, he paid her inquiry no heed, leisurely crossing his arms and awaiting Dr. Lu's response. Dr. Lu, having long surpassed the age of 70, was astute enough to recognize the couple's quarrel, with his innocent assistant caught in the crossfire. Nevertheless, he maintained his congenial smile and graciously invited them inside to discuss matters further. Earlier, Dr. Lu had already taken note of the contents within the basket. A dozen roots of Rehmannia, the largest of which was at least 100 years old, while the smaller ones had likely matured over 20 to 30 years, truly valuable items. Dr. Lu, what do you think of these? Yin Ruo pointed at the basket with a smile, though internally anxious, as she was unfamiliar with medicinal herbs. She had merely heard from the storyline cat about the high medicinal value of Rehmannia and was uncertain if this apothecary would be interested. Dr. Lu stroked his white beard, his eyes crinkling with delight. These are indeed treasures. I would be most eager to acquire them. Young lady, why not propose a price? Uncertain of the market value of the herbs, Yin Ruo hesitated to make an offer, fearing ridicule. She glanced pleadingly at Xingyu, who was leisurely sipping tea. At last, when Yin Ruo could no longer contain her impatience, Xingyu slowly set his cup down. Dr. Lu is renowned in this county, and we trust your character. Please, you may set the price. With a few deft words, he redirected the responsibility back to Dr. Lu, while Yin Ruo's gaze remained fixed on Xingyu, pondering when he had learned to speak so formally. Very well, I shall not decline. I have counted 11 roots of Rehmannia here. Based on their age, I value the largest at 12 taels, bringing the total to 67 taels. What say you? Seeing that Xingyu remained silent, Yin Ruo interpreted his silence as agreement and responded, that is acceptable. Immediately, Dr. Lu summoned his assistant to fetch the silver, personally handing it to Yin Ruo. Here are 67 taels, please count it. Should you come across such fine items in the future, do not forget about me. Certainly. Yin Ruo smiled as she tucked the silver away, walking alongside Xingyu as they exited the apothecary. Such unnecessary chatter. Xingyu's face had darkened since then, and with a sudden remark, Yin Ruo halted in her tracks, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Have you been possessed? Whose face are you scowling at? What did you say? Xingyu was utterly bewildered. His displeasure was evident. But what did it have to do with her? Moreover, he does not have an aunt at all. So how could there be an aunt's husband? Why are you suddenly unhappy? Have I offended you? Why the rage? Yin Ruo, feeling helpless, opted for a different approach to explain, her tone inevitably tinged with impatience. Why do you laugh so joyfully with other men? Yet you are too lazy to even speak to me? As soon as these words left her lips, Xingyu immediately sensed something was amiss and turned away haughtily, pretending as if nothing had happened. To his surprise, Yin Ruo burst into laughter, even dramatically clutching her belly and bending over in mirth, attracting the attention of several onlookers. Xingyu shot a cold glare at the men gazing at Yin Ruo, his aura compelling them to shrink back and hastily depart. Have you laughed enough? This was by no means the first time Yin Ruo had left Xingyu gritting his teeth in frustration. After several deep breaths, Yin Ruo wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes and teased. So, you're jealous, huh? Jealous? What a ridiculous notion. Xingyu rolled his eyes and turned to walk ahead, a hint of vexation on his face. He felt an inexplicable anger brewing within him today and silently regretted how he had lost his composure. Chapter 44. To protect you for a lifetime, as the two of them stepped into their courtyard, basking in the afterglow of the setting sun. Wang Shi had been waiting for some time with Xiao Bao. Why did you take so long? She complained while helping Yin Ruo organize the multitude of items they had purchased. Why did you buy so much fabric? Are you making clothes? Yes, she replied. Previously, I bought a couple of pieces of cotton fabric intending to make summer pajamas for the family, but I've been too lazy to get started. Now that Wang Shi is here to help, it should be quite effortless to make a couple of outfits. It seemed that the hunt had yielded a considerable sum of money, which gave Wang Shi some peace of mind, so she chose not to inquire further, believing that it was best for the young couple to manage their own affairs without elder interference. Once they had retrieved everything from the basket, Wangshu noticed that the pig kidneys she had instructed Yin Ruo to buy were missing, which inevitably put a frown on her face. What about the pig kidneys I asked you to buy? Don't tell me you forgot. Yin Ruo chuckled, realizing that she had indeed forgotten amidst her long list of items. I had intended to buy so many things that I simply overlooked it. I'll make sure to get a few more when I go back to the county in a couple of days, so you can have your fill. What do you mean by that? Those are for your husband. They say you should eat what you wish to nourish, Wangshu said, poking Yin Ruo's forehead with her finger, her nagging resuming. How can you be so neglectful of your husband's health? This remark suddenly reminded Yin Ruo, and she irritably slapped her forehead and hurried towards the room. Sure enough, Xingyu was in the midst of changing his clothes. When she opened the door, his motion of undressing abruptly halted. Do you need something? He glanced at his half-removed undergarment, which bore a few traces of blood, evidence that his injury had reopened during their trip to the county. Do you have any ointment left? Xingyu raised the medicine bottle in his hand, and Yin Ruo took it, silently assisting him in removing his shirt and tending to his wound. Why are you so quiet? In the past, she had been the most talkative, chattering endlessly, yet now she was suddenly so silent that Xingyu felt somewhat uneasy. What do you want me to say? As Yin Ruo exerted a slight force with a somewhat mischievous intent, Xingyu frowned slightly, and the muscles on his back tensed instantly. Yet he remained silent. Noticing his reticence, Yin Ruo intensified her grip. Do you not feel anything? Confounded by her intentions, Xingyu obediently replied. What do you mean? Pain, he admitted. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo flung the towel she held onto Xingyu's back, causing him to tighten again. Turning to glance at the suddenly assertive little cat before him, thinking she was retaliating for his previous grim demeanor. Now you realize it hurts? Do you think you're made of steel? You've lost so much blood and yet remain silent? It's sweltering outside. What if it gets inflamed or infected? Do you no longer value your life? I don't, he began, intending to downplay his condition. Isn't it true? Last time, he had also claimed it was nothing. Yet he bore numerous wounds. This time you're injured by a tiger or wild beast. Do you have any idea how many bacteria it harbors? What if it becomes infected? Moreover, it was to save me that you were scratched by the tiger. If you were to perish, what would I do? With that, Yin Ruo suddenly burst into tears, seemingly overwhelmed by a great grievance. While her concern for Xingyu's well-being was genuine, she was even more frightened by the thought of his demise, fearing she would never return home. Xingyu listened in a daze, realizing Yin Ruo was worried about him. Before he had the chance to feel pleased, she cried heartbreakingly like a child. At once, he was at a loss, wanting to embrace her, yet fearing her lingering anger. His hands hovered in the air, caught between action and inaction, his face reflecting a mix of urgency and helplessness, akin to an inexperienced youth. After sobbing for a while, Yin Ruo sniffed and glanced at the still stationary Xingyu, reproaching him softly. Shouldn't you be comforting me with a hug? Humph, you unromantic man. A girl has cried alone for so long, and you haven't even thought to offer me consolation. With her clear hint, Xingyu pulled her into his embrace, tenderly stroking her long hair. Do not cry. I promise I will not let you worry again. I will take care of myself and protect you for a lifetime. Chapter 45. Without reserve notification. Xingyu's affection for you has reached 70. Upon hearing the notification, Yin Ruo lifted her tear-streaked eyes and stole a glance at the man holding her, only to be caught by Xingyu. Not crying anymore? He inquired. Yin Ruo's face flushed as if ignited, struggling to escape Xingyu's embrace while covering her face with her hands, muttering, I'm not. Ha ha ha. For the first time, Xingyu laughed so joyfully in front of Yin Ruo that it left her momentarily mesmerized. His smile was truly captivating. Thump, thump, thump. Mother, father, what are you doing? Grandmother has asked me to call you all for dinner. I understand, Yin Ruo responded at the door, once again picking up the towel and pressing Xingyu down onto the chair. Let us apply the medicine first. This time, the wounds were significantly worse than before, with several areas even exposing bone. Surprisingly, Xingyu did not flinch, enduring the prolonged ordeal in the county town alongside Yin Ruo. The more she thought about it, the more heartache she felt, and before she knew it, tears began to flow again. Don't cry. It's really not as painful as you imagine. He awkwardly reassured her, his usual inability to comfort girls evident as he clumsily repeated himself, hoping to alleviate Yunruo's worries. We should stop hunting. Let us do business in the county town instead. Hunting is too dangerous. One careless mistake could cost you your life. I can't let you continue with this. All right. He unexpectedly agreed without hesitation. Concerned that he was merely saying this to placate her, Yunruo continued. If there is something you want to pursue or a hobby you have, you can do that now that we have money. With me around, there will be even more money in the future, so you can confidently chase your dreams. Dreams? After a moment of silence, Xingyu murmured. He once had dreams, but it had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him about them, and he had grown unfamiliar with the term. Don't you have any dreams? My dream is to earn a lot of money and live a carefree pastoral life. I don't know what my dream is. Xingyu replied softly before falling silent once more. It's all right. Life is long. You can discover it slowly. One day, you'll find out what you truly desire. Yunruo said as she dipped her fingers into some ointment, gently applying it to Xingyu's wounds. Does it hurt? Not at all. Humph, it better be true. Yunruo replied somewhat irritably, yet her touch grew gentler, occasionally blowing on the wounds to ease his discomfort. Hey, what you two doing? Not eating? Before she finished speaking, Wang entered the room. The two were seated with their backs to the door, and from Wang's perspective, it appeared as though Yunruo was kissing Xingyu's back, creating an undeniably ambiguous scene. Wang quickly blocked the little one who had just rushed in, turning back with a scolding tone. You young people are something else, indulging in such behavior day and night without any modesty. It's not good for the child to see this. With that, she took the little one and closed the door behind her, soon adding from outside, Hurry up. We're waiting for you to eat. Wait, that's not. Once the door closed, Yunruo finally realized what had occurred, looking at the door with a face full of tears. Xingyu, however, was smiling, getting dressed, and taking her hand. Since the medicine is done, let us go. Do you think my mother misunderstood? Yunruo tossed the towel aside, hoping to receive a different answer from Xingyu. Your mother knows everything at her age. Xingyu replied, raising an eyebrow and smiling at Yunruo as he led her out of the room. Chapter 46. You don't love me. Is it done? The ambiguous gaze from Wang made Yunru wish she could find a crevice to hide in. Unfortunately, she was held fast by Xingyu, leaving her no choice but to retreat behind him, striving to escape that gaze that filled her with both shame and indignation. Wang served 2 bowls of rice before them, chuckling somewhat irritably. What are you hiding for? You two are a loving couple. As your mother, would I dare mock you? Sit down and eat. As they sat side by side, just as Xingyu lifted his bowl, Wang called out, Oh dear, how could I forget? Son-in-law, wait a moment. Though puzzled, Xingyu obliged his mother-in-law and set down his chopsticks, patiently awaiting Wang's return from the kitchen. Before long, Wang emerged with a bowl of the same dark liquid as that morning, her smile radiant. Son-in-law, drink this while it's hot. Yunru's eyes nearly bulged out in shock. Had Wang truly remembered that incident? Was it never-ending? Wang shot a glance at Yunru and said, What are you shouting about? I think this stuff is quite effective. Weren't you just? What does that mean? It seemed Yunru was aware of the contents of the bowl, and Xingyu turned to her with an intense gaze. Let's discuss it later. For now, just drink it while it's warm. I'm doing this for your benefit, Wang insisted. Under her urging, Xingyu reluctantly drank the bowl of pungent deer blood in one go. The unpleasant taste lingered in his mouth, causing his brow to furrow deeply. Yunru hurried back to the room, grabbing a handful of dried yellow peaches meant to satisfy little Bao, and offered a piece to Xingyu. Here, eat this to mask the taste. The flavor of the yellow peach soon permeated his mouth, effectively countering much of the gamey odor. Only then did Xingyu resume the conversation. What on earth is this? This is, Yunru began, but Wang timely interrupted, cheerfully adding more stir-fried eggs with chives to Xingyu's bowl. Come on, son-in-law, eat more vegetables. Some things are best saved for private discussions, especially with the child present. Casting a glance at little Bao, who was wide-eyed with curiosity, Yunru fell silent. Seeing this, Xingyu thought it best not to pursue the matter further. After finishing 1 bowl of rice, Xingyu put down his chopsticks. Why aren't you eating anymore? Wang inquired. I'm full. But Yunru wanted to say that he normally devoured 3 bowls. So what had changed today? Since you're full, Hurry back to your room and rest. I'll clean up the rest, Wang insisted, taking Yunru's bowl without discussion and urging her to retreat with Xingyu. But I'm still hungry, Yunru protested, placing her hand on her forehead, once again feeling as if she were not Wang's biological daughter, while Xingyu seemed more like Wang's own son. You've already had one bowl. Eating too much at night can lead to indigestion. Wang's words left Yunru speechless. However, since her arrival, she had been limited to just 2 meals a day, and now she was being denied ample food at night. It felt utterly unreasonable. I believe what Wang said is correct. If you continue this way, you'll become a pig. And who would want you then? The ever-dieting cat, watching Yunru's family feast, felt a pang of envy and could not help but take delight in her predicament. You indulge in lavish meals daily. How could you possibly understand my longing for good food? Yunru pouted, looking at Xingyu. If you truly love me, let me eat my fill. It seems that the meaning behind Yunruo's gaze eluded him. Xingyu remarked playfully, I believe what your mother said is reasonable. Overindulgence leads to indigestion. Oomph. Enough of your words, you odious man. You don't truly love your wife, Yunruo retorted, turning her head away with a haughty demeanor. After a brief pause, seemingly unsatisfied, she sprang up and dashed into her room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing this, Xingyu's lips twitched. How could he have forgotten? This girl could turn on a dime. Her temper flaring faster than one could turn a page in a book, she was not to be trifled with. Chapter 47. A decision made father. You've angered mother. She forbids you from returning to your room. Little Treasure chortled mischievously, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter, causing grains of rice to tumble from his face. Xingyu felt a throbbing at his temples. Even his own son was mocking him at this moment. He resolved to regain his dignity. Hurry and eat. After your meal, we will head back to Grandmother S for some rest. He cast a disapproving glance at Little Treasure before respectfully nodding at Wang Shi, then rose to approach the room. Pausing momentarily before the door, he silently organized his thoughts before slowly raising his hand to knock. Suddenly, the door swung open from within, leaving Xingyu momentarily stunned with his arm still raised. Please don't be upset. I was merely teasing you, Yunruo said, deliberately avoiding his gaze, lifting her chin defiantly as she sidestepped him and returned to the dining table. By this time, Wang Shi had already cleared the table and was preparing to boil water for Little Treasure's bath. Mother, please hold on. I have something to announce. Upon hearing this, Xingyu hurried over, and even Little Treasure obediently sat beside Wang Shi, eyes wide with curiosity as he looked at Yunruo. I intend to purchase a shop in the county town and engage in business. Once everyone was seated, Yunruo finally voiced the decision she had pondered extensively. Engage in business? Wang Shi was evidently taken aback by her daughter's audacious ambition. After a trip to the county town to sell some game, she had returned with aspirations of becoming a businesswoman. Xingyu, however, was already aware. It turned out that Yunruo's earlier insistence on going to the county town to conduct business was sincere. Noting Wang Shi's incredulous expression, Yunruo mysteriously placed a bulging pouch on the table, containing the savings they had accumulated over time, which Xingyu had entrusted to her management. Wang Shi glanced at her daughter and, upon opening the pouch, was immediately taken aback, her complexion paling. How could there be so much money? Surely, my daughter and son-in-law are not concealing some unsavory dealings from me? Where did this money come from? Yunruo quickly poured a cup of water for Wang Shi, soothing her with gentle words. Mother, please do not be anxious. This money has all been earned through legitimate means. If you do not believe me, you may ask him. As she spoke, Yunruo cast a glance at Xingyu, signaling him to clarify the matter. What Yunruo says is indeed true. Subsequently, the two recounted in detail to Wang Shi about the sale of their hunted game and medicinal herbs that day. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi exclaimed in astonishment, Oh my goodness, this is the first time in my life I have seen so much money. However, once she regained her composure, Wang Shi expressed her disagreement with Yunruo's aspirations of engaging in business. You have never done business before. Many merchants have lost everything due to a single misstep. In my opinion, you should simply sell a few dozen acres of good farmland. That way, you can live a stable life. Wang Shi's perspective was not without merit. For those in the countryside, possessing land offers a sense of security. Moreover, Xingyu, being an outsider without any land of his own, relied on hunting for sustenance, which is inherently unstable. With this newfound wealth, purchasing a few acres of fertile land would indeed help them establish a foundation. What do you think? Yin Ruo turned to Xingyu, as most of this money was earned by him, and how to manage it naturally required his input. Pursue whatever you desire. The money is yours to manage. Xingyu offered her a reassuring look, seemingly untroubled that Yin Ruo might squander their earnings. It appeared that to embark on a business venture, it was essential to first assuage Wang Shi's concerns. Yin Ruo twirled her large, bright eyes and leaned toward Wang Shi. Mother, how about this? Let's start with a small stall. If business turns out well, we can then consider renting a shop. What do you think? I believe this method is feasible. A small stall requires little investment, and even if it fails, it would not be a great loss, Yin Ruo stated. Having previously declared that her dream was to amass considerable wealth, this was merely the first step toward her aspirations, and naturally, Xingyu would lend his support. After much contemplation, Wang Shi finally spoke, "Your lives are your own. Whether they are good or bad is your fate, and I shall not interfere." Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo excitedly embraced Wang Shi, saying, "Mother, rest assured, I will succeed. One day, we shall buy hundreds of acres of fertile land, and you will be the landlady." How's that sound? You child. Wang Shi chuckled heartily at her words, and thus, the matter was settled. Chapter 48. A sudden fever moonlight streamed through the cracks in the window, casting shadows upon the floor. Yin Ruo, peering through the darkness, glanced at Xingyu, who lay with his back to her. Since returning to the room, he had remained silent, and Yin Ruo assumed he was upset with her for freely managing the money he had earned. "Are you angry?" she softly inquired, but aside from an unsettling silence, there was no response from Xingyu. She tried again, "If you are unhappy, I will cease my plans. Or perhaps, do you wish to buy some farmland as well?" Still, there was no reply, prompting Yin Ruo to inwardly grumble. What a miserly man. Irritated, she turned over, facing away from Xingyu, and closed her eyes. Yet sleep eluded her. Suddenly, a rapid, breathing sound reached her ears, causing her to sit up in alarm. "Hey, what is wrong?" The sound unmistakably came from Xingyu's side. In a flurry, Yin Ruo threw off the covers and rushed to his side, turning his body to face her. By the light of the moon, she saw that his brow was tightly furrowed. Reaching out, she touched his forehead. "A fever? Quick, drama Meow. Please check on him." In this predicament, Yin Ruo could only seek assistance from the plot cat. However, after a considerable time, the cat responded with a yawn, inquiring what was the matter. At that moment, Yin Ruo had already dragged Xingyu onto the bed, her heart racing with urgency and agitation. The plot cat's question ignited her fury. "Can you not be more reliable? He is on the brink of death, and only now do you choose to show up?" Upon hearing this, the plot cat swiftly floated to Xingyu's side, and after a moment, spoke in a somber tone, "It seems the wound has become infected. Apply a cold compress to bring down his fever. He will be fine." "Really? Have I ever deceived you?" The insufferable cat, despite its occasional shortcomings, had never truly lied. Yin Ruo nodded, then turned to fetch some cold water from outside. "Is there anything else?" The plot cat hesitated, causing Yin Ruo's heart to leap. Could it be that Xingyu's injuries were truly life-threatening? "Ahem, please don't panic. I merely wish to inquire. Did you happen to feed him anything that might induce heat in his body?" "What?" Yin Ruo wrung out the towel, placing it on Xingyu's forehead, then took a dry towel to wipe the sweat from his neck. In her flurry of activity, she momentarily failed to grasp the plot cat's implication. "Something that is overly nourishing," the plot cat stated bluntly. "If you fed him such items along with his injuries, this is likely the cause of his condition." Seeing Yin Ruo's startled and bewildered expression, the plot cat sighed. "There's heat within him. It must be quite unbearable. I had no idea it would come to this." Yin Ruo lowered her head in shame. She had only heard that every part of a deer was precious and assumed that consuming a little deer blood would be harmless. Thus she did not prevent Wang's actions. Realizing that the deer blood had caused Xingyu such distress filled her with regret. "How can I alleviate his suffering? Take a guess." Isn't there another way?" "Of course there is." At this, Yin Ruo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then why aren't you telling me? Pour a basin of cold water over him and let him calm down on his own. After all this, you still want to douse him with cold water? Yin Ruo looked at the delirious Xingyu, her heart heavy with compassion, fearing it would affect his wounds. So hot, due to the fever. Xingyu felt as though he were engulfed in flames, his brows knitting tighter. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo quickly fetched a fan, fanning him while wiping away his sweat. Just hang in there a little longer. Chapter 49, or perhaps, you might consider making a sacrifice. Unexpectedly, Xingyu grasped Yin Ruo's hand tightly, seemingly finding a semblance of coolness. No matter how she struggled, he refused to release her. Plot cat, what should I do? Please help me think of a solution. Yin Ruo's face flushed with urgency as she was almost pulled onto the bed by him. If all else fails, you might have to sacrifice yourself and yield to him. The plot cat said with a hint of mischievousness. I promise I won't look. Absolutely not. Being inexplicably transported to this strange place and burdened with a quest was already disheartening enough. Now she was to offer her innocence as well. She had never even been in a relationship. Then what are you waiting for? Drench him with cold water. As Xingyu's grip tightened, Yin Ruo, feeling the imminent pull into his embrace, no longer hesitated. She leaned forward to lift the basin from the bedside. However, the strength of a single hand proved insufficient. Before she could steady it, water cascaded down from the tilted basin, splattering Xingyu's face. The basin slipped from her grasp, rolling several steps away. He released Yin Ruo's hand, blinking his somewhat dazed eyes, and stared at her for a prolonged moment. What is wrong with me? Perhaps due to his injury. He had suddenly developed a fever, hence her actions. So you thought to use cold water to cool me down? His gaze fell upon the wooden basin on the ground, and with a look of exasperation, he regarded the somewhat timid Yin Ruo. His expression soon shifted to one of mild irritation. Hey, please do not be angry. I was merely anxious. Seeing the man on the verge of losing his temper, Yin Ruo hurriedly explained, only to be rendered speechless by his next words. When you assist others, you remove clothing, fan them, and smile as if you were reveling in joy. Yet when it comes to me, you throw a basin of cold water over me. No, it was just that I was worried. The more Yin Ruo attempted to justify herself, the more at a loss for words she became, stammering until tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. Noticing this, Xingyu's expression softened. Do you truly care for me that much? Otherwise, why would I? Yin Ruo rolled her eyes in exasperation, rising to retrieve the fallen basin and procure a clean garment for Xingyu. However, before she could stand, he pulled her into his embrace, his firm chest enveloping her. The rhythmic thumping of his heart resonated in her own, causing her cheeks to flush. Aren't you uncomfortable being all wet? Yin Ruo extricated herself from his hold, turning her heated face away as she grabbed a towel from the rack. Here, dry yourself off. I will tend to your wounds shortly. With that, she picked up the wooden basin and exited the room, needing a moment to gather her thoughts. Just outside, she encountered Wang Shi, who had thrown on a robe. What was all that commotion? I accidentally overturned the basin and did not mean to disturb you. Wang Shi glanced at the basin in Yin Ruo's hands, recognizing her honesty, and advised her to rest early before returning to her room. Once Yin Ruo had calmed her tumultuous emotions and re-entered the room, she found that Xingyu had already changed the bedding. You shall make do and sleep here tonight. The bedding on the bed was soaked, but fortunately, Xingyu had prepared another set for her on the floor while she was away. And what about you? Xingyu nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders, stating, I can manage to spend the night on this chair. It's getting late. You should rest. With that, he swiftly approached the table and extinguished the candle that had burned down significantly. He then settled into the chair, leaning over the table with his eyes closed. Chapter 50. You are my surprise. Yin Ruo lay on her bed, her keen gaze piercing through the night, fixated on Xingyu. The tall figure of Xingyu, curled up in the chair, must have been uncomfortable, let alone able to sleep. The thought of his injuries, coupled with the lingering fever and her own deceit that had led to his current torment, filled her with compassion for his plight. Clearing her throat softly, she coughed twice. But there was no response from Xingyu. After a moment's hesitation, she called out to him, Xingyu? It seemed he had truly fallen asleep, oblivious to her voice. Xingyu? Are you asleep? Silence persisted, and if he did not respond soon, she would likely have to rise from her bed to awaken him. You still have injuries. You need to rest properly. Xing Yu listened patiently, his gaze drifting to her face, where the moonlight illuminated her features, revealing a hint of shyness. You surely won't sleep well in that position, so why not come to bed? Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Xing Yu's lips as he teasingly remarked, "Have you forgotten our agreement?" To Yin Ruo, his words took on a different meaning. "I do not wish to have contact with you." She dismissed his comment, her irritation flaring. "As if I would enjoy being close to you." With that, she turned away, tugging the blanket around herself tightly, resolutely deciding to ignore the insufferable man. Before long, she sensed someone lying beside her, deliberately leaning closer. "But I, on the contrary, enjoy being close to you." His icy demeanor, now infused with playfulness, caught her off guard, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth, prompting her to wrap herself even more securely in the blanket. Xing Yu, his eyes glimmering with mirth, pulled back the blanket, meeting her shy gaze with a hint of dominance in his tone. "You're not allowed to hide from me." "I'm not," she protested vehemently. "I'm just tired." She would never admit to feeling intimidated. As she attempted to cocoon herself once more, Xing Yu halted her. "It's so warm. Do you wish to suffocate yourself?" She gently pulled the quilt down for her and softly murmured, "Sleep well." "MHM, good night," Yin Ruo casually replied before peacefully closing her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after she fell asleep, the man beside her opened his clear eyes and gazed at her for a long while, his gaze revealing a tenderness he had never shown before. "Encountering you truly is one of the rare surprises in my life." His thin lips, carrying a hint of coolness, lightly brushed against the corner of the girl's eye, eliciting a few soft murmurs akin to a kitten as she turned and nestled into Xing Yu's embrace. He chuckled softly. "This was your initiative, you know." Xing Yu's strong arms enveloped Yin Ruo, a smile gracing his lips as he gradually drifted into slumber. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed onto the bed, and Yin Ruo slowly opened her eyes. The handsome face magnified before her startled her momentarily, but then she chuckled, realizing she was the one who had invited him in. Why was she feeling bashful now? Having never observed him so closely before, she now discovered that this man was quite striking. His chiseled features complemented by strong facial lines and sun-kissed skin, embodying the rugged type of handsome that Yin Ruo adored. She moved her somewhat numb right hand, feeling its rigidity, and decided to give it a gentle squeeze. "Well, how does it feel?" The man, who had long been awake, feigned sleep, amused that this woman dared to touch him while he was resting. Upon hearing his voice, Yin Ruo's expression of enjoyment instantly transformed into one of shock, as she hastily withdrew her hand from Xing Yu's chest. "Why, you mustn't misunderstand. I was just helping me check my wound." "Yes, exactly. I was just helping you check your wound. But my injuries are on my back." Xing Yu looked at Yin Ruo with playful mockery, finding her adorably foolish. Chapter 51. Simple egg-stuffed pancakes. I'll go make breakfast. Yin Ruo quickly sprang from the bed, relishing this rare early morning opportunity to showcase her culinary skills to Wang Shi. Perhaps due to being startled awake last night and not sleeping well, Wang Shi slept in until the sun was high in the sky, finally emerging from her room with little Bao in her arms. "Mother, hurry and wash up. Breakfast is ready." "Oh, is the sun rising from the west today?" Wang Shi teased as she placed the still sleepy little Bao onto a stool, using a towel to wipe his face. Yin Ruo waved a stack of pancakes in front of little Bao, exclaiming, "Buns, it's time to eat." Sensing the enticing aroma, little Bao rubbed his sleepy eyes with his chubby hands. "It smells so good. What delicious food has Mother made? Come over and try the egg-stuffed pancakes that Mother made." Yin Ruo cheerfully led little Bao to the dining table, just as Xing Yu returned from cutting grass to feed the chickens and rabbits. "Quick, wash your hands. It's time to eat." "MHM." Xing Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Following their intimate interaction yesterday, the distance between him and Yin Ruo seemed to have diminished, revealing more of his gentle side. Wang Shi picked up a pancake and scrutinized it. "Egg-stuffed pancake? I don't see any eggs." "Ah, just give it a try, and you'll know where the egg is," Yin Ruo replied mysteriously, smiling as she handed a pancake to the newly arrived Xing Yu. Little Bao, having spotted the egg, excitedly raised his pancake for Wang Shi to see. "Grandma, look!" Seeing this, Wang Shi exclaimed in wonder, "Is this a stuffed pancake? But how is the egg inserted?" As she spoke, she unfolded her pancake and thoroughly examined it, only to find no visible seam between the layers, which heightened her curiosity. Xingyu glanced at the smug Yin Ruo and pointed to a round piece of exposed egg on the pancake. "Is the egg added from here?" Yin Ruo snapped her fingers and joyfully explained, "Egg-filled pancakes, as the name suggests, involve injecting the egg into the pancake. You simply poke a hole in the pancake and pour in the egg mixture." At this, Wang Shi curiously inspected the hole in her pancake, while Xingyu's gaze toward Yin Ruo flickered, intrigued by her innovative ideas. He found himself increasingly captivated by her creativity. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Yin Ruo eagerly inquired, "What do you think of the egg-filled pancake?" "Quite good, very creative." Wang Shi unexpectedly became the first to support her, bringing joy to Yin Ruo's heart. "Are you thinking of selling egg-filled pancakes?" Xingyu astutely voiced what was on Yin Ruo's mind. Yin Ruo nodded. "Indeed. What do you think?" "I think it could work. It's unique and delicious. If priced reasonably, many people would surely buy it," Wang Shi remarked. Having visited the county town several times, she knew there were many stalls selling steamed buns and dumplings. Yet her daughter's pancakes were indeed exceptional, filling her with anticipation. "What do you think?" Yin Ruo turned to the silent Xingyu, patiently waiting for his input, as he always provided practical advice. While the method is innovative, the flavor is not particularly stunning. Amidst numerous food stalls, it may be challenging to stand out and attract a large customer base. He succinctly articulated his thoughts, which aligned with Yin Ruo's considerations. She gazed at Xingyu in surprise, realizing that this man had a keen insight into business. "Of course, it won't be that simple to sell. I still need to refine it further," she stated, knowing from her past experiences that sauces would be essential. Adding fresh vegetables would elevate the dish further. Thus, she made a significant decision. "I will make debanjiang. Chapter 52, no ingredients." "Mother, what is debanjiang? Is it delicious?" Little Bao, having finished his entire egg-filled pancake, was instantly captivated by the mention of debanjiang. Noticing the curious looks from Xingyu and Wang Shi, Yinruo organized her thoughts to explain the preparation and uses of debanjiang as succinctly as possible. Debanjiang is a sauce made from yellow soybeans. It can be added to stir-fried dishes for flavor or used as a dip for cucumbers and other vegetables. It tastes quite delightful. "Never heard of such a thing before. How do you know about it?" Wang Shi asked. Yin Ruo found it challenging to suppress her doubts about these peculiar thoughts, especially considering that the original owner's mother, Wang, had raised her daughter single-handedly and was acutely aware of her capabilities. "Oh dear, I've lost my composure again." After hesitating for a while, Yin Ruo struggled to dispel Wang's suspicions, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "Have you been sneaking a peek at my collection of books again?" Xingyu's voice, tinged with mild irritation, conveyed his disapproval of Yin Ruo's bookish escapades. Yin Ruo was taken aback by Xingyu's sudden inquiry, but quickly realized he was coming to her aid. "I was just curious," she mumbled, appearing genuinely innocent. "With the few characters you know, you dare to read secretly?" Wang's doubts had diminished considerably, prompting her to tease Yin Ruo. "My husband can read. He taught me," she replied, seizing the opportunity to leverage Xingyu's assistance. It was prudent to address the immediate concern first, and she resolved to have a proper discussion with him at a more opportune moment. Sensing Wang's inquiring gaze, Xingyu nodded slightly. "Yes, when I was teaching Xiao Bao to read, Yin Ruo would watch closely." Upon hearing this, Wang understood. Realizing that her daughter had undergone significant changes since marriage, not only had her culinary skills improved, but she was also learning to read. After this brief episode, Yin Ruo felt hesitant to speak up again, her gaze lowered as she idly tugged at her sleeves, causing an awkward silence to envelop the dining table. "Please continue," Xingyu said softly, breaking the tension. Grateful for his support, Yin Ruo met his eyes and continued. "First, we need the ingredients for making debanjiang, particularly yellow soybeans. Before we can attempt the production, yellow soybeans are quite rare. I doubt many around here have them," Wang remarked. Having spent most of her life tending to a modest plot of land and being quite knowledgeable about the local agricultural landscape, This village predominantly cultivated wheat and corn, as soybeans, known to cause bloating and not suitable as a staple food, were seldom grown. Yin Ruo hadn't anticipated such a situation without the necessary ingredients. Her subsequent plans would indeed be hindered. Feeling disheartened, she lowered her head, her brows furrowed in distress. Perhaps a grain shop might have some. I can inquire another day. Xing Yu's timely suggestion rekindled Yin Ruo's hope. She looked up at him, her eyes brimming with expectation. Seeing her expression, Xing Yu felt his spirits lift and decided then and there to prepare for a trip to the county town. No, we cannot go now. Yin Ruo firmly rejected the idea. Shouldn't she be elated? You're still unwell. We can discuss in a couple of days, she insisted. Is something wrong with my son-in-law? Wang, oblivious to the situation, became worried, questioning if her son-in-law had developed yet another ailment. Mother, do not fret. I merely sustained a minor injury while hunting yesterday. I have already treated it, and a few days of rest will suffice. Oh, that is a relief. Upon hearing Yin Ruo's explanation, Wang's heart was set at ease. Yet, soon after, it seemed she recalled something and hurried into the kitchen. Chapter 53. A complex mood before long. Smoke began to rise from the kitchen. Yin Ruo called out, Mother, what are you doing? Curiosity led her into the kitchen, where she found Wang pouring a bowl of deer blood into a pot to heat. Mother, why are you preparing this again? Yin Ruo quickly moved to snatch the bowl from Wang's hands, but Wang deftly evaded her grasp. I noticed my son-in-law's complexion today looks quite well. Surely this remedy is effective. The bowl of deer blood I set aside is enough for him to consume for 2 days, 1 bowl each morning and evening, and he shall recover even more swiftly. Mother, Yin Ruo stamped her foot in frustration. If he drinks that again, he will surely feel feverish and suffer. Do not hinder me here. It will be ready shortly, Wang said, her tone tinged with impatience as she urged Yin Ruo to step outside. Before Wang could express her anger, Yin Ruo doused the fire with a splash of water and interjected, Mother, please refrain from this in the future. We visited the physician yesterday. At this, Wang suppressed her rising anger and hastily inquired, What did the doctor say? The doctor mentioned. Yin Ruo rolled her eyes slightly. He advised us not to place too much pressure on him. When a patient is under stress, recovery becomes more arduous. Let us not speak of this matter again. If he remains in good spirits, his illness shall gradually improve. Is that truly the case? Wang seemed skeptical. You mean to say that a patient does not need medicine, but merely a joyful demeanor to heal? Indeed, there are prescriptions, Yin Ruo replied, deliberately widening her eyes to appear more earnest. The doctor prescribed 2 large bottles of pills. Rest assured, I will ensure that my husband takes his medicine daily. Then I shall feel at ease, Wang murmured, her gaze drifting back to the pot, a hint of regret crossing her face. What a waste to discard it. Oh, Mother. It is not wasteful, Yin Ruo insisted, tugging at Wang to lead her out. The doctor has prescribed remedies. We ought not to give him other foods indiscriminately. What if they conflict with the medication? That would indeed be counterproductive. You possess some valid points, Wang conceded, though her eyes lingered on the deer blood. She had heard that deer blood was a valuable substance, and discarding it felt truly regrettable. After much persuasion, Yin Ruo finally coaxed Wang out of the kitchen. At that moment, Xing Yu, who had been teaching Xiao Bao to read, glanced up at the mother and daughter before fixing his gaze on Yin Ruo's face. Perhaps feeling somewhat guilty under his scrutiny, Yin Ruo experienced a tingle of unease. Thankfully, Xiao Bao spotted her and called out, Mother, Xiao Bao wishes to eat fish. Did you not say that father would accompany us to catch fish? When shall we go? Eating pork every day had indeed become monotonous. Yin Ruo shared the desire for a change in flavor. With their plans yet to be executed, staying indoors felt unproductive. A little outdoor excursion to catch fish and refresh her mind seemed delightful. With this thought, a smile graced her face. Mother also desires fish. Shall we go right now? Once Xiao Bao has mastered these characters, I will accompany you all. Xing Yu exuded an air of authority, decisively determining Yin Ruo's itinerary. Yin Ruo silently scoffed, recalling how this man had previously been too lazy to utter more than a few words, and now he insisted on accompanying her. Furthermore, she sensed that Xing Yu was increasingly encroaching upon her life. Foolish girl, It is precisely because he harbors feelings for you that he is so concerned. This is what one might call possessiveness. After a period of absence, the plot cat, adopting the tone of an experienced confidant, addressed Yunruo's queries, only to evoke even more questions within her. He has developed feelings for me? When did this happen? Does this signify that I have successfully captured his heart? Can I leave now? His affection for you stands at merely 70. There remains considerable room for improvement before reaching 100, though she verbalized a desire to depart. A twinge of reluctance nestled within Yunruo's heart, the source of which eluded her understanding. Nevertheless, upon hearing the plot cat mention that she would remain here for some time longer, her spirits undeniably lifted. Chapter 54. An unexpected visitor. Is anyone home? A delicate voice lured the family's attention. At the entrance stood a young lady clad in pink, her features refined and her figure slender, bashfully lowering her head. Her petite demeanor instilled an inexplicable protective instinct within the man. Yunruo turned to Xingyu. Are you expecting someone? Sensing the underlying hostility in Yunruo's tone, Xingyu hurriedly replied, I don't know her. With a mere glance, Wang Shi immediately labeled Lu Yuhe as flirtatious. She narrowed her eyes and approached Lu Yuhe, bluntly inquiring, Who are you looking for? Lu Yuhe did not respond to Wang Shi, but instead bypassed her, fixing her gaze upon Xingyu. Xinggij, don't you remember me? At the sound of her voice, Yunruo shivered, a wave of discomfort washing over her. Xinggij, I still prefer you, Gij. Still claiming you're not here to find him? Yunruo cast a disdainful glance at Xingyu. Are you afraid we might be inconvenient? Shall we vacate the premises for you? Her sarcastic demeanor ignited a sudden fury within Xingyu. What do you mean by that? Did you not hear? She called you Xinggij. The contempt in her tone was palpable as she directed a cold stare towards Lu Yuhe, who gazed dreamily at Xingyu. With a huff, Yunruo turned to retreat to her room. Wang Shi seized her arm. Where do you think you're going? What else is there to do? I'm going to make space for her. Yunruo. Xingyu's sudden roar startled everyone as he sprang from his chair, striding towards Yunruo. He firmly grasped her wrist, dragging her before Lu Yuhe. Hey, let go of me. What are you doing? Despite Yunruo's struggles, Xingyu's grip remained unyielding. Ultimately, she resigned herself to follow him to the doorway. This was the first time Wang Shi had witnessed Xingyu's wrath. Concern for Yunruo's well-being propelled her to follow closely behind, her eyes fiercely fixed on the uninvited guest. Lu Yuhe seemed intimidated by Wang Shi's glare, shrinking back with a tearful expression. Xinggij, I didn't mean to intrude without greeting you. I'm so sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave right away. Yunruo internally scoffed, realizing she was merely a scheming temptress. Who are you? Xingyu looked down upon the woman before him with a hint of disdain, shadows swirling in his eyes. I am Lu Yuhe, she declared. You saved me on the mountain previously. In truth, Lu Yuhe was the sister of Lu Jihua, residing in a neighboring village. She had once spent some time at the Lu household and had fallen into a trap while foraging for wild vegetables, only to be rescued by Xingyu. Unbeknownst to him, she had developed an infatuation with him and was determined to marry him. However, shortly thereafter, Xingyu wed Yunruo, and Lu Yuhe had not visited for a while. This time, it was Lu Jihua who had summoned her, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Lu Yuhe's sudden appearance was orchestrated by Lu Jihua, who harbored a deep-seated grudge against Yunruo for injuring her son, Qiandebo. She intended to use her sister to drive Yunruo away, leaving her destitute and desperate, thus fulfilling her own desires. So it seems we have a classic tale of hero saving the damsel, Yunruo remarked with a sarcastic tone. It appears she has come to repay her debt of gratitude with her very being. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi felt a surge of discontent. She pinched Yunruo and whispered angrily in her ear, What is wrong with you? She is here pursuing your man, and you maintain such an air of indifference? Do you truly wish to wait until he is taken by another before you react? Yunruo shrugged nonchalantly. What is mine cannot be taken away, and what is not mine cannot be kept. With that, she cast an enigmatic glance at Xingyu. Chapter 55. The concubine Yunruo's voice was not soft and naturally. Xingyu heard every word. He could even feel the indifferent undertone in her voice acutely. his brow furrowed tighter. This woman seemed utterly uninterested in him, despite his earnest attempts to open his heart to her. A prompt appeared. Xingyu's affection level for you has decreased to 65. Yun Ruo looked at Xingyu in confusion, noticing his apparent distaste as he released her hand. She remained in a state of bewilderment. Have you lost your senses? The mistress has arrived, and you do nothing? Are you truly waiting for him to be taken by another woman? The narrative cat was nearly clawing at the walls in frustration. It could not comprehend why Yun Ruo seemed to be throwing aside the pursuit of Xingyu. After a gentle nudge from the narrative cat, Yun Ruo steadied herself, crossing her arms and adopting a relaxed demeanor as she glanced at Lu Yuha. Since my sister has come, let her join us inside. At this, both Wang Shi and even Xingyu were bewildered by Yun Ruo's intentions. He immediately protested, "No, I find your sister familiar and believe she to be a good girl. I wish to befriend her. Why do you impede this?" Without heeding his objections, Yun Ruo took Lu Yuha's arm, and together they bypassed Xingyu and entered the courtyard. Fuming with anger, Xingyu gritted his teeth and stormed away, heading up the mountain. Seeing this, Wang Shi was in a state of turmoil, caught between her furious son-in-law and her inexplicably obstinate daughter. After a moment of hesitation, she slapped her thigh and followed them into the courtyard. "Come, Xiao Bao," Yun Ruo called the bewildered child to her side, smiling as she encouraged him to greet Lu Yuha. "Call her aunt." "What?" Wang appeared to be struck by a thunderbolt, gazing at Yun Ruo in utter disbelief. It seemed that not only had her daughter-ess had been caught in the door, but surely it had also been kicked by a donkey. Lu Yuha, too, was somewhat taken aback by Yun Ruo's actions. With a swift smile, she rummaged through her pouch, producing 2 pieces of candy, bending down to place them in Xiao Bao's hands. "Here, Xiao Bao, enjoy the candy." "Thank you, Auntie." Oblivious to the adult's intricate schemes, Xiao Bao was delighted to receive the treats and happily called Lu Yuha auntie. Yin Ruo warmly urged Lu Yuha to take a seat. "Sister, please sit down. Are you thirsty? Shall I fetch you a cup of water?" "No need," Lu Yuha gently interjected, a smile lingering on her face. Initially, Yun Ruo's invitation was merely a formality, but upon Lu Yuha's refusal, she chose not to insist further and simply seated herself across from her, maintaining a courteous smile. "It seems you seldom venture out, sister. Despite living in the same village, I have yet to meet you." Given that Lu Yuha had been rescued by Xingyu in the mountains, it was likely that she hailed from one of the nearby villages. This was merely Yun Ruo's preliminary assumption. "I come from a neighboring Lu family village. I am here to visit relatives." Lu Yuha was no fool. She understood that the Lu family held animosity towards Yun Ruo. If it were revealed that she was a blood relative, Yun Ruo would likely not wear such a pleasant expression. "She is lying," the narrative voice astonishingly interjected, catching Yun Ruo's attention. Although she recognized it too, she chose not to confront the matter directly, instead continuing the conversation. "I wonder how far your relatives reside from my home. We live at the foot of the mountain and seldom visit the village." "Not far, just by the stone mill in the village," Lu Yuha replied, her candidness inadvertently causing a flicker of surprise in Yun Ruo's gaze. As the conversation progressed, Yun Ruo felt a sense of certainty settling within her. She regarded Lu Yuha with a hint of coldness. "Sister, since it is your first visit, why not stay for a meal?" "No, I shall visit again another day." Sensing that Yun Ruo was subtly urging her to leave, Lu Yuha, priding herself on being polite, nodded and took her leave. Before Lu Yuha had ventured too far, one could no longer restrain herself and delivered a sharp knock to Yun Ruo's head. "Have you lost your senses? She came here to seduce your husband, and you welcomed her with open arms, calling her sister. Little do you know how she mocks your foolishness behind your back." Rubbing her aching head, Yun Ruo replied, "Mother, I was merely probing her for information." "Probing?" Wang shot a disapproving glance at Yun Ruo. "Is there a need for such subtlety? If I were you, I would have chased her away with a stick. Must we entertain every visitor? It's exhausting." Yun Ruo resumed her seat, pouring herself a glass of water. After such a lengthy conversation with Lu Yuha, her throat felt parched. Why not confront her? "Would you prefer to invite her into our home with a smile like yours?" "Useless thing," said Wang, as she, unable to contain her frustration, patted Yin Ruo on the back, nearly causing her to choke on water. After a few coughs, Yin Ruo explained, "Mother, perhaps she isn't here to pursue men. She is here for revenge." "Revenge? Who have you offended?" Upon hearing this, a look of worry and anxiety washed over Wang's face. "Do you remember that Lu family member who caused a ruckus a few days ago?" Yin Ruo leisurely set down her teacup, exuding an air of confidence as she elucidated her thoughts to Wang. "That Lu Yuhua should be a relative of the Lu family. They bear a striking resemblance. If my deductions are correct, Lu Yuhua is likely the sister of the Lu family." Wang quickly searched her memory for details about the Lu family and nodded in understanding. Could it be that she intends to use her sister to make your husband neglect you, thus alleviating her own grievances? Perhaps her intentions go beyond mere neglect. Yin Ruo replied, crossing her arms and leaning back against her chair, showing no signs of worry. "Lu Yuhua could charm Xingyu, leading him to abandon me, seizing everything I currently possess. After securing her hold on him, she might even discard him, ensuring that neither of us enjoys a peaceful life." "What you say sounds rather sinister," Wang said, shaking her head in disbelief. "How could a girl raised in the village harbor such complex thoughts?" Yin Ruo sighed in exasperation. "Mother, your kindness does not mean that everyone shares the same virtue." All right, Wang said, growing impatient as her daughter began to lecture her. "Since you have discerned her intentions, you must come up with a solution quickly, lest we prolong the situation." "Understood," Yin Ruo replied, rising to tidy her clothes, intending to return to her room, only to be stopped by Wang. "Where do you think you're going? Hurry and find my son-in-law." Yin Ruo rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Is it that easy to find a son-in-law? He is closer to you than to me." Seeing that Yin Ruo was slow to take action, Wang pushed her out of the house and threatened, "If you don't bring back my son-in-law, don't bother returning." "Mother," before she could finish, Wang took hold of Xiao Bao, who was watching ants at the door, ignoring Yin Ruo entirely as she strode into the courtyard, the door closing decisively behind her. Yin Ruo's lips twitched as she stood in the wind for a moment, feeling utterly disheveled. Chapter 57. A false alarm in such a vast forest. "Where am I supposed to find him?" Yin Ruo grumbled, using a stick to clear the obstructing weeds as she muttered incessantly. "Plot Cat, can't you sense Xingyu's location?" "Well, about that," Plot Cat replied, feigning ignorance. "While I possess considerable abilities, there are some matters best handled by you." "Ugh, just say you can't find him instead of pretending," Yin Ruo retorted, rolling her eyes heavenward as she ventured deeper into the thicket, occasionally calling out, "Xingyu." Wandering aimlessly in the mountains felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, and it wasn't long before Yin Ruo began to tire. She sat upon a wooden stump and raised her voice, her call echoing through the valley, startling a few birds into flight. Suddenly, ominous thunderclouds gathered above the mountaintop without warning, and the rumble of thunder shattered the silence, reverberating in Yin Ruo's ears. "Is it going to rain?" Yin Ruo hurriedly rose from the tree stump, her face clouded with melancholy as she gazed up at the sky. The daylight was manageable, but as night fell, the beasts emerged. If she were to be stranded in the mountains due to the heavy rain, her safety would undoubtedly be at risk. Raindrops had begun to descend, pattering against the leaves and underbrush with a cacophony of sound. Lost in thought, Yin Ruo was jolted back to reality by the voice of the narrative cat, urging her to seek shelter. "Perhaps you should find a safe place to wait out the storm," it suggested. Finally coming to her senses, Yin Ruo shielded her head with her hands and dashed toward an open area, recognizing that standing beneath a tree in a thunderstorm was perilous. "Look, there's a cave over there." Following the narrative cat's direction, she sprinted toward the cave entrance, nearly obscured by thick undergrowth, suggesting it had been a long time since any creature had visited. The rain pelted her head painfully, but she dismissed the discomfort and pushed aside the foliage, diving inside. The rain intensified, a relentless symphony accompanied by booming thunder that sent shivers down her spine. Water streamed in lines from the cave entrance, pooling into rivulets on the ground. Huddled within the cave, Yin Ruo wrapped her arms around herself, staring blankly at the tempest outside, suddenly troubled by thoughts of Xingyu. Would he be caught in the downpour? Would the rain infect his wounds? Something drew near. The narrative cat's voice quivered with an unmistakable tension. Startled by the noise, Yin Ruo's face turned pale, instinctively retreating. If a beast, like herself, sought refuge from the rain and was ravenous, her life would be in grave danger. The sound of squelching mud broke her reverie, two distinct thuds drawing ever closer. With a mixture of despair and fear, she fixated on the looming figure blocking the cave's entrance, enveloping her in darkness. After a few moments of stunned silence, she burst into tears. To her astonishment, it was the very man she had been searching for. The moment turned out to be a false alarm. In that instant, Yin Ruo was liberated from the clutches of despair, her tears overflowing with relief, mingled with a sense of grievance and a hint of reproach. "Do not cry," Xingyu uttered, though he was perplexed by her presence at that moment. Her tears left him a loss for words, merely able to utter that one phrase. He longed to embrace her to provide comfort, but the pain coursing through him restrained his movements, his brow furrowed and his lips devoid of color. The ever-watchful narrative cat was the first to notice something amiss with Xingyu. "Stop crying for now. He seems to be in distress." At those words, Yin Ruo wiped her tears, still sobbing softly, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Xingyu. She observed him leaning against the rock wall, one hand clutching it for support while the other rested against his chest. The tightness of his brow and the paleness of his lips indicated his discomfort. Suddenly, it appeared that Xingyu was losing strength, his tall frame gradually sliding down the rock wall until he collapsed onto the ground. Panicked, Yin Ruo rushed him, using her slender shoulders to prop him up, unsteadily leading him deeper into the cave, where she finally settled him against the stone wall. "You're injured again?" Seeing that Xingyu was still somewhat conscious, Yin Ruo, filled with anxiety, hurriedly wanted to help him inspect his wounds. Xingyu grasped Yin Ruo's hand, which was about to undo his clothing, and managed to force a faint smile, signaling her not to worry. "I'm fine. I just need to rest for a moment." "You always do this. Can't you refrain from being so strong in front of me?" For reasons unknown, Xingyu often bore all suffering alone, evoking an inexplicable ache in Yin Ruo's heart. He was acutely aware of his own physical condition and knew that, despite Yin Ruo's clever ideas, she was not a healer capable of remedying his affliction. Thus, why should he burden her with his worries? Nevertheless, while Yin Ruo appeared to have ceased her efforts, she secretly enlisted the help of the plot cat to examine Xingyu's injuries. "How is it? Have you found any results?" After a brief pause, the plot cat's tone was imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "From my preliminary diagnosis, he has been afflicted with a type of poison." "Poison? Can it be cured?" Yin Ruo thought that as long as the cause could be identified, the plot cat would likely be able to assist. However, the subsequent words from the plot cat plunged her into silence. "This is no ordinary poison. It is a type of love poison that only manifests when he truly experiences deep emotions. At that time, he will endure excruciating pain, akin to being gnawed by ants, a torment beyond what an ordinary person can withstand." Yin Ruo immediately envisioned Xingyu suffering alone through such bone-deep agony, her heart squeezing painfully. She grasped his larger hand in a gesture of solace. As Xingyu, who had been closing his eyes in concentration, felt the softness in his grasp, he slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Yin Ruo, whose face was etched with concern. He tightened his hold on her delicate hand. The love poison within him is likely the offspring type. To save him, one must locate the mother poison and eliminate it. Where can we find the mother poison? That, you must ask Xingyu himself. With the conversation having reached such a pivotal point, the plot cat ceased its chatter and discreetly departed to seek a method to alleviate Xingyu's pain. The affliction only manifests during genuine emotional turmoil. Did this imply that Xingyu had begun to develop feelings for Yin Ruo? If that were the case, it would mean Yin Ruo had inadvertently caused him this suffering, tormenting him for her own sake. The more she pondered, the more she felt it was unjust, and her face grew increasingly conflicted. "Come here," Xingyu beckoned, extending his hand to indicate that she should draw nearer. Following his lead, Yin Ruo sat beside him, only to be suddenly pulled into his embrace, leaving her startled and eager to rise. Was Xingyu losing his mind? Did he not realize that this would only increase her anguish? Do not move. Xingyu seemed to have exhausted his current strength, binding Yin Ruo to his chest. From now on, do not do this again. Do not push me away to others. All right? Yin Ruo was momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that it was due to Lu Yuha's incident that Xingyu had come to see his true feelings, and now, because he had developed emotions, he chose to hide away in this mountain? Promise me. The woman in his arms remained silent for a long while, causing Xingyu to feel a sense of urgency, his gaze betraying a hint of pleading. I promise you, I shall never do so again, Yin Ruo replied solemnly, before once again nestling into Xingyu's embrace. Upon hearing her words, a smile briefly graced Xingyu's lips, though it quickly faded, replaced by a surge of bittersweet emotion. Note: Xingyu's affection for you has risen to 80. Yin Ruo abruptly lifted her gaze to Xingyu, acutely aware that allowing herself to feel would only lead to heartache. Why, then, did he persist in this manner? Xingyu lowered his head, his eyes radiating warmth, as one large hand gently covered Yin Ruo's eyes, seemingly reluctant for her to witness his current disheveled state. I have vowed to protect you for a lifetime. Therefore, I shall come to no harm. His eyes brimmed with determination and fierceness. Prior to encountering Yin Ruo, he was indifferent to this emotional entanglement, but now, he can no longer allow it to unfold unchecked. Chapter 59. Explanation. Perhaps due to Xingyu's presence, Yin Ruo unconsciously lowered her defenses, and her once alert body seemed to collapse as she leaned against him, soon falling into a deep slumber. When she next opened her eyes, daylight had fully arrived. Xingyu had hardly slept, unwilling to relax his vigilance, and he was determined to ensure that Yin Ruo's safety was never compromised. At that moment, seeing Yin Ruo rub her eyes as she rose, he shifted his somewhat numb arms. Awake? As they spoke, Yin Ruo's eyes regained their clarity, her gaze flitting across Xingyu's face, confirming that he appeared to be well and his complexion had regained some color, which allowed her to exhale in relief. All is well, then. I told you I would be fine, Xingyu said, standing up while grasping Yin Ruo's slightly chilly hand. Are you cold? Before Yin Ruo could respond, he had already removed his outer garment and draped it over her. I'm not cold. You should wear it yourself. You're already injured, and I wouldn't want you to catch a chill, Yin Ruo insisted, attempting to return the garment to Xingyu, only to be halted by his commanding gaze. Be obedient. Xingyu adjusted her clothing before taking her hand and leading her out of the cave. Let us go home. The two walked in silence. Yet the warmth of their intertwined hands drew their hearts closer together. Oh, you wretched girl, you actually know how to come back? As the two remained absent throughout the night, Wang's anxiety grew akin to a restless spirit. Before dawn, she stood at the door, scanning the horizon. Upon catching sight of their figures, she hurriedly approached, scolding them. Understanding that her concern stemmed from genuine care, Yin Ruo refrained from retorting, instead offering a smile that made her feel as though her own mother stood before her. Mother, we were compelled to spend the night in the mountains due to the torrential rain, and I apologize for causing you worry, Xianyu said, shielding Yin Ruo protectively as he bowed his head in contrition. Upon realizing that the two had been together and were unharmed, Wang's heart finally eased. Observing Xianyu's vigilant care for Yin Ruo only deepened her satisfaction with her son-in-law. Well then, since you are back, go rest in your rooms quickly. The mountains are perilous, and I'm certain you didn't sleep a wink last night. Yin Ruo, entwining her arm with Xianyu's, followed Wang into the courtyard. Gulme, let me first examine your wounds. You were caught in the rain yesterday. I must ensure there is no risk of infection. Xianyu relished Yin Ruo's attentiveness towards him, choosing not to mention the events of the previous day. He sat quietly on the bed, awaiting her assistance with the medication. After a prolonged hesitation, Yin Ruo felt compelled to clarify the events of yesterday, acknowledging that her stubbornness had caused Xianyu distress. I prefer not to dwell on the past. You have promised me that you would not associate me with other women, have you not? However, I wish to explain that my actions were not intentional. Though Xianyu outwardly appeared disinclined to pursue the topic further, he could not dismiss the impact it had on him, leaving a lingering unease in his heart. Truthfully, when I saw Lu Yuha seeking you and addressing you as Brother Exen, I was indeed upset. Yet, I felt she had ulterior motives, which is why I feigned camaraderie, hoping to elicit information from her. Upon hearing of Yin Ruo's jealousy regarding Lu Yuha, a flicker of joy crossed Xinyu's eyes. It signified that Yin Ruo harbored feelings for him, for otherwise she would not have been envious of another woman. What did you ultimately uncover? Ah, well, this is a secret for now. When the time comes that you need me, simply cooperate, and all shall be well. Casting a glance at Yin Ruo, exuding confidence, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Xingyu understood that this girl had likely devised a plan. Chapter 60. Mischief with Lu Yuha as expected. Not long after they finished their meal, Lu Yuha sauntered into her courtyard, swaying her supple waist, a basket in hand. "Xingij, I've come to see you," she announced. With Yin Ruo's previous tacit approval, Lu Yuha felt emboldened this time. Perhaps it was the red attire she donned, but her smile was even more alluring. She partially concealed her face with a handkerchief, inching closer to Xingyu, her body almost leaning against him, her enchanting eyes glancing flirtatiously at him. "Xingij," she cooed sweetly, only to earn a displeased frown from the man, who shifted away. In that moment, Lu Yuha lost her balance, nearly tumbling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Ruo swiftly stepped forward, stepping on Lu Yuha's skirt. Consequently, Lu Yuha's body fell uncontrollably to the ground. "Xingij," even at this moment, she did not forget to cast a pleading glance at him. Yin Ruo hurriedly assisted the pale-faced Lu Yuha from the muddy ground, her new attire instantly soiled. "Oh dear, are you all right? How could you be so careless?" Internally, Yin Ruo scoffed, but outwardly she feigned concern, vigorously brushing off Lu Yuha's clothes, albeit with a bit too much force, causing her to wince in discomfort a few times. "My apologies, sister. I was a bit anxious and inadvertently hurt you." "Please don't take offense," she said sweetly. In front of Xingyu, Lu Yuha endeavored to present an image of magnanimity, thus she could only endure Yin Ruo's actions, forcing a laugh and responding, "It's nothing." The mischievous smile at the corner of Yin Ruo's mouth did not escape Xingyu's notice. He gazed at her with a hint of indulgence, recognizing her lack of mercy in her scheming. "Your clothes are soiled, and I'm sure you must feel uncomfortable. I have an outer garment that I no longer wear. Would you like to make do with it for now?" Although Yin Ruo's attire remained relatively clean, it was patched and worn, a garment that even the most impoverished would discard. Lu Yuha immediately frowned, though she was not a lady of high status. She had grown up in relative comfort and had never worn patched clothing. Hearing Yin Ruo offer her something unwanted, she could not help but feel disdain. "No, thank you. I would prefer to go back and change." "Then you should leave promptly," came the unceremonious dismissal from Wang Shi, who had been holding her tongue for quite some time. Lu Yuha cast a reluctant glance at Xingyu, only to find his expression cold and indifferent, not even sparing her a glance. Clenching her handkerchief into a fist, she quickly regained her composure, her face lighting up with another bright smile. "Sister, once I change, shall we go mushroom picking together?" "Mushroom picking? Certainly. It has just rained, and there must be plenty of mushrooms on the mountain." "Sister, hurry back so we can set off early." Although Yin Ruo was uncertain of Lu Yuha's true intentions for summoning her to the mountain, she readily acquiesced, believing that she could face any challenge that arose. "In that case, wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly," she said. As she spoke, Lu Yuha gracefully glided out the door. Yin Ruo watched her retreating figure, a glimmer of calculation flickering in her eyes. "I will accompany you," said Xingyu, gently resting his hand on her shoulder, his voice low. "No need." Yin Ruo replied with a smile, turning to look at him. "I can manage on my own. You should stay home and recuperate. Your wound requires careful attention." Chapter 61. Qian Debo's Revenge Sister. Shall we depart? Yin Ruo emerged from her room, having changed into a fresh outfit, only to find Lu Yuha waiting in the courtyard, donned in a delicate green outer garment, exuding a somewhat enchanting charm. Yin Ruo shook her head, chiding herself for forgetting that Lu Yuha was indeed vying for her man. "Let us go," she said, retrieving a basket from the corner and following Lu Yuha up the mountain. "Sister, look, there are so many mushrooms here," Lu Yuha exclaimed, pointing to a clearing behind the grass. Yin Ruo hurried over at the sound of her voice, and before her lay a small patch brimming with wild mushrooms. The thought of mushroom and egg soup chicken stewed with mushrooms, and dumplings filled with pork and mushrooms swirled enticingly in her mind. She swallowed hard, rubbing her hands together. "Let's gather them here." "All right," Lu Yuha replied, adding, "Sister, you gather here. I will go over there." Yin Ruo was completely absorbed in the prospect of the mushrooms, responding absent-mindedly as she squatted down to begin collecting them in her basket. Suddenly, she heard a series of crisp sounds behind her. Someone had approached. Without looking up, she inquired, "Have you finished gathering?" The person behind her did not respond, but their breathing grew increasingly frantic. Realizing something was amiss, Yin Ruo swiftly turned around, hurling the mushrooms in her hand toward the stranger. Ugh! The dirt from the mushrooms splattered into Qian Debo's mouth, and he spat it onto the ground. Turning to glare at Yin Ruo, "Qian Debo?" Yin Ruo was clearly taken aback by his sudden appearance. Had his injuries healed so swiftly? "Humph, you shameless wretch," Qian Debo said, wiping the mud from the corner of his mouth. "Indeed, it is I." The memory of Yin Ruo's earlier cruelty towards him ignited a desire within him to tear her apart immediately. "What do you intend to do?" Yin Ruo asked, stepping back cautiously, reassuring herself that he could not have healed so quickly. She must not show fear. "What's the matter? Are you scared?" Qian Debo sneered, stepping closer as he noticed the flicker of panic on her face. "Do not worry. Before you perish, I shall ensure you experience great pleasure. Isn't it true that you—" Yin Ruo's voice trembled as she gazed at the advancing Qian Debo, gripping her clothing tightly as she retreated once more. "Am I capable or not? Why not try and find out?" Qian Daba's face contorted into a lecherous grin, his saliva nearly dripping. Though Yin Ruo had inflicted significant harm upon him previously, thanks to the physician's treatment, Qian Daba, while now incapable of procreation, could still lead a normal life. However, his animosity towards Yin Ruo had not diminished. He wished for her demise. Thus, he manipulated Lu Yuha, luring Yin Ruo to the mountains where solitude reigned, making it all too easy for him to execute his sinister plan. Yet, upon laying eyes on Yin Ruo, who appeared even more enchanting than before, Qian Daba's lust surged, prompting him to contemplate satiating his desires before extinguishing her life. Plot meow, save me," Yin Ruo had desperately called out, but the feline, having exhausted itself seeking a remedy for Xing Yu's poison the previous night, was now sound asleep and oblivious to Yin Ruo's agonized cries. At that moment, Yin Ruo was beset by regret, chastising herself for her arrogance in underestimating the situation. If only Xing Yu were by her side now. Not far away, concealed behind a tree, Lu Yuha observed Yin Ruo's panic, her lips curling into a triumphant smile, a stark contrast to her previously delicate demeanor. Chapter 62. Intent to kill. Rest assured, I shall ensure you meet your end in bliss. Qian Daba cackled, almost entranced as he lunged forward. Yin Ruo retreated repeatedly, realizing she was cornered by the tree behind her. With Qian Daba's hand almost upon her, she closed her eyes in despair, crying out, "My lord, save me." A sudden chill brushed her cheek, followed by a sharp crack, silencing Qian Daba's maniacal laughter with a chorus of groans. He found himself thrust to the ground, staring in terror at the man who stood before him. Xing Yu, blocking Yin Ruo with a stance brimming with lethal intent. Xing Yu? The familiar scent enveloped Yin Ruo, granting her a sense of safety. Slowly, she opened her eyes, finding the broad back of the man she relied upon right in front of her. Xing Yu turned to offer her a reassuring glance before advancing towards Qian Daba, who had not yet managed to rise. With a single foot, Xing Yu pressed him down, pinning him to the earth. Having previously endured a brutal beating from Xing Yu, Qian Daba now sensed an even greater bloodlust emanating from him, and, being a coward at heart, hastily began to plead for mercy. "My lord, I was wrong. Spare me. I shall never dare again. I will bow before you." Seemingly irritated by his incessant whining, Xing Yu exerted more pressure, pressing Qian Daba's face into the ground, dislocating his jaw as he continued to whimper. No matter how cunning Lu Yuha was, she remained just a simple village girl, unaccustomed to such a terrifying display, especially the frigid aura radiating from Xing Yu. Even from her hidden spot, she felt its chilling reality. In that instant, She crouched, attempting to flee, only to be spotted by Qiandaba. Lu Yuha, you wretched woman. Come help me at once. Upon hearing his shout, Lu Yuha hesitated, sensing two piercing gazes directed at her from behind, as if they intended to execute her on the spot. Yun Ruo swiftly approached Lu Yuha, seizing her collar and throwing her to the ground, mirroring Qiandaba's position before them. Now tell me, who devised today's scheme? With Xingyu backing her, Yun Ruo spoke with newfound confidence, her voice rising in volume. At that moment, both Qiandaba and Lu Yuha pointed at each other, eager to extricate themselves from the situation. It seems that you two have conspired to harm me. Thus, neither of you will escape unscathed. As she spoke, Yin Ruo exchanged a knowing glance with Xingyu, who promptly seized Qiandaba and Lu Yuha by the neck, lifting them effortlessly off the ground. Let go of me, I'll speak. Lu Yuha, being a fragile woman, was filled with dread at the prospect of death. She desperately clawed at Xingyu's hand, her words tumbling out in fragmented bursts. It was Qiandaba who harbored resentment against you. He asked me to lure Yin Ruo here. He intended to kill her. But then, unexpectedly, Qiandaba turned lustful and, damn it, though Lu Yu's statement remained unfinished, Xingyu had already discerned its implications. He tightened his grip on Qiandaba's throat, causing the latter to struggle, his eyes rolling back as the sensation of suffocation brought him to the brink of despair. She is lying. She told me she wanted to marry you, and that is why she asked for my help to eliminate Yin Ruo. The two parties each held their ground, yet Yin Ruo was resolute in her decision. Release them. What did you say? Xingyu looked at Yin Ruo in confusion, unable to comprehend why she would wish to spare these two. Surely, they deserved a torturous fate. Trust me, Yin Ruo said softly, her hand resting on Xingyu's tensed arm. Following her gentle reassurance, Xingyu disdainfully tossed the two to the ground, though the murderous intent in his eyes lingered. Chapter 63. Free communication, what do you wish to do with them? While he was uncertain of Yin Ruo's motives for releasing Qiandaba and Lu Yuha, Xingyu understood that she was not one to silently endure injustice. Knock them out, preferably so that they awaken in about half an hour. Xingyu raised an eyebrow at Yin Ruo, suspecting she was concocting yet another scheme. He was tempted to annihilate these two who posed a threat to Yin Ruo, yet she only requested that he render them unconscious. He feared that if he lost control, he might inadvertently kill them. Qiandaba and Lu Yuha lay on the ground like dogs, clutching their throats and gasping for air, still recovering. They were terrified as they saw Xingyu approach them once more, causing them to scramble away in fear. Weren't you supposed to let us go? Qiandaba, pushed forward by Lu Yuha, dared to ask. Before he could finish his question, Xingyu struck him with a swift blow, causing him to roll his eyes and collapse. Murder. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuha screamed, clutching her head in a frantic attempt to flee. However, her voice abruptly ceased, and she collapsed limply onto Qiandaba. Yin Ruo chuckled mischievously. Help me drag them over to that tree. Sensing something in Yin Ruo's laughter, Xingyu smirked and proceeded to drag the two of them, tossing them beneath the tree. Well, what comes next? They firmly knocked them unconscious and discarded them on the mountain, which seemed rather lenient. Xingyu crossed his arms, awaiting Yin Ruo's next instruction. After a considerable amount of time spent laboring, they finally achieved the result Yin Ruo desired. She clapped her hands and said, "Let us go. The show is about to begin." The two descended the mountain together, just as they encountered Zhao Shi, the village gossip, along with several other women who were foraging for mushrooms. Yin Ruo's heart leapt with joy. She now had someone to relay her message for free. Are you ants also out collecting mushrooms? Yin Ruo greeted them warmly, a rarity for her, and several women smiled in response, confirming they had just returned. My husband and I intended to gather some mushrooms from the mountain as well, she said, but as she spoke, her face turned crimson and she hesitated, prompting the women, particularly Zhao Shi, to ignite their curiosity. Xing family's daughter-in-law. What is there that you cannot say directly? We are all from the same village. After Zhao Shi's prompt, Yin Ruo, after a brief moment of hesitation, finally spoke, albeit shyly. Earlier, we found a clearing abundant with mushrooms, just as we were about to approach. We heard someone over there. As she continued, her face flushed even more. The women had already surmised much of the story, and Yin Ruo added, I heard that woman calling for her brother-in-law, so we dared not venture closer and hurried back. Suddenly, Yin Ruo seemed to remember something and added, that clearing is just a few dozen meters to the left after ascending the mountain. You ants should avoid that area, lest you disturb them. With a semblance of concern, she bid them farewell and returned home. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Shi's eyes darted with intrigue. She was well acquainted with every trivial matter in the village. Given that the woman had called for her brother-in-law, it was highly likely she was Lu Shi's younger sister, and the identity of the man was easily deduced. In that case, let us steer clear of that place to avoid stumbling upon someone else's affairs and bringing trouble upon ourselves. Although the women were curious to investigate, they ultimately chose to avoid any potential scandal and decided to head up the right side of the mountain instead. Zhao Shi, who had been at odds with Lu Shi, could not let this opportunity slip by, suspecting it might involve her rival as scandal. What good fortune! I reckon Yin Ruo merely wishes to deter us from mushroom hunting, so she can gather them all herself. Chapter 64. Caught in the act, do you think they would heed your warning and refrain from that location? In Xing Yu's eyes, the village women, while fond of gossip, were fundamentally timid and averse to trouble. Since Yin Ruo had already cautioned them, they certainly would have no reason to proceed. You underestimate the intensity of a woman's curiosity, Yin Ruo remarked, playfully patting Xing Yu's shoulder, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned confidant, almost as if stroking a beard and shaking her head knowingly. You seem pleased now, yet you were terrified just a moment ago. Will you dare to act alone in the future? Even now, a sense of trepidation lingers within Xing Yu. Had he truly heeded Yin Ruo's advice to remain at home and await her return, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The sinister intentions of Qiandaba, who contemplated betrayal followed by murder, sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, you ultimately came to my rescue, Yin Ruo said with a smile, clasping Xing Yu's hand. The slightly coarse texture and gentle warmth provided her with immense reassurance. Xing Yu chuckled, playfully tapping her nose, while secretly resolving that Qiandaba must not be spared. Do you think Lu's family will be enraged? And how will the villagers perceive this? Yin Ruo chattered animatedly along the way, her earlier fright completely dispelled, replaced instead by an eager anticipation for the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Zhao incited several women from her circle to accompany her to the small clearing Yin Ruo had mentioned, where they immediately spotted the two figures beneath the tree. Oh dear, how utterly shameless! The women quickly shielded their eyes, turning away in embarrassment. Despite their own experiences, the scene before them was shockingly lascivious. There lay Lu Yuha, completely unclothed, pinned beneath the equally naked Qiandaba, whose face was buried in Lu Yuha's bosom. From Zhao's perspective, the spectacle was indeed provocative. Noticing that the involved parties remained oblivious, the women hastily departed, their hearts fluttering with a mix of excitement. Another captivating drama was about to unfold. Under the shade of a tree in the courtyard, Yin Ruo and her family sought respite from the heat, occasionally teaching the little one a few characters, embodying a scene of tranquility that stood in stark contrast to the clamorous noises outside. After the departure of the Zhao family, the women returned to the village, their lips sealed as they encountered the scandalous affair, unable to contain their gossip. Before long, whispers of the incident spread throughout the village, prompting Lu Shi to confront Zhao Shi, resulting in a fierce altercation that only ceased under the village chief's authoritative presence. However, Zhao Shi's resentment towards Lu Shi only intensified, leading her to boldly propose a gathering to catch the culprits red-handed. Thus, a throng of villagers, including the chief, ascended the mountain. The scene Zhao Shi had previously witnessed was laid bare for all to see, and in a fit of rage, Lu Shi lunged at Qiandaba and Lu Yuha, striking them with fervor, creating quite the spectacle. By now, it had been nearly half an hour since Yin Ruo and Xing Yu had departed, and with the chaos ensuing from Lu Shi's outburst, Qiandaba and Lu Yuha soon stirred from their stupor. Qiandaba seized Lu Shi's arm, exclaiming, "You wretched woman! How dare you strike me? You seek death! Good heavens, what sins have I committed in my past life?" He lamented, "Men, day by day, feast from one bowl while gazing longingly at another. Lu Shi's vitriolic tirade struck Qian Debao and Lu Yuha like a thunderbolt, leaving them momentarily stunned. They quickly distanced themselves, with Lu Yuha hastily draping a garment over herself, tears streaming down her face. How has it come to this? I am but an innocent maiden, and now such rumors will ruin my life. She cried. Take me away. The village chief, incensed by the shamelessness displayed, nearly fainted from fury, gesturing to several burly men who promptly seized Qian Debao and Lu Yuha. What ensued was a discussion between the village chiefs on how to deal with the pair. But Yin Ruo had little concern for the matter. In ancient times, reputation was held in the highest regard. Thus, even if Qian Debao and Lu Yuha were spared from the direst of punishments, their lives would forever be stained with shame. Chapter 65. I will help you with the poison. Do you not think that my actions are rather despicable? As night fell, Yin Ruo leaned against Xing Yue's shoulder, gazing up at the starry sky, reflecting on the events of the day. She had heard that Qian Debao and Lu Yuha had been expelled from both villages, and Lu Shi had returned to her maternal home. Not at all. Whatever you do, I shall support you. No matter how you change, my affection remains. Xing Yu gently tousled Yin Ruo's hair, his tone laced with tenderness. At his words, Yin Ruo sprang upright, staring intently at him. Are you all right? She inquired. Would his confession trigger the love curse once more? Xing Yu clenched his teeth, swallowing the bitter sweetness, and smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. Why do you ask? Yet, it seemed Yin Ruo was not easily convinced this time. She frowned, displeased. I know you are under the love curse, so do not deceive me any longer. How could you possibly? Faced with Yin Ruo's inquiry, Xing Yu found it incredulous. Few knew of his affliction, and he had concealed it well before her. How could she have discovered it? Do you wish to know how I came to learn your secret? Then you must disclose everything. Do not withhold any truths from me. Upon hearing this, Xing Yu turned his gaze skyward, remaining silent for a considerable moment before exhaling a sigh. 2 years ago, I was unwittingly poisoned. Yin Ruo stared at him for a few seconds before lowering her head and asking, Do you know who administered the poison? To use such vile sorcery is truly despicable. And what if I do? Countless esteemed physicians have been unable to cure my affliction. As he spoke, Xing Yu's demeanor grew despondent, his head bowed, exuding an unprecedented sense of melancholy. The emotional poison within you is a child worm. Once the mother worm is eradicated, the poison will naturally dissipate. In a moment of urgency, Yin Ruo revealed everything she understood. How do you know this? Xing Yu's gaze sharpened as he regarded Yin Ruo with newfound intensity. Who exactly are you? The sudden change in the man's demeanor caught her off guard. Just moments ago, he had professed his unwavering affection for her, regardless of her form. Yin Ruo pouted. What? If I am not Yin Ruo, you would cease to care for me and wish to end my life? Realizing her emotions had escalated, Xing Yu gradually released his grip on her, murmuring, I apologize. I have stated before that no matter how you change, my feelings remain unchanged. Likewise, it matters not whether you are Yin Ruo or not. I am indifferent. His eyes radiated determination, as if he were making a promise to both Yin Ruo and himself. In response, she smiled brightly, reassuring him, Do not worry, I am indeed Yin Ruo. However, she silently added in her heart, Not the Yin Ruo you seek to wed. What do you mean by however? I'm not as helpless as you might think. I will find a way to help you alleviate the poison. Initially, Yin Ruo had intended to reveal her true identity to Xing Yu. She did not wish to deceive the one she cherished. Yet, at this critical juncture, the narrative cat intervened, preventing her from doing so. While Xing Yu harbored affection for Yin Ruo, it had not yet blossomed into deep love. To disclose her identity recklessly could lead to unforeseen complications. How did you ascertain that I was poisoned? Although Xing Yu had no intention of prying into Yin Ruo's secrets, his curiosity was piqued, especially since he believed he had concealed his condition well. It was during our time in the cave. Regardless, you must trust me. I will devise a way to assist you in overcoming this affliction. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Ruo added a warning. If you experience any discomfort in the future, do not conceal it from me. Do not bear it alone. Understood? Xing Yu managed a faint smile, pulling her into his embrace, hoping she would not notice his own peculiarities. Chapter 66. Lord Xing, turning her gaze to the man lying nearby, Yin Ruo listened to the steady rhythm of his breath and sighed softly. She understood that since he had developed feelings for her, her mere presence would inevitably cause him distress. Though he had been holding his tongue, she could sense his struggle. Narrative cat? Yes. Have you discovered a means to alleviate his pain? There exists no universally effective analgesic. For now, one can only attempt various remedies, akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Ah, thank you. This marks the first time Yin Ruo wholeheartedly expresses gratitude to the plot cat. No longer does she resent it for bringing her into this unfamiliar realm. Instead, she feels compelled to thank it for leading her to Xingyu, and even more so for its unwavering assistance. This unexpected gratitude leaves the plot cat somewhat flustered, even tinged with guilt. It remains silent, merely accompanying Yin Ruo in the darkness, her eyes wide open, unable to succumb to slumber. At the break of dawn, Yin Ruo arises. Why are you up so early? As soon as she stirs, Xingyu awakens alertly. I cannot sleep. I'm off to prepare breakfast. You should rest a while longer. With a radiant smile, Yin Ruo tidies her attire and exits the room. Xingyu follows closely behind, sensing that Yin Ruo might be concealing something from him. Wasn't I just told to sleep a bit longer? Having washed her face, Yin Ruo notices Xingyu standing silently beside her, his gaze imbued with a hint of reproach. Is something the matter? Shouldn't that question be directed towards me? Xingyu's tone carries an edge of displeasure, leaving Yin Ruo momentarily perplexed. What could possibly be wrong with me? Enough of this. I shall go cook. Sticking out her tongue playfully, she brushes Xingyu aside and hastens into the kitchen. Whatever you plan to do or wherever you wish to go, you must tell me. It appears that Xingyu has resolutely decided to shadow Yin Ruo, trailing after her with a sullen expression. Realizing he has guessed that she intends to go out, she cannot help but chuckle. How did you know I was going to leave you behind? What? Xingyu's eyes widen in indignation. So, you truly intend to abandon me and act independently? Haha. Yin Ruo laughs, playfully pinching his pouting cheeks, surprised to see this man exhibit such adorably foolish behavior. I am indeed going out, but did I not say I would take you along? With that, Yin Ruo tilts her head, observing Xingyu, who appears somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head and turning away with a haughty demeanor. As if you dare. Indeed, you are the master. Your word is law. While jesting, Yin Ruo theatrically gestures for him to proceed. Now, may I respectfully request Master Xing to take his leave, as I need to prepare breakfast. At this, Xingyu's face flushes completely, and he hastily exits, dousing his face with water from the well to cool the heat that has risen to his cheeks. After a simple breakfast, Yin Ruo packs the second batch of sun-dried peaches and, hand in hand with Xingyu, steps out the door. Shall we take a moment to rest? Concerned about Xingyu's endurance, she suggests resting along the way, only to be met with his cold refusal. I'm not that feeble. Seeing that he was indeed unresponsive, Yin Ruo ceased to press him further. After much contemplation last night, she resolved to visit the county town today, a trivial task of delivering dried peaches to Tianxiang Tower. Additionally, she had several other matters to attend to. With this in mind, she quickened her pace. Upon arriving in the county town, the two made their way directly to Tianxiang Tower. To their surprise, Luo Feng personally emerged to greet them, an unprecedented gesture. My lady, it has been several days since your last visit. I thought you had absconded with the dried peaches. He jested. Xingyu maintained his usual icy demeanor, causing Luo Feng to temper his levity. However, Yin Ruo, being straightforward and sociable, prompted him to indulge in a bit of banter. How could that be? I arrived bright and early, did I not? She replied with a smile, handing her basket to manager Li behind Luo Feng. Could you weigh this for me? Luo Feng cast a swift glance at Xingyu before turning to manager Li with instructions. Take Madame Xing to be weighed, and then pay her the agreed amount. Manager Li complied respectfully, gesturing for Yin Ruo to proceed. This way, Madame Xing Yin Ruo nodded, glancing back at Xingyu. Wait for me. I will return shortly. Xingyu smiled in response, watching as Yin Ruo departed until her figure vanished from the corridor, his smile gradually fading back into his usual coldness. You do not appear well. Has something occurred? Luo Feng immediately noted the shift in Xingyu's demeanor and deliberately steered Yin Ruo away, to seize the opportunity to converse with him. Do you still recall the poison within me? Xing Yu's expression remained impassive, his gaze not even meeting Luo Feng's, his tone flat as if discussing an unrelated matter. Hearing this, Luo Feng was taken aback, striking his forehead with his fan. Oh, my foolishness. I previously jested about the ice cube marrying a wife and completely overlooked this matter. After a brief silence, Luo Feng, somewhat uncertain, ventured. Have you truly developed feelings for Yin Ruo? In his perception, Xing Yu was not one prone to such romantic entanglements, especially since he was well aware of his own predicament with the poison. Why would he willingly risk himself? She might just be my destiny. Xing Yu replied with a bitter smile, betraying a rare loss of control, for he typically possessed remarkable self-discipline. Yet with Yin Ruo, he found himself helpless. Suddenly, his countenance paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The mere thought of her caused a bone-deep ache within his heart. Yet he could not help but be drawn to her. Are you all right? Luo Feng hurriedly approached to support him, but was halted by Xing Yu's hand. I'm fine. Knowing Xing Yu's tenacity well, Luo Feng hesitated, retracting his hands, his concern only intensifying. Shall I send word to Mubai? Xing Yu steadied himself. The priority now is to uncover Hong Xue's whereabouts. Hong Xue? Hong Xue had once been Xing Yu's junior sister, harboring affections for him for many years. However, several years ago, when Xing Yu fell victim to poisoning, she inexplicably vanished. Luo Feng was puzzled as to why they sought her now. Did she not go missing long ago? Even if she flees to the ends of the earth, I will find her, Xing Y declared through clenched teeth. The poison coursing through my veins is the Z Gu, and the M Gu is likely within Hing Su. Only by eliminating the M Gu can my affliction be remedied. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hing Su was the perpetrator of the poison. No wonder Xing Y had suppressed this matter back then. He ceased to question further and immediately replied, I shall dispatch more personnel to investigate. However, after a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng, torn, inquired, should we notify the capital? Let us ascertain Hing Su's whereabouts first. Informing them now would be futile. As their conversation concluded, Yin Ru returned alongside Manager L. Clutching a pouch of silver. What were you discussing? She inquired with a smile, leaning on Xing Y's arm and tilting her head at him. Naturally, Master Lu, as a merchant, is eager to discover whether I possess any other lucrative ventures, Xing Y replied, casting a subtle glance at Lu Feng, who instantly understood and jested. I merely fear that the young lady might hoard secrets and refuse to collaborate with me again. When new opportunities arise, I will certainly consider Master Lu first. I only worry that by then, Master Lu may be reluctant to engage with a small establishment like ours. Yin Ru seemed accustomed to such superficial exchanges, effortlessly weaving words that left Lu Feng feeling somewhat awkward. After a few casual affirmations, Yin Ru took Xing Y's hand, leading him out of Tian Xing Lu. With other matters to attend to, she did not wish to squander time on trivial pleasantries with a group of merchants. Where shall we go now? Xing Y appeared to relish the sensation of Yin Ru guiding him by the hand, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Let us visit the Bicot, where we previously sold medicine. Although the county town boasts many apothecaries, Yin Ru chose Bicot because she deemed Dr. Li a trustworthy individual. To the apothecary? Since they did not need to sell herbs this time. Xing Y's first thought was that Yin Ru intended to take him to see a doctor to aid in detoxification. The poison within me is not easily remedied. It is not that Xing Y underestimates Dr. Li. He had consulted numerous renowned physicians when he was poisoned, and even the famed healer MB I had yet to present a flawless antidote. Thus, he harbored no hope for a small-town doctor. I possess a prescription that can help suppress the toxicity, Yin Ru revealed, as the plot guide provided her with a remedy for the emotional goo. She resolved to give it a try. It was better than doing nothing and waiting for death. Despite not knowing the source of Yin Ru's prescription, Xing Y chose to trust her. As they arrived at the apothecary's entrance, the attendant immediately recognized them. Please, come in. I will fetch Dr. Li right away. No need. We are here to purchase medicine. Yin Ru began, but before she could finish, the attendant dashed off to the back courtyard. Yin sighed, allowing him to proceed. After all, whether Dr. Li arrived or not, their purpose remained the same: acquiring medicine. In a short while, Dr. Li appeared, assisted by the attendant, parting the curtain with a beaming smile. "What delightful treasures do you bring today, young lady?" Yin Ruo hurriedly rose from her chair, a hint of embarrassment coloring her voice as she said, "We wish to purchase some medicinal herbs." A flicker of disappointment crossed Dr. Lu's eyes. The last batch of herbs brought by Yin Ruo had been of exceptional quality, and he had hoped to acquire more. Nevertheless, having lived for many years, Dr. Lu swiftly concealed his emotions. "What herbs do you wish to buy? Do you have a prescription?" "No prescription, but please allow me to describe it to you." As Yin Ruo responded to Dr. Lu, she instructed the plot cat to report the names of the herbs. She relayed each one to Dr. Lu. The young assistant deftly packaged the herbs, while Dr. Lu gazed at Yin Ruo with evident delight. "If I am not mistaken, my dear lady, you possess an antidote?" "That is correct. It can neutralize common poisons, but if the poisoning is severe, this formula will only serve to suppress the toxicity." Yin Ruo did not conceal her thoughts. For Dr. Lu was a seasoned physician with decades of experience, and he would undoubtedly grasp the formula's purpose. Yet, she could not fathom why there seemed to be a fervor in his gaze regarding this particular prescription. "These herbs are used with such finesse," Dr. Lu exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. "Might I inquire as to which esteemed physician provided this formula? Could you perhaps facilitate an introduction?" Having devoted his life to the art of medicine, encountering someone so adept in pharmacology naturally stirred his desire to form a connection. "Well," Yun Ruo displayed a countenance of hesitation. "The esteemed physician has expressed a desire to remain anonymous." Dr. Lu sighed, appearing momentarily crestfallen, but then seemed to recall something. "Could you possibly provide me with this prescription?" Realizing he had slightly lost his composure, Dr. Lu quickly added, "If you agree to share the prescription with me, I shall not charge you a single coin for all the medicinal herbs you purchase at my shop until your patients have fully recovered." "How does that sound? Is this a genuine offer?" Yin Ruo was taken aback by such a generous proposition. Judging by Dr. Lu's reaction, this formula was indeed rare. However, if he truly desired it, he could easily memorize it without the need for compensation. This confirmed Yin Ruo's initial impression of Dr. Lu as a trustworthy individual. Moreover, given that the prescription included at least a dozen or so herbs, each of considerable expense, if Dr. Lu could waive these costs, it would save a substantial sum for Yin Ruo, who felt elated by the prospect. Upon hearing her thoughts, Dr. Lu straightened his posture and said earnestly, "I always keep my word." Delighted, Yin Ruo smiled broadly. "Dr. Lu, please do not later lament the cost of the herbs and retract your offer. As long as it is within my means, I shall do my utmost to provide you with the necessary herbs." With the agreement settled, Yin Ruo joyfully accepted the herbs, which Dr. Lu personally delivered from the apothecary. Chapter 69. Embarrassment. As they exited the herbal hall, Yin Ruo's lips were still curved in a smile. Was it truly the prospect of free herbs that filled her with such joy? Xingyu had begun to discern that this girl was rather fond of money. "Why do you look at me like that?" After being scrutinized by Xingyu for some time, Yin Ruo bashfully turned her face away, her hand brushing against her cheek. "Is there something on my face?" "Nothing at all," Xingyu replied, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Where would you like to go next?" She decided to visit the grain shop to procure yellow soybeans, aiming to resolve the issue of ingredients for her homemade chili bean paste. Otherwise, her culinary ambitions would face a challenging start. Soon, the two paused before the largest grain store in the county. The shop assistant, noticing their modest attire, presumed them to be ordinary folk, unlikely to make significant purchases, and thus displayed a lack of courtesy, merely gesturing toward a pile of grains while stating, "Brown rice is over there. Feel free to check it out." Yin Ruo cast a glance, inwardly cursing the assistant for his condescending demeanor. "Do you have yellow soybeans?" she inquired. "Yes. How many pounds do you need?" The assistant, retrieving a scale from behind the counter, prepared to fetch some yellow soybeans from a burlap sack in the corner. "I would like to assess the quality first," Yin Ruo replied as she followed him to the corner of his shop. There lay half a bag of yellow soybeans, some of which had begun to darken, indicating they had been stored for quite some time. Yin Ruo shook her head. How could anything made from these moldy beans be palatable? Serving such fare would surely tarnish her reputation. Do you have anything else? She asked. The assistant, already poised to weigh the beans, displayed impatience on his face. This is all we have. If you wish to buy, then do so, or leave and don't hinder my business. Just as Xing Yu was about to interject, Yin Ruo held him back. If a dog bites you, do you really want to retaliate with another bite? Let us move on and explore other options. With that, she led Xing Yu out of the grain store. Though Yin Ruo seemed unperturbed by the earlier incident, Xing Yu's spirits were considerably low. He had never been treated with such disdain, had it not been for his stubbornness years ago, forsaking fame and fortune to bring Xiao Bao to Baiwa village. He would not have faced such neglect. Now, even Yin Ruo bore the brunt of this condescension, leaving him in a state of deep frustration. Perhaps the palpable tension surrounding Xing Yu was too intense to overlook, prompting Yin Ruo to halt. What is wrong? Did your pride take a hit? Not at all, he replied, defiantly lifting his chin, which only elicited a playful laugh from Yin Ruo. I didn't expect you to stoop to their level. I thought you were above such trivialities. I just don't want you to be looked down upon, she responded, a wave of warmth washing over her as she grasped his hand. Just because they underestimate me, does that mean I am truly incapable? The more others underestimate us, the harder we must strive, ultimately delivering a resounding rebuttal to their dismissive attitudes. Such occurrences are not unfamiliar to me. The attitude of that young lad from earlier is hardly noteworthy. Xing Yu found himself momentarily speechless, feeling somewhat ashamed for lacking the composure of a mere girl. All right, let's go. There are numerous grain shops in this county town, far superior to theirs, Yin Ruo said, her smile restored as she took Xing Yu's hand, urging him to jog a few steps. Her cheerful voice and innate optimism uplifted Xing Yu's spirits. However, it seemed that fate was intent on dampening their good cheer. After visiting several grain shops, Yin Ruo had yet to find satisfactory soybeans. The two walked dejectedly along the street, their eyes scanning the various shops lining both sides. A horse-drawn carriage approached slowly, prompting pedestrians to step aside. Just as Xing Yu moved to protect Yin Ruo and clear a path, the carriage came to a halt, and an urgent voice called from within, "Stop! Quick, stop!" Chapter 70. Encountering Arrival. A handsome young man in blue leaned out from the carriage, his face alight with unmistakable delight. "Miss, I have finally seen you again." As he spoke, the young man leaped down from the carriage and approached Yin Ruo, his hands seemingly reaching for hers, only to be unceremoniously brushed away by Xing Yu. "If you wish to avoid a beating, show some respect," he warned. In response, the young man pouted and audaciously rolled his eyes at Xing Yu, resolutely reaffirming his belief that a girl marrying such a brash fellow would surely lead an unhappy life. Yin Ruo, taken aback for a moment, suddenly recalled that this was the man she had rescued from heatstroke previously, whose name she believed to be Zhao Zinan. "Oh, you are the one from last time," she remarked. "Indeed, I am Zhao Zinan, the one you saved. How wonderful that you remember me." His excitement was palpable, his ears slightly reddening as his eyes darted around, searching for a topic to engage Yin Ruo further. His gaze soon landed on the bamboo basket slung over Xing Yu's shoulder, and he playfully inquired, "Are you out shopping, miss?" "Yes, I was hoping to buy some items," Yin Ruo replied, her expression betraying a hint of disappointment. Noticing her discontent, Zhao Zinan disregarded Xing Yu's warning glare and stepped closer, inquiring with genuine concern. "Are you unhappy, miss? Have you been unable to find what you desire?" Unaware of the proximity between them, Yin Ruo focused solely on her grievances. "I wanted to purchase some soybeans, but after visiting several stores, the beans I found were either shriveled or infested with worms and mold. Not a single shop had what I was looking for." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zinan's expression brightened. "I thought it might be something serious. Come with me, and I assure you, I will provide you with plump, high-quality soybeans." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo was initially taken aback, but upon seeing the affirmation on Zhao Zinan's face, she immediately blossomed into a joyful smile. The beauty of her grin radiated like sunlight, illuminating Zhao Zinan's vision and leaving him in a state of blissful distraction. Meanwhile, Xing Tianyu, who had been pushed to the side, seethed with anger, grinding his teeth as he silently cursed. How dare this insolent boy disregard my warning? However, before Xing Tianyu could utter his thoughts, Yin Ruo, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly pulled Zhao Zinan away. Xing Tianyu stood there, dumbfounded. This audacious woman was actually engaging with another man right before his eyes. What are you dawdling for? Yin Ruo called out, tugging at Xing Tianyu to indicate he should follow, though his pride initially compelled him to refuse. The sight of Zhao Zinan's smug expression prompted Xing Tianyu to step forward and take Yin Ruo's hand. Where are we headed? Master Zhao, could you kindly inform us where to procure the high-quality soybeans you mentioned? We will find our way there ourselves. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zinan's body trembled with excitement. Such a splendid opportunity to be in Yin Ruo's company was not one he could easily forsake. He responded with a smile. That place is quite far from here. Let us get in the car. Even if farthest places must bear a name, do they not? Xing Yu wore an expression of coldness, and his gaze toward Zhao Zinan was far from amiable. Conversely, Zhao Zinan, undeterred by the intimidating glare, smiled brightly as he explained to Yin Ruo. To be honest, my family owns a farm dedicated to cultivating soybeans. This year's harvest has just been dried and is ready for storage. If you accompany me to the Zhao family's fields outside the city, you will see for yourself. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo could no longer suppress her inner joy. Very well, I must thank young Master Zhao then. Zhao Zinan's face flushed slightly as he scratched his head. You may simply call me Zinan. Young Master feels a bit too formal. All right, then you need not refer to me as Miss either. My name is Yin Ruo. Their banter indicated they paid little heed to Xing Yu. In that moment, resolved to find an opportunity to teach Zhao Zinan a lesson. Chapter 71. 1,000 crits. Approximately half an hour later, the carriage came to a smooth stop in front of a farm. In truth, it was more fitting to describe it as a small village. Yin Ruo, come, let me assist you, Zhao Zinan said, eagerly extending his hand as he jumped down from the carriage before it had fully halted. No, it's quite all right. I can manage on my own, Yin Ruo replied, feeling uncomfortable with Zhao Zinan's eagerness, especially with Xing Yu's piercing gaze nearby that seemed to wish to impale Zhao Zinan. My dear, there is no need to trouble others, Xing Yu interjected, and before Yin Ruo could finish her sentence, he effortlessly lifted her, leaping down from the carriage with ease. Seeing this, Zhao Zinan retracted his hand with a hint of disappointment and forced a smile at Yin Ruo. Shall we proceed? At that moment, Yin Ruo's cheeks were still flushed, her mind lingering on Xing Yu's unexpected assertiveness, as if he were proclaiming his claim over her. She patted her slightly warm face and hurried to catch up with Zhao Zinan. Xing Yu lowered his head and touched the tip of his nose, a flicker of indiscernible emotion crossing his eyes. The lingering sensation of holding her, soft and gentle, accompanied by the faint scent of sunlight that enveloped her, left him somewhat disoriented. Young Master, what brings you here today? Upon witnessing a group of individuals entering the estate, the steward promptly set aside his tasks and hurriedly approached them. I came to inspect the recently harvested batch of soybeans, Zhao Zinan stated, adopting a demeanor of maturity that belied his youth, with both hands clasped behind his back. In response, the steward eagerly replied, the soybeans have been largely dried. We are preparing to store them in the warehouse over the next few days. In their realm, the Dragon Emperor's country, the populace had little taste for soybeans. However, the neighboring nation of Biluo annually procured vast quantities from various lands. Seizing this opportunity, the Zhao family profited handsomely by exporting soybeans to their neighbor. Very well, lead us to see them. Zhao Zinan interrupted the steward, gesturing for him to proceed. Yin Ruo smiled and nodded, taking hold of Xing Yu's hand and quietly following behind. As they stepped into the farm, an enchanting sense of having stumbled into a paradise enveloped them. Paths intertwined, the sounds of chickens and dogs echoed, painting a picture of prosperity and harmony. In the future, when circumstances allowed, she too wished to establish such a farm, envisioning a life of utter bliss. With these delightful aspirations, Yin Ruo felt invigorated, her smile seemingly uplifting those around her, as a gentle warmth flickered in Xing Yu's gaze. Yin Ruo, what are you thinking? You seem so joyful. Zhao Zinan waved a hand in front of her, pulling her from a reverie. Nothing much, Yin Ruo replied, her cheeks tinged with shyness. Have we arrived? Is this it? Following the steward's pointing finger, her gaze fell upon a vast expanse of golden soybeans, where several farm women were diligently bending to turn and dry the beans under the blazing sun. Stepping closer, Yinra scooped up a handful of soybeans, examining them with delight. Her heart buoyed by the realization that fortune indeed favors the diligent. How do you find them? I did not deceive you, did I? Zhao Zinan approached her, eager for affirmation. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected chill coursed through him, compelling him to glance back at Xingyu, who was regarding him with a penetrating gaze. Look, Yin Ruo is excitedly presenting the soybeans to you, Zhao Zinan remarked as she beamed with joy. This is exactly what I desired. If you are pleased, that is all that matters, Xingyu replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he tucked a loose strand of hair behind Yin Ruo's ear, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented tenderness. Meanwhile, Zhao Zinan felt as though his heart had been struck with 1,000 blows. Young master, are you all right? The steward inquired, noticing Zhao Zinan clutching his chest, his expression turning anxious. To his surprise, Zhao Zinan shrugged off the steward's hand and gritted his teeth, declaring, I am fine. The goddess must be momentarily blinded. She will awaken to the truth one day. Chapter 72. Remember my words, Yinruo. What do you intend to do with the soybeans? Zhao Zinan's voice successfully shattered the ambiguous atmosphere between the two, drawing an irritable glance from Xingyu, finally realizing the presence of outsiders. Yinruo lowered her head in slight embarrassment, taking a moment to compose herself before her expression returned to its previous calmness. I wish to try my hand at making some culinary delights, though I am uncertain of my success. Should I achieve it, I shall certainly bring some for you to taste. Yinruo did not intend to conceal the fact that she was making soybean paste, and given the scarcity of soybeans domestically, a collaboration with Zhao Zinan, who could supply the raw materials, would undoubtedly facilitate her efforts. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zinan beamed with delight, exclaiming, Really? I shall eagerly await it. As the evening grew late, Yinruo suggested we should return soon. However, Xingyu displayed impatience at their lively conversation. His reminder made Yinruo acutely aware of the time, prompting her to purchase 50 pounds of soybeans from Zhao Zinan. You see, I am still in the experimental phase, so I only need a small quantity for now. Once I perfect my recipe, I will procure larger amounts from you. Feeling somewhat embarrassed after all the trouble, Yinruo instinctively explained herself to Zhao Zinan. To her surprise, he waved dismissively. Take as many as you wish, but I cannot accept any payment. Though your soybeans are plentiful, they did not simply fall from the sky. I must insist on paying, Yinruo countered, aware of Zhao Zinan's intent to express gratitude for her life-saving assistance. Yet, she had always adhered to the principle of not taking from others without recompense. The two engaged in polite refusal, but Xingyu abruptly seized the coins and tossed them into Zhao Zinan's arms before taking Yinruo's hand, leading her away. The sudden turn of events left both Yinruo and Zhao Zinan momentarily stunned, and by the time they regained their senses, Xingyu had already pulled Yinruo far away. Why are you so irritable today? Yinruo looked up, weakly protesting as she regarded Xingyu's profile. To her surprise, he halted abruptly, casting a fierce glance her way, seemingly gritting his teeth. Why? Don't you understand? He questioned, the frustration evident in his tone. Engaging in light-hearted banter with a man who harbored feelings for her and now inquiring about his displeasure made Xingyu struggle against the urge to shake some sense into her. Is this woman truly so oblivious? Confronted by his inquiry, Yinruo found herself at a loss for words, her mind racing to replay the day's events in search of the reason for his discontent. Is your head genuinely stuck in a door? The narrator lamented, exclaiming in exasperation, he is clearly jealous. Oh, he is jealous, Yinruo murmured softly, realization dawning. But her words were distinctly heard by Xingyu. He bent down to meet her gaze directly. From now on, you are not to approach other men, especially those with ulterior motives. Ulterior motives? Aside from that man with the surname Qian, who has already been driven away, who else could there be? Yinruo, whose reflex arc was already quite prolonged, now found herself entangled in matters of the heart, resembling a simpleton, which nearly left Xingyu breathless with exasperation. Just remember my words from today, he implored. Yin Ruo lowered her head and softly acquiesced, catching a glimpse of the burlap sack on Xingyu's back, which prompted a radiant smile to illuminate her face. Let us return swiftly. Having procured the soybeans, I can commence my venture sooner. In a moment of unadulterated joy, she clung to Xingyu's arm, swaying like a child savoring a sweet treat, her gaze softening considerably. Chapter 73. Eager Anticipation Mother, exclaimed the little Bon, peering out the door and flinging open his arms in a jubilant embrace. In that instant, Yin Ruo felt her fatigue dissipate like mist. She bent down to lift the little treasure, planting a kiss upon his soft, doughy face, and inquired, "Where's grandmother?" "Grandmother is cooking in the kitchen. I came to wait for father and mother," the little Bon replied. The family of three entered the home in jovial spirits, yet Wang Shi stood at the table, her demeanor marked by displeasure. "What time is it? Do you even know when to return?" Yin Ruo playfully stuck out her tongue and set the little Bun down. "We returned late because we were buying soybeans." Noticing that Wang Shi was about to continue her reprimand, Xingyu had already set down his belongings and approached. "What is that burnt smell?" "Oh dear," Wang Shi exclaimed, slapping her thigh in alarm as she hurried back to the kitchen. Yin Ruo and Xingyu followed closely behind, where they found Wang Shi furrowing her brow, muttering to herself, "How could it burn in such a short time?" Reluctantly, she scooped the charred remnants of the dish with a spatula, attempting to salvage any edible portions. Yin Ruo stepped forward and took the spatula from Wang Shi's hands. "Mother, if it's burnt, it's best not to eat it." "Ah, you mustn't." Before Wang Shi could finish her protest, Yin Ruo signaled to Xingyu to discard the food. Wang Shi, feeling a pang of regret, chided gently, "If you rinse it with water, it can still be consumed. Why throw it all away? Such a waste." "Mother, it's burnt beyond recognition. Consuming it would be detrimental to our health." While comforting Wang Shi, Yin Ruo rolled up her sleeves, preparing to make a new dinner. "It's getting late. Let's keep it simple." "Do as you see fit," Wang Shi replied sullenly, tossing a piece of firewood into the stove, still displeased by Yin Ruo's perceived wastefulness. Yin Ruo, however, remained unperturbed, understanding that the frugality of country folk was ingrained, and Wang Shi's momentary frustration was forgivable. "What else do I need to do?" In an attempt to lighten the mood, Xingyu hesitated at the door for a moment before quietly asking, shattering the silence. "No need. You go play with the little Bun for a while," Yin Ruo replied, efficiently washing and stir-frying vegetables. In about 15 minutes, she emerged with a plate of smashed cucumbers and cold potato shreds. "It's late today. Let's make do with this," she announced. "Ah, you're not eating?" When Yin Ruo set down her bowl and chopsticks, she did not take a seat. Wang Shi, intrigued, called out to her, "You all eat first. I'll soak the soybeans and join you shortly." The initial step in crafting soybean paste is to soak the soybeans. Yin Ruo had been planning this for quite some time and was eager to commence, believing that the sooner she began, the sooner she would succeed. "I'll assist you," Xingyu declared, placing his bowl down and quietly following Yin Ruo into the kitchen. "Could you fetch a bucket of water for me?" Yin Ruo did not intend to use all the soybeans she had purchased, for she lacked complete confidence in achieving success on her first attempt. Instead, she decided to conservatively experiment with about 10 pounds. "All right," Xingyu responded and proceeded to follow her instructions, unaware of what Yin Ruo was endeavoring to create. He could only lend his strength. "There's no rush. We could do it after dinner." Wang Shi instructed Xiao Bao to eat obediently before turning her attention to Yin Ruo. She observed a thick layer of soybeans spread across a basin, while Xingyu poured water into it. "Will that soybean paste be ready tonight?" Wang Shi, noticing Yin Ruo's eagerness, assumed she was determined to produce the paste immediately. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo chuckled. "It's not that simple. Soaking the soybeans is merely the first step. The rest will have to wait until tomorrow." With that, she clapped her hands and called out, "Come on, let us eat." Chapter 74. You must obey after finishing her meal. Yin Ruo's first task was to retrieve the herbs and boil a large pot of water. "What is that smell?" Wang Shi, who was clearing the table, entered the kitchen and was immediately struck by an unpleasant odor that made her frown. "It's medicine for treating ailments." At these words, Wang Shi's heart sank. Who is ill? She asked, only to realize moments later the implications of her question. Yin Ruo stirred the dark concoction with a wooden ladle and turned to Wang Shi, explaining, "It's for my husband. I bought it today at the apothecary in the county town. The doctor recommended a medicinal bath." Though Yin Ruo's response was vague, she could not disclose the poisoning incident involving Xingyu, fearing it would alarm the elder and lead to unnecessary complications. However, Wang Shi understood well enough, assuming it was for her son-in-law's impotence issue. "Shall I help you?" Wang Shi offered, but Yin Ruo quickly stopped her from coming over to tend to the fire. "Mother, it's getting late. You should take Xiao Bao and rest." Just then, Xingyu quietly appeared at the kitchen door. "I can handle it. You should go to sleep, mother." Seeing this, Wang Shi said no more, allowing the young couple to continue their work in the kitchen. "You arrived just in time. Once I ladle out the medicinal broth, you can carry it to the room for the bath," Yin Ruo said cheerfully, oblivious to the expression on Xingyu's face. Noticing his prolonged silence as he leaned quietly against the door, she looked up at him, her face showing concern. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell again?" Without hesitation, Xingyu gradually moved closer to her, his voice low and tinged with concern. "What if my poison cannot be resolved?" Before he could finish, Yin Ruo smiled and replied, "I thought it was something serious. It turns out you also have moments of fear." In the past, Xingyu had never known fear. But with Yin Ruo in his life, many things were beyond his control, and naturally, he felt afraid. Noticing his furrowed brow, Yin Ruo shifted from her playful demeanor and gently tiptoed to touch his forehead. "Don't always frown. You look like an old man." At her words, Xingyu gazed at her intently, as if he had 1,000 words to say, but found himself unable to express them. "Have I told you that I don't have complete confidence in successfully making soybean paste? Yet, I also understand that without attempting, one can never succeed." Yin Ruo wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest, and continued, "You must believe that there is always a way out. If this remedy fails, we will find another. Something will surely work. If the poison cannot be resolved." Yin Ruo paused, and Xingyu's heart clenched with anxiety, fearing that she might leave him. "Will you leave me?" Perhaps," Yin Ruo teased as she glanced at Xingyu. "So, you must behave and resolve the poison as soon as possible. All right?" Xingyu pulled her back into his embrace, his mind conjuring images of Yin Ruo departing, causing his heart to ache severely. "No, I won't allow it. You must stay by my side for eternity." The two stood entwined for a long moment until Yin Ruo gently pushed him away. "All right, the water is getting cold. Hurry up." At her words, Xingyu reluctantly released her, bending to pick up the bucket and enter the room. Yin Ruo let out a sigh, sitting in the courtyard and gazing up at the starry sky, praying for the swift resolution of Xingyu's poison, dreaming of a bright future. "Are you really planning to start a business with soybean paste?" The voice of the plot cat echoed in the night sky, incredulity lacing its tone. Other female leads possess extraordinary skills, breathtaking beauty, or remarkable business acumen, running restaurants nationwide. How come you're settling on making soybean paste? Hearing the disdain in the plot cat's tone, Yin Ruo remained unfazed. "Do not underestimate the making of soybean paste. Look at how certain brands in the real world thrive, and how they are flourishing. Moreover, I currently do not intend to treat soybean paste as my primary venture. I ultimately aspire to work in the culinary field." All right. You are absolutely right. Just don't let this cat down." Chapter 75. Aspiring to start a snack cart, perhaps the medicinal bath had worked wonders. When morning dawned, Xingyu's complexion appeared significantly healthier, and his spirits were notably lifted. When this cat takes action, the results are extraordinary." The plot cat boasted proudly in Yin Ruo's ear, only to be swatted away by her hand. "I knew you were just putting on a show." Yin Ruo rolled her eyes and approached Xingyu, inquiring, "Do you feel better today?" "Yes." The efficacy of the remedy brought joy to Xingyu, and a smile unconsciously graced his lips. "Then I need to ask you for a favor." "What kind of favor?" Upon seeing Yin Ruo's mysterious smile, he watched as she produced a drawing from behind her, showcasing a strangely shaped little cart sketched in charcoal. "What is this?" Xingyu furrowed his brow and scrutinized the peculiar object for a moment, confirming that he had never encountered anything like it before. Turning to Yin Ruo with a look of curiosity, he inquired, "What is this?" This is a snack cart, Yin Ruo declared proudly, her hands clasped before her chest. I've decided that in a couple of days, I shall take this cart to the county to sell food. Actually, you need not exert yourself, so, Xingyu replied earnestly, setting down the blueprints in his hand. We have accumulated quite a bit of savings. You may purchase whatever you desire. If you find it insufficient, I can. However, Yin Ruo interrupted him before he could finish. All our finances are managed by me, so I'm well aware that we are not lacking. But I wish to engage in some work, and I aspire to establish a grand food city in the future. Whenever she spoke of her dreams, Yin Ruo's eyes sparkled with an irresistible brilliance, rendering Xingyu momentarily speechless as he swallowed back the words he intended to say. Very well, I support you, he conceded. At his words, Yin Ruo joyfully linked her arm with his. Then will you help me build a snack cart right now? Of course, Xingyu smiled, playfully tapping the tip of her nose. Thus, their plans were set in motion. He continued, I will venture into the mountains shortly to gather some wood. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo quickly interjected, but after a moment's thought, she realized that without entering the mountains, there would be no wood. I shall accompany you. Xingyu chuckled in agreement, thinking it would be harmless to bring her along, as they would merely need to procure a couple of logs from the periphery, which posed little danger. Please wait for me to prepare the soybeans first, then we shall depart. Seeing him nod, Yin Ruo skipped into the kitchen, retrieving the soaked soybeans that had been resting overnight and placing them in a large pot to steam until fully cooked. Wang Shi, curious, peered into the kitchen. Will the soybean paste be ready after just steaming? It is not so simple. This is merely the first step, Yin Ruo replied, lifting the pot lid and being met with a wave of steam that caused her to step back. Mother, could you please bring me that winnowing basket? Why is there so much flour on that large basket? Wang Shi asked, lifting a smaller, empty basket from ceramic jar on the wall, puzzled by the sight of the flour-covered large basket. I need to dry the moisture from the soybeans and coat them with a layer of flour, Yin Ruo explained, as she ladled the well-cooked soybeans into the basket, preparing to place them in a cool area to dry. Originally, she had intended to coat them directly, but the excess moisture would adversely affect the final product. Mother, I will be heading into the mountains with my husband shortly. Please keep an eye on things here. Why are you going into the mountains again? To gather some timber. The mother and daughter duo carried the full basket of soybeans to the wall, and it was then that Yin Ruo tidied up before venturing into the mountains with Xingyu. Chapter 76. The struggle for power, originally intending to merely wander the outskirts and gather 2 usable logs to return. They found that most of the trees nearby were crooked and unsatisfactory. Thus, they had no choice but to venture deeper in search of better timber. Why does it feel so eerily quiet here? As they ventured deeper, Yin Ruo felt an unsettling eeriness. Ordinarily, this place was alive with the sounds of insects and birds. Yet today it was enveloped in an eerie silence, accompanied by an unpleasant odor wafting through the air. Stay close to me, Xingyu, clearly aware of the strange atmosphere, tightened his grip on Yin Ruo's hand, his brow furrowing at the overwhelming scent of blood that permeated the air. If he was not mistaken, the scene before them bore the remnants of a recent struggle. Suddenly, Yin Ruo stepped onto something round beneath her foot. She looked down and gasped. It was the severed head of a black bear. It seemed the bear had met its demise before fully comprehending the peril it faced. Its eyes wide open and staring, evoking a shiver of cold sweat from Yin Ruo. Do not fear, it is already dead. Xingyu quickly enveloped her in his arms, gently patting her back to soothe her. I'm here. Shall we return? Yin Ruo clutched his hand, hesitant to proceed further. It was the first time she had been so frightened, and Xingyu found it somewhat amusing. It's all right. Those creatures should have moved on. As long as we do not provoke them, we will be safe. Yet, Yin Ruo remained uncertain, gripping Xingyu's hand with increasing strength. I recall there are some rosewood trees not far ahead. If we gather some timber, we can return immediately, all right? Xingyu's suggestion eased her apprehension somewhat. The objective was within reach, and leaving now felt unsatisfactory. Very well, let us make haste. With a nod of determination, Yin Ruo followed closely behind Xingyu as they approached their goal. Beware, danger approaches. The voice of the plot cat had barely faded when they heard rustling in the underbrush. the sound drawing nearer. Xingyu swiftly leaped onto a nearby tree with Yin Ruo in tow. Peering down, they beheld a towering bear, over 2 meters tall, its fur stained with blood, roaring ferociously as it charged forward. Yet, it seemed oblivious to the presence of humans, hastening onward, following the direction of the bear's departure. They noticed numerous animals emerging from the jungle, all seemingly converging on the same summit. Why are there so many ferocious beasts? What are they all rushing to the cliff for? Could there be treasure? The gathering included nearly all the wild creatures Yin Ruo recognized. Lions, cheetahs, packs of wolves, creating quite a spectacle. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered what could possibly be drawing them in such numbers. After a moment's contemplation, Xingyu squinted slightly and remarked, "It is likely a struggle for power." At this, Yin Ruo couldn't help but laugh. A struggle for power? Did they not already have a king of the forest? Do you recall the tiger we vanquished a few days ago? It was undoubtedly the sovereign of this mountain, and now it is no more. It is no wonder that our arrival seems ill-timed. Faced with such a precarious situation, I fear that one misstep could render us mere stepping stones for them. Yin Ruo felt a chill run down her spine. In the midst of our conversation, several animals had already ascended to the cliff summit. The first to reach the peak, a lion, let out a resounding roar that echoed through the forest, exuding an undeniable aura of royalty. We should make haste for now. Regardless of the treasures that may lie before Yin Ruo, her priority was her own survival. Who knows what chaos might ensue should that pack of beasts become frenzied? I fear we may not be able to escape. Xingyu's gaze flickered, and he spoke softly, a hint of a carefree smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 77. The Fisherman Prophets? What do you mean by that? Yin Ruo questioned, perplexed by Xingyu's assessment. As the animals were preoccupied fighting for territory, wouldn't it be prudent for us to take our leave? They now held the high ground and could observe our every move below. Any attempt to traverse this open space would undoubtedly be met with many watchful eyes. We might scarcely take a few steps before being torn apart. Upon hearing his final words, Yin Ruo shuddered and instinctively leaned closer to Xingyu. Are we to remain here indefinitely? Who knows when they will conclude their spectacle? What is wrong with enjoying a free show? Xingyu replied, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he lounged against a tree branch, appearing like a spectator at a theatrical performance. In response, Yin Ruo pouted. What is there to behold in such a bloody display? Have you ever heard the phrase? Xingyu raised his eyelids slightly and inquired, when the clam and the snipe quarrel, it is the fisherman who profits. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo felt as if a veil had been lifted from her understanding. Let them fight to their heart's content. The outcome is of no concern to us. However, the remnants of their battle could very well yield us some silver. Yin Ruo chuckled as she playfully patted Xingyu on the shoulder. Well then, I did not expect you to be so shrewd. I just wonder how long we must wait here. The two settled against the tree, occasionally glancing toward the cliff, engaging in light conversation. After about half an hour, Xingyu straightened up and looked toward the cliff summit. I did not anticipate that these creatures would act with such efficiency. Following his gaze, Yin Ruo looked up to see several factions had determined the victor. With a triumphant smile, Yin Ruo declared, I was indeed correct. That lion possesses an extraordinary presence. The lion stood atop a massive stone, roaring once more to the heavens, as if proclaiming its kingship to the world. The defeated contenders bowed their heads in submission, acknowledging their new ruler. In less than a quarter of an hour, this coronation ceremony concluded, with the various factions retreating, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with corpses and a few remaining survivors, desperately clinging to life. Yin Ruo clapped her hands, brimming with excitement. Shouldn't it be our turn to take the stage? Xingyu's gaze remained fixed on the cliff's edge until they had distanced themselves, believing it was not too late to proceed. As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around Yin Ruo's waist and leaped down from the great tree. Let's first gather some vines to craft a stretcher. The two collaborated diligently, swiftly constructing a sturdy stretcher capable of bearing a substantial weight. Let's be off. Wait a moment. To her surprise, Yin Ruo was halted by Xingyu after only a few steps, her expression tinged with impatience. What is it now? Stay here and wait for me. I can manage this alone. Xingyu gently led Yin Ruo to a spot beneath the tree, settling her there before turning to drag the stretcher away. With so many items, how could you possibly carry them alone, especially considering your injuries? Yin Ruo was unwilling to heed his words and quickly followed after him. My injuries have nearly healed. Xingyu paused, speaking with patience. Though their conflict has ceased, other dangers may still lurk. If you're nearby, I will be distracted. But Yin Ruo attempted to argue further, only to be interrupted by the narrative cat. Do not complicate matters. Can you even lift the bodies or the stretcher? Yin Ruo found herself at a loss for words, stammering as she struggled to formulate a rebuttal, only to hear the narrative cat continue. I have assessed the situation. The danger signal has been lifted, so you may rest assured. Then please be cautious. Reassured by the narrative cat's guarantee, Yin Ruo acquiesced to Xingyu's arrangement and remained beneath the tree to wait. Chapter 78. I will follow your lead after Xingyu departed. Yin Ruo leaned against the tree trunk, feeling rather bored as she glanced around. Could you please check for any medicinal herbs or other items in the vicinity? It's quite dull just waiting here. Since her last venture into the mountains to gather herbs had yielded some profit, Yin Ruo always hoped to unearth more treasures upon her return to the forest. Beep, beep, beep. 30 meters ahead, there is a spiritual mushroom estimated to be around 1,000 years old. 1,000-year-old mushroom? Yin Ruo's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had only seen such a thing in dramas and could hardly believe it existed. Please lead me there. She eagerly rubbed her hands together, urging the narrative cat to guide her, nearly drooling with anticipation. How much could this sell for? Yin Ruo examined the large spiritual mushroom she carefully cradled in her hands, mentally calculating her potential earnings. If you wish to sell it, it could fetch around 10,000 taels. However, to her dismay, the narrative cat left her in suspense, prompting Yin Ruo to exclaim, "Spit it out." This mushroom could be included in Xingyu's medicinal formula. It would greatly benefit his health. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo decisively tucked the mushroom away. Then I shall not sell it. Well, the iron rooster is finally shedding its feathers. Disregarding the taunts of the dramatic feline, Yin Ruo declared resolutely, when it comes to the value of money versus human life, I would undoubtedly choose life. It's merely 10,000 taels of silver. I can earn that back eventually. No sooner had she spoken than a rustle of footsteps echoed through the forest, causing her demeanor to tighten with apprehension. Do not fear. It is I. Seiyu appeared before her, hauling a stretcher, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Yin Ruo, clutching her chest, exhaled, "You nearly scared me to death." "Let's go." Seiyu strode forward, dragging the stretcher piled high with animal carcasses, but Yin Ruo halted him. "Wait a moment." She dashed away, returning shortly with a vine several meters long, roughly the diameter of her wrist. "I shall help you carry it." As she explained, she struggled to secure the vine to the stretcher, then turned to Seiyu, calling out, "All right, let us proceed." Understanding her stubborn nature, Seiyu refrained from rejecting her kindness. Though he voiced a note of concern, "Do not exert yourself too much. Be cautious of injuring your hands." Despite her frequent household chores, Yin Ruo's delicate hands were prone to injury, and Seiyu could not help but worry. "I am aware. I will gauge my strength accordingly. So there is no need for concern." The two fell into a comfortable silence as they exited the forest. Upon reaching the main road, Seiyu suggested, "Let's take a rest." "Very well," Yin Ruo replied, wiping the sweat from her brow and sitting down by the roadside, fanning herself with her hand. "Will you not sit beside me?" Hearing this, Seiyu pursed his lips and approached, settling down next to her. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "I did not bring back any wood this trip. I shall make another journey later. That is unnecessary. Today we were fortunate to encounter no dangers, albeit it left us on edge. In the future, we should refrain from venturing into these mountains." "And what a snack cart you desired." "I plan to commission a carpenter in the city to craft one." Originally, Yin Ruo had suggested that Seiyu construct the snack cart to keep him occupied at home, but now it seemed wiser to have the carpenter do it. "In that case, I shall defer to your judgment." Seiyu lowered his gaze, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Yin Ruo quickly reassured him, "Rest assured, I will not allow you to be idle. There are many tasks awaiting your attention." Rising, She brushed off the dust from her clothes and grasped the vine once more. However, before all else, you must first recuperate. Of course, Xie replied, rising to lift one end of the stretcher, a smile lighting his eyes. This was the first time he willingly acquiesced to another's plan. Chapter 79. Seeking a quick solution. Oh dear, have you struck it rich again? Are you injured? As the pair approached the entrance with their haul, Wang Shi rushed out. Astonishment etched on her face as she beheld the scene. Do we appear to be injured? Yin Ruo replied with a smile, as she and Xie worked together to drag the stretcher into the yard. She glanced around and inquired, where is Xiao Bao? Perhaps he is tired from playing and is asleep, Wang Shi answered, her gaze dropping to the bounty before her. Then lifting again as she recalled the soybeans in the winnowing basket. Those soybeans seem to be drying well. As you suggested, I have coated them in flour. Would you like to check if they are ready? Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo hastily washed her hands and rushed into the kitchen. Wang Shi had already evenly coated the yellow beans with flour, forming a small mountain in the winnowing basket, awaiting Yin Ruo's further instructions. Yin Ruo divided the yellow beans into 2 baskets, spreading them out to a thickness of approximately 3 to 5 centimeters, and then covered them with a cotton cloth she had prepared in advance. She carefully placed the 2 baskets in a dim and damp corner, allowing the yellow beans to ferment. Is this all that is required? Wang Shi, having entered at some point, inquired as she observed Yin Ruo's series of actions. Is it truly this simple to make yellow bean paste? At this stage, we can merely refer to them as flour-coated yellow beans. We must first wait for them to ferment and develop the necessary microorganisms. Only then can we consider the production of yellow bean paste to have commenced. Upon hearing this, a look of disdain crossed Wang Shi's face. With such a lengthy procedure, will it not take at least 10 days to half a month to complete? Wang Shi's words served as a reminder to Yin Ruo. Once the yellow bean paste was successfully made, it would indeed take a minimum of half a month. This process was far too prolonged, and her food stall could not afford to wait idly for the yellow bean paste to be ready. She needed to devise a faster alternative. Would you care to hear my suggestion? The plot cat, unusually serious, spoke up, and Yin Ruo certainly did not wish to deter him. What good advice do you have? Given the current hot weather, selling cold dishes would likely be quite popular, such as cold noodles or jelly. As soon as the plot cat finished speaking, Yin Ruo could hardly contain her excitement. I was just thinking the same. Please provide me with the recipes for cold noodles and jelly. The plot cat rolled his eyes, as if simply providing you with the recipes means you will be able to make them. It's always me guiding you along, isn't it? Hee. Prepare yourself. Once I return from the county town, we shall begin our preparations. Seeing Yin Ruo suddenly so joyfully elated, Wang Shi felt a bit perplexed. What are you laughing about? It's nothing, Yin Ruo replied with a playful stick of her tongue. I was just considering those game animals in the yard. They must be worth quite a bit of money. It makes me happy. Wang Shi rolled her eyes, chuckling as she gently poked her daughter's forehead. You really are overly obsessed with money. Suddenly, a sound of dragging heavy objects came from the yard, prompting Yin Ruo to rush outside. Why didn't you call me? Xingyu, who had just reached the entrance with the game he was dragging, paused at her words. I thought it best for you to rest at home. After a long day, you must be tired. Another trip to the county town would be exhausting. Who says I cannot handle it? I know my own body. I'm perfectly fine. As she spoke, Yin Ruo approached the stretcher and picked up the vine stick once more. Let us go. Xingyu, taken aback by her anger, dared not say more and silently lifted the stretcher, complying with Yin Ruo's wishes. Before they could exit the door, Wang Shi hurried out to remind them, come back early. Don't take too long. Understood, Yin Ruo responded. You should head back. It's quite hot. Chapter 80. Guarding against others, oh dear. From where did such a fortune come? Amidst the company of the esteemed Li, Luo Feng gracefully entered the courtyard, where his gaze immediately fell upon the mountainous pile of game. Even Li, who had witnessed Xing Yu's prowess in hunting, could not suppress his astonishment. The previous tiger was indeed a rarity, yet this collection on the stretcher surpassed it in abundance. Boss Luo, you jest. It is best when wealth is shared among all, he remarked with a jovial tone. Yin Ruo had grown accustomed to Luo Feng's attentive demeanor and felt compelled to echo his flattery. However, Xing Yu, standing nearby, was disinclined to engage in idle chatter curtly tossing a remark at Luo Feng. Name your price. Initially wishing to inquire further, Luo Feng fell silent upon witnessing Xing use displeased expression, casting a subtle glance at Li, who promptly understood the cue. Advancing to scrutinize the game, Li leaned in to whisper a few words into Luo Feng's ear before stepping aside. Observing this, Yin Ruo displayed an expression of disdain, questioning the need for such secrecy. While Xing Yu unabashedly stated, "Is there anything that cannot be spoken openly?" In response, Li lowered his head further, while Luo Feng, folding his fan, responded playfully, "What? Is it permissible for you two to scheme in private while we cannot discuss our own strategies? Pray tell, does Boss Luo have a plan in mind?" Yin Ruo stepped protectively in front of Xing Yu, holding his gaze with unwavering resolve. This gesture amused Luo Feng, who cast a teasing glance at Xing Yu. To Luo Feng's surprise, proudly lifted his chin, reveling in the feeling of being defended by the petite woman. With a sigh of mild frustration, Luo Feng declared, "Very well. I shall take it all for 6,000 taels." Although aware that this sum was substantial, Yin Ruo remained uncertain of its appropriateness. Glancing at Xing Yu as if seeking his counsel, after a moment of contemplation, he nodded in affirmation. Thus, Yin Ruo promptly agreed, "Very well, one hand for money, the other for goods." She extended her hand towards Luo Feng and cast a glance, signaling him to produce the silver. Luo Feng's eyes darted mischievously before he snapped open his fan, jesting, "Having collaborated so many times, do you truly fear I would renege on our agreement? Caution is prudent, especially given that this is no trifling amount." Yin Ruo retorted nonchalantly, crossing her arms. "Less chatter, just hand over the money." Xing Yu watched her with affectionate amusement, while simultaneously casting a warning glance at Luo Feng. All right, Luo Feng relented, raising his hands in surrender and signaling Li to fetch the silver. "Rest assured, the silver is certainly yours. However, I wonder if the young lady has any novel dishes to share this time?" Luo Feng had long since developed a deep admiration for Yin Ruo's culinary skills and eagerly anticipated acquiring more of her recipes. Well, Yin Ruo pondered for a moment, then replied, "To be candid, I intend to sell my own food, and thus I may no longer be able to provide you with recipes in the future." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng dramatically thumped his chest in despair, only to hear her continue, "Of course, if Boss Luo wishes to sample my cooking, you are most welcome to visit. After all, as the saying goes, a guest is a guest. If the young lady were to open an eatery, wouldn't she claim a considerable share of the county's business?" Luo Feng spoke thus, yet harbored no trace of jealousy within. Rather, his gaze towards Yin Ruo was imbued with a deeper appreciation. In these times, few women dare to make their presence known, and those like Yin Ruo, possessing a keen business acumen, are indeed rare. Luo Feng genuinely admired her courage. Chapter 81. Encountering an old friend since that is the case. "Allow me to extend my wishes for your prosperous business," Luo Feng said, bowing respectfully towards Yin Ruo. "Of course, should the opportunity arise, I hope we can collaborate again. For the fresh ideas of a young lady like yourself are both serendipitous and invaluable." Yin Ruo nodded slightly in acknowledgement, replying, "Thank you for your kind recognition, Boss Luo." During their exchange, Manager Li had already placed the silver into Xing Yu's hands. "Here are 5,000 taels in silver notes. Please accept them." Xing Yu merely glanced at the notes before folding them and handing them to Yin Ruo. "You should keep this." She naturally accepted the silver notes, tucking them into her pouch, then looked up to say, "Shall we go?" He replied, taking her hand and turning to leave. Behind him, Luo Feng hurried to the entrance and called out, "May I inquire when a young lady's establishment will open? I will be delighted to show my support." "No need," Xing Yu coldly retorted, dismissing Luo Feng's inquiry as he led Yin Ruo away. "I have always harbored a question." Yin Ruo hesitated for a moment, observing the interaction between Xing Yu and Luo Feng, and could not resist asking, "Do you and Luo Feng know each other from before?" At her words, Xing Yu was taken aback, his steps faltering momentarily. After a brief pause, he turned to face Yin Ruo. "Why do you ask such a thing?" Though his tone remained calm, a wave of anxiety surged within him. Could it be that Yin Ruo had begun to harbor suspicions about him? The familiarity exhibited between them seemed too intimate for mere strangers. "You are overthinking it," Xing Yu decisively denied, feeling a slight relief in his heart. "Perhaps I truly am overthinking," Yin Ruo replied, falling silent as she continued to follow Xing Yu's lead. Noticing her silence, Xing Yu felt a twinge of unease. "Are you in need of purchasing something?" At his question, Yin Ruo snapped back to reality, her gaze falling upon a nearby vegetable stall, and she walked over. "Good lady, how much for these potatoes?" After much deliberation, they purchased a half basket of vegetables before making their way to the grain and oil shop, where they acquired a substantial amount of flour and spices. Finally, they headed to the carpenter's shop to order a snack cart, then made their way home. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing voice broke through the air, drawing Yun Ruo's attention. She stood on tiptoe to peer through the crowd, spotting an elderly man collapsed on the ground, with a woman standing over him, exuding an air of arrogance. "Let us go and see," she suggested. Despite her usual disdain for crowds, her curiosity piqued, and Xing Yu did not hinder her, instead protecting her as they maneuvered through the throng. "You old fool, you reek and have bumped into me. Are your eyes blind or what?" The young woman, adorned in satin and crowned with a golden hairpin, presented an exquisite visage at first glance. Yet, her lips spewed forth nothing but vulgarities. The elderly man, sprawled on the ground, merely muttered in denial while the surrounding onlookers pointed and whispered, none willing to come to his aid, displeased by such brazen bullying and utter disrespect towards elders. Yun Ruo hastened to the old man's side, assisting him to his feet and casting a gaze towards the elegantly dressed woman. "Ah, who might this be?" Upon recognizing her features, a look of disdain crossed Yun Ruo's face. It was none other than Lu Yuha, who had been cast out of the village days prior. It seemed she had now climbed the social ladder, yet a sparrow would always remain a sparrow. Upon spotting Yun Ruo, Lu Yuha's eyes darted nervously through the crowd, intersecting with the piercing gaze of Xing Yu, causing her to instinctively retract her neck. The maid behind her, sensing her unease, inquired softly, "Ninth aunt, what troubles you?" "Nothing," Lu Yuha replied, clearly attempting to conceal her acquaintance with Yun Ruo, her eyes evasive. After leaving the village, Lu Yuha had followed a young worker to a tavern in the county, fortuitously attaching herself to a wealthy merchant who had relocated here, becoming the ninth aunt. For a time, she had enjoyed a fleeting glory. Relying on her modest beauty and employing a few subtle tactics, she had managed to court an affluent patron. However, should her past scandals come to light, all she had gained would vanish. Contemplating this, Lu Yuha's gaze towards Yun Ruo hardened, yet Yun Ruo, disinterested in further entanglements, remained oblivious to the malice in her glance as she and Xing Yu silently escorted the elderly man back to his home. Chapter 82. Barbecue. Due to this minor episode involving Lu Yuha, by the time Yun Ruo and Xing Yu emerged from the carpenter's workshop, the sun had begun its descent in the west. Stretching languidly, Yun Ruo turned to Xing Yu with a smile. "Let us return home and prepare a delightful meal." Outside their door, a small figure swayed unsteadily, clearly having waited for quite some time. Seizing a moment when Xiao Bao was distracted, Yun Ruo stealthily approached from behind, covering his eyes and playfully demanding, "Guess who I am?" To her surprise, Xiao Bao swiftly pulled her hand away and turned to face her. "Mother, how old are you to still engage in such childish play?" He chided her like a little adult, causing Yun Ruo to chuckle, her head filled with mock exasperation. "Who taught you this? Be careful not to turn into an old man." With pride, Xiao Bao lifted his chin defiantly. I'm not an old man. I'm simply a little adult." Yun Ruo laughed heartily, playfully pinching his chubby cheeks. Indeed, a 3-year-old little adult. As it happened, Xiao Bao's birthday was just a few days away. Xing Yu stepped forward, ruffling Xiao Bao's hair and quietly reminding him. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Ruo, with a spark of inspiration, replied, "Then I must prepare thoroughly." Xiao Bao wrapped his little arms around Yun Ruo's legs, blinking his eyes innocently as he looked up at her. "Mother, are you going to make me lots of delicious food?" "Of course. Mother intends to fill your belly until it's round." With that, she led Xiao Bao, both of them laughing merrily as they entered the courtyard. Wang Shi rose from beneath the eaves, holding a partially sewn garment. "You're back? Please rest." I shall prepare dinner, she said. Yin Ruo hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. You sit down. Today, I will take charge of the cooking. I'll assist you, Xingyu replied, placing his things down and following Yin Ruo into the kitchen, where he watched her retrieve an infrequently used frying pan from the corner. Are we having pancakes today? He inquired, as Yin Ruo playfully shook the frying pan in her hand. You go set up a small fire in the courtyard. We shall feast on grilled meat today. Upon hearing this, Xingyu scratched the back of his head, suppressing his curiosity, and obediently went outside to set up the cooking station. Yin Ruo first washed the frying pan thoroughly and set it aside to dry, then took out the pork belly she had purchased that day, slicing it into thick pieces. She then prepared a marinade with chili and other ingredients, coating the pork belly to marinate. In the courtyard, Xiao Bao circled around Xingyu, repeatedly wanting to lend a hand but being unable to do so, puffing up his cheeks in frustration. Yin Ruo emerged from the kitchen with a basket of vegetables and called out to Xiao Bao, Come here, Baozi, help your mother wash the vegetables. Hearing he had a task to do, Xiao Bao joyfully scampered over. Yes, I will help mother. Once all the preparations were complete and the pork belly had marinated sufficiently, Yin Ruo asked Xingyu to help ignite the fire and heat the frying pan, while she arranged the side dishes and seasonings around the small stove. After completing a series of tasks, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Nevertheless, fueled by the anticipation of the delicious meal to come, Yin Ruo rolled up her sleeves and placed the slices of meat in the frying pan, instructing Xingyu to monitor the heat. The sizzling sound emanating from the pan instantly enlivened the small courtyard. Xiao Bao clapped his hands in delight, while Wang Shi's interest was piqued by the warmth of the moment. With Xingyu's impeccable cooperation, the first batch of pork belly was perfectly grilled. Yin Ruo picked a slice from the pan, wrapped it in lettuce, and placed it into Xiao Bao's mouth. How is it? Is it delicious? In a light-hearted scene, little Bao, with his mouth full of food, struggled to articulate his words, eliciting laughter from the adults around him. Mother, come and eat with us. Let us dine and roast together. Despite the sweltering heat, the family's zest for life prevailed, their laughter echoing through the courtyard, even causing the moon to smile in delight. Chapter 83. A suspicious individual on this particular day, Yin Ruo busied herself in the kitchen, preparing dough for cold noodles, while Wang Shi sat beneath the tree in the courtyard, sewing clothes for the family. Unable to remain idle, Xingyu, encouraged by Yin Ruo's suggestion, ventured to the vacant space behind the house to teach little Bao some martial arts. Having spent an extended period outdoors, little Bao grew thirsty. Upon returning home for water, he spotted a man lurking suspiciously, peering into their courtyard. Clever as a monkey, Bao pretended not to notice and swiftly darted inside. Mother, someone is spying on us. Yin Ruo, engrossed in her task of washing the dough, felt little Bao approach her quietly. Lowering his voice, he leaned closer to her ear and discreetly pointed outside, urging her to investigate. Really? I did not see anyone. Are you sure you are not mistaken? I am certain. I did not miss C. Seeing Yin Ruo's skepticism, Bao grew anxious, insisting she accompany him to the door. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. All right, I will go with you. But be careful not to trip. Yin Ruo agreed, albeit with lingering doubt. Who would be idly spying on their family in the middle of the day? Mother, look over there. Following Bao's gesture, Yin Ruo indeed caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past, likely startled by her emergence and hastily retreating. Pondering the unknown figure's intentions, she gently ruffled Bao's hair. Be more vigilant when playing outside in the future. Understood. With that, Bao scampered towards the back of the house once more. What's going on? Curious about the extended murmuring at the entrance, Wang Shi stepped out to investigate. It's nothing. Bao just spotted an unfamiliar little bird and asked me its name. Not yet clear on the situation's nature, Yin Ruo sought to alleviate any anxiety within the family, fabricating an excuse to keep the matter concealed. As she returned to the kitchen to continue washing the dough, her mind remained occupied with thoughts of the shadow she had just seen. In her distracted state, her tasks became inefficient until Wang Shi's reminder brought her back to reality, realizing that significant time had elapsed. She hurriedly set aside the washed flour water, tearing off a piece from the dough while placing the remainder in the steamer. What do you intend to do with that piece of dough? Wang Shi inquired, her gaze fixed on Yun Ruo's hands. Yun Ruo explained, Mother, listen to the sound of the cicadas outside. There must be plenty of them in the surrounding trees. I plan to gather some and bring them back for you to taste. I can see now that there is nothing you are afraid to eat. Wang Shi remarked with a hint of exasperation. Continuing, cicadas are dark and unappealing. Can they truly be consumed? In the past, I once picked up a shriveled, emaciated creature from the ground, one that lacked enough flesh to fill the gaps between my teeth. Dear Mother, do you truly believe that anything I have ever made has not been delectable? As she spoke, Yun Ruo sidestepped the Wang family and headed towards a corner to find a slender bamboo pole, with the gluten affixed to one end. She shouldered the pole and exited her home. At this moment, it was noon, the sun perched high in the sky, and the cicadas atop the trees scattered below, seeking refuge from the scorching heat. This was the prime time to capture them. Where are you headed? Asked the father and son, who had trained in martial arts all morning. As the temperature rose, they decided to retreat home to escape the heat. Just as they rounded the corner of the house, they spotted her emerging with a bamboo pole several meters tall, making her way directly towards the small grove, going to catch some delicious treats. Would you like to join me? Absolutely. Upon hearing of the delectable prospects, Xiao Bao's weariness vanished, and he extended his arms, eager to assist Yun Ruo in carrying the pole. Observing this, Xingyu let out a resigned sigh and followed suit. Xiao Bao, do you know what a cicada is? Of course. Just the other day, while helping my grandmother cut grass, I caught one, but it eventually escaped, he replied, a hint of disappointment creeping onto his round face as his earlier enthusiasm waned. Yun Ruo gently patted his small shoulder, offering words of comfort. In a moment, dear mother will catch you plenty of cicadas. All right? But how? Then, Xiao Bao glanced at the bamboo pole and seemed to come to a realization, waving his hand dismissively. If the cicadas are high up, it's futile. They will simply fly away at the slightest sound. This bamboo pole is likely useless. In response, Yun Ruo smiled mysteriously and beckoned Xiao Bao closer. Look, my bamboo pole is unlike any other. As she spoke, she touched the gluten at the top of the pole, which had rapidly fermented due to the heat, becoming exceedingly sticky, leaving a substantial residue on her hands. With this, we can adhere to the cicada's wings. Do you think they will still be able to fly away? Xingyu, who had been silently following the mother and child, could not help but commend Yun Ruo after hearing her explanation. Having grasped the secret to catching cicadas, Xiao Bao, filled with joy and without a trace of doubt, eagerly ventured into the woods, tilting his little face upwards in search of cicadas. Mother, there's one here. In an effort to avoid startling the cicada, Xiao Bao covered his mouth and softly alerted Yun Ruo. Soon after, Yun Ruo approached, shouldering a bamboo pole, raising it high to aim at the cicada's wings. Suddenly, the pole wobbled, and the cicada, startled, took flight. Yun Ruo sighed in mild disappointment, while she did not feel the weight of the bamboo pole on her shoulder. Lifting it revealed its heft, causing her to lose her grip slightly. Do not lose heart, mother. I will find another, the equally disheartened Xiao Bao reassured her, turning to search elsewhere. Allow me, Xingyu said with a smile, taking the bamboo pole from Yun Ruo's hands and striding toward Xiao Bao, who had spotted another target. Yay, father is amazing. Xiao Bao cheered as Xingyu effortlessly caught the cicada, perched on a tree. Yun Ruo hurried over to retrieve the cicada, placing it into a burlap bag she had prepared beforehand. With each attempt, the bamboo pole became remarkably agile in Xingyu's hands, yielding success with every thrust. Xiao Bao saw it, Xingyu captured, and Yun Ruo collected. The family quickly established a harmonious rhythm. In less than half an hour, Yun Ruo's small bag was filled with approximately a pound of cicadas, and the dough on the bamboo pole was nearly depleted. All right, that's enough for today. We shall call it a wrap, Yun Ruo said cheerfully, patting the bag to signal the father and son duo that they had gathered a bountiful harvest. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bao appeared reluctant. Aren't we going to catch more? There are so many over there. It's getting late. We should head back, Xingyu asserted. With his father's words, Xiao Bao, though reluctantly, followed his parents out of the woods. Noticing his discontent, Yun Ruo offered consolation. After dinner, Let us all return to search for golden cicadas, shall we? What are golden cicadas? Golden cicadas are cicadas that have not yet developed wings. As Yin Ruo explained, she scanned the surrounding trees and bushes. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she retrieved a golden cicada shell from a blade of grass. This is the shell of a golden cicada. The cicada emerges from within. Xiao Bao nodded in understanding. Isn't this the cicada's shell? Hearing this, Yin Ruo chuckled awkwardly, realizing that the golden cicada had another name. Indeed, that's it. This one is quite delicious too. Then, let us hurry back for dinner, and come right back to find the cicada's shell. With that, Xiao Bao dashed off, seemingly unable to contain his excitement. Chapter 85. The disappearance of Wang Shi before they even enter the house. Xiao Bao exclaimed, "Grandmother, come out and see what we have caught." Yin Ruo and Xingyu exchanged smiles before following him inside. "Mother, we are back." However, no one responded to them. A small bamboo basket, used by Wang Shi for sewing, rested on a stool beneath the tree, alongside an unfinished garment. Yet there was no sign of Wang Shi herself. Where could she have gone? Yin Ruo and Xiao Bao wandered through one room after another, while Xingyu surveyed the surroundings with a stern expression. A notice pinned to a tree caught his attention, and upon reading its contents, the furrows on his brow deepened further. What could this mean? Just then, Yin Ruo emerged from a room and approached him, noticing his focused gaze. Xingyu handed her the notice. "It seems Mother has been kidnapped. It states that I must meet at the abandoned temple on the outskirts of the city tomorrow at dawn." Yin Ruo pondered for a moment after setting the notice down, recalling the shadowy figure she had seen that morning. This morning, Xiao Bao spotted someone lurking suspiciously near our home. Hearing this, Xingyu narrowed his eyes, an aura of danger emanating from him. "I need to step out." "Where are you going?" Yin Ruo replied, feeling anxious about being alone at home with Xiao Bao after such an incident. Xingyu, sensing her apprehension, grasped her hand gently. "I will return shortly." He briskly exited the house and discreetly slipped into a nearby grove, retrieving a bone whistle from his pocket. He would only resort to using this whistle as a last resort. Soon, a man clad in black appeared before him. "Master, what are your orders?" "Immediately investigate the whereabouts of the Wang family and ascertain the intentions of those responsible." "Understood." After the black-clad man departed, Xingyu gazed at the remnants of the setting sun in the western sky, sighing deeply. He felt a pang of fear. Had Yin Ruo ventured out alone today? She might very well be the one missing now. Meanwhile, at home, an anxious Yin Ruo urged the plot assistant to help locate the Wang family. "Are you capable or not? Can you find anything? At the time of the incident, I was with you. There's no trace to follow. How can I investigate?" Although the plot assistant empathized with Yin Ruo's urgency and wished to assist, it felt utterly helpless, unable to initiate any inquiries. Wait. Suddenly, an idea struck Yin Ruo. "There must be a lead. I saw that figure, and you surely did too. Why not start from there? It's worth a try." Yin Ruo clenched her fists nervously, awaiting the assistant's response. A few minutes later, the assistant spoke again. "The person is named Wang De Hu, a petty thug from the county, often seen in the east street of the county, engaging in various unscrupulous activities. Is there any more information?" "With just this basic information, it's impossible to locate the Wang family." The assistant shook its head in resignation. "I couldn't see his face clearly, so I couldn't scan his brain for more details, and thus have no way of knowing who he was working for." Sighing, Yin Ruo pieced together the information she had. "If Wang De Hu is indeed from the city, perhaps I can ask Luo Feng for assistance in tracking him down." With a resolution forming in her mind, Yin Ruo hurriedly rose and took Xiao Bao by the hand as they headed outside. With Xingyu absent, she had no choice but to go to the county herself. But she couldn't leave Xiao Bao alone at home, so she brought him along. "Where are you going?" Just as Yin Ruo stepped outside, she collided with a returning Xingyu. I'm going to find Luo Feng for help. Perhaps he can assist us in locating the assailant." Chapter 86. Wangi Da Gao. Do you know who the assailant is? Xingyu gazed at Yin Ruo with bewilderment. Her unwavering confidence in Luo Feng's ability to assist was perplexing. Had she perhaps already gleaned some insight? Realizing she had inadvertently let something slip, Yin Ruo, with no recourse, opted to deflect the conversation. The immediate priority was to locate the true culprit, Wang Dao, who was most likely responsible for abducting her mother. How do you know this? Xingyu continued to scrutinize Yun Ruo, as if attempting to extract some revelation from her expression. Otherwise, why not confront him directly? He will inevitably find out. The narrative companion interjected, only to be silenced by Yun Ruo's firm gaze. She looked intently at Xingyu and declared, "Once this matter is resolved, I shall divulge everything you wish to know. But for now, please trust me." Upon hearing this, Xingyu cast his eyes downward in silence for a moment before ultimately shifting his position to bend down and lift up the child. "Let us go together." By the time they arrived at Tianxiang Tower, night had already descended. Due to the sweltering heat, business at the tavern was rather lackluster. Manager Li sat behind the counter, fiddling with an abacus, while two young attendants diligently served the only two tables occupied. "Good evening, esteemed guest." One of the attendants hurried forth upon noticing their arrival, only to discover it was the couple, accompanied by a child. "Ah, it is young Master Xing and his wife. Please come in." Upon hearing this, Manager Li peered from behind the counter, squinting his eyes to confirm their identities before rising with a smile. "What brings you both to the city at such a late hour?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yin Ruo wasted no time and asked directly, "Manager Li, could you kindly relay a message? I wish to see Boss Luo." Having been forewarned by Luo Feng that should Yin Ruo or Xingyu seek him out, they could bypass the usual announcement and be ushered in directly, Manager Li discerned the couple's esteemed position in the young boss's eyes. Thus, he did not conceal any information from them. Unfortunately, the young boss has just returned home. He is likely just stepping inside now. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo's expression dimmed slightly, and Xingyu promptly suggested, "Then let us go to his residence." "Indeed, we would appreciate your guidance, Manager Li. We are in urgent need of finding Boss Luo." Noticing their urgent demeanor, Manager Li did not hesitate, promptly summoning an attendant and instructing him to lead the couple to Luo's residence without delay. At that moment, the county town was aglow with lanterns, and many shops had lit their lights. The scene was particularly lively at Ichuan Courtyard, bustling with activity. "Come in and take a look, young master." As the group passed by the entrance of Ichuan Courtyard, several alluring ladies waved their handkerchiefs and laughed charmingly at Xingyu, only to be met with his icy glare. The women shivered in response and quickly fell silent. "Ah, my dear sisters are all here." At that moment, a burly man, with a blade of dogtail grass between his teeth, approached one of the women, leering as he pinched her cheek, eliciting laughter and cheers from the crowd. The madam of the establishment hurried over, smiling broadly as she greeted the man. "Ah, Master Hu, what an honor it is to have you here." The madam's voice was sharp and penetrating, carrying every word to Yun Ruo's ears, causing her to halt abruptly. "What is it?" Seeing her sudden stop, Xingyu's expression turned anxious. "Was that man just now Master Hu?" Yun Ruo harbored an air of uncertainty regarding her conjectures, as it was not uncommon for names to overlap. Perhaps her sensitivity was excessive. The young lad serving as their guide, however, was quite astute. Upon hearing Yun Ruo's inquiry, he cast a glance towards the entrance of Ichuan Courtyard and remarked that who you mentioned is undoubtedly one of the most prominent figures in our county. As he spoke, a look of disdain crossed his face, suggesting that the title carried a significant degree of irony. Amidst their conversation, the plot cat had discreetly scanned the information of the man in question. He was Wang Dao. Chapter 87. A display of abilities. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo, filled with excitement, seized Xingyu's arm and whispered urgently, "It is indeed him. What a stroke of fortune to encounter him here. It seems Wang Da's luck has run dry." Xingyu swiftly maneuvered his way to where Wang Dao stood with the brothel madam. At that moment, Wang Dao was about to step into Ichuan Courtyard when he was unexpectedly obstructed, igniting his temper. He bellowed at Xingyu, "Which blind fool dares to block my path?" Xingyu's lips curled into a smirk, and with a disdainful snort, he seized Wang Dao by the neck, lifting him off the ground, silencing the words that had yet to leave his throat. Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Yin Ruo entrusted Xiao Bao to the young lad for safekeeping and swiftly maneuvered through the throng, grasping Xingyu's arm as she implored, "Husband, do not act rashly. With so many eyes upon us, should anything untoward happen to Wang Dao, we would find ourselves in the wrong, despite our justification. Casting a glance at the onlookers, Yinru noted the growing murmurs directed at Xingyu and whispered, "The matter at hand is of utmost importance." In response, Xingyu hurled Wang Dahu aside onto the path, where he crashed to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing incessantly. The attendant from Tianxiang Tower was now utterly dumbfounded. He had only heard tales of Xingyu's remarkable hunting prowess, never anticipating that he was a man of such hidden depth. Meanwhile, a nearby Xiao Bao, initially drowsy, now clapped his hands in delight at witnessing his father's confrontation with the villain. "What do you intend to do?" Wang Dahu stammered, retreating in fear as sweat beads formed on his flabby face. "Unless you wish for your demise, you would do well to answer my questions obediently," Xingyu said, a wicked grin on his face as he crouched down, his gaze traversing Wang Dahu's form, causing the latter to yearn for an escape into the earth. Yin Ruo, meanwhile, quietly relayed a few instructions to the young lad, who then dashed off. "What questions do you have?" Wang Dahu, all bravado yet cowardly at heart, was a man of imposing stature but possessed a fear smaller than a pinhole. He had always bullied the weak and feared the strong. Now, faced with such a formidable figure as Xingyu, he dared not resist, merely hoping for a swift resolution. "Did you visit Baiwa village today and abduct someone?" Yin Ruo approached, holding Xiao Bao, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Wang Dahu, her words nearly a growl. She was certain she had never encountered this Wang Dahu before. Yet why had he taken away a member of the Wang family? Hearing this, Wang Dahu's heart sank. He considered himself meticulous in his dealings, perplexed as to how they had traced his actions so swiftly. "Who ordered you to do this?" The expression on Wang Dahu's face conveyed everything. Yet Xingyu did not believe that a mere ruffian would target an ordinary peasant family without reason. His tone was icy, and a hint of hostility flickered in his gaze. In this sweltering heat, Wang Dahu felt as though he were engulfed in a frigid winter, trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, it was agreed upon, Master Qian, Wang Dahu recalled. During the transaction, it had been stipulated that should they be discovered, he could invoke Master Qian's name as a shield. Wang Dahu was certain that a family of farmers would quail at the mere mention of a noble's name. However, he had miscalculated. The two individuals before him showed no signs of fear. Yin Ruo squinted, pondering the unexpected emergence of Master Qian, uncertain of his true nature, while even the plot cat shook its head in confusion. "Master Qian? Who is he?" I have arrived. Before the words had fully left his lips, a familiar voice echoed as the crowd parted. Luo Feng pushed his way through, casting a disdainful glance at the pale Wang Dahu on the ground, shaking his head in disapproval. His subordinates hurriedly reported, "I thought it was someone formidable." As he spoke, he elegantly unfurled his folding fan, fanning himself a few times. He had rushed over and was slightly out of breath. The murmurs of the surrounding crowd made Luo Feng wrinkle his brow in distaste. "This place is crowded. Let's find a more secluded spot to converse." Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo surveyed the crowd and noticed that little Bao was already drowsy, nodding toward Xingyu. "Boss Xing makes a valid point." Luo Feng waved his hand behind him, and immediately several guards stepped forward to lift Wang Dahu from the throng. "Why not come to my residence for a chat?" Luo Feng tucked away his fan, casting a glance at Xingyu, his gaze ultimately resting on Yin Ruo. They had intended to visit Luo's estate to seek someone, so a detour posed no inconvenience. Yin Ruo tugged at Xingyu's sleeve. "Let's go. Mother, I am so sleepy. I wish to rest." Little Bao's soft voice instantly captured Luo Feng's attention. He looked incredulously at the child, then at Xingyu, seemingly confirming their relationship. After receiving a glare from Xingyu, Luo Feng obediently averted his gaze. He crouched down, pinching Little Bao's cheek. "What is your name?" Little Bao rubbed his eyes, observing the unfamiliar uncle before him for a moment, then glanced up at his mother. After receiving Yin Ruo's nod, he quietly replied, "My name is Little Bao. My mother likes to call me Baozi." At this, Luo Feng's expression darkened. What a peculiar habit to have such a casual name. "Xing Little Bao? You are truly Xing Little Bao." "My mother said that Little Bao is merely an affectionate nickname. I have a formal name, Xing Yaochen." Little Bao turned away, no longer wishing to engage with Luo Feng, while the somewhat disdained master could only smile awkwardly. Shall we play at Uncle's house? Would that be agreeable? I no longer wish to play. I am weary and desire to sleep. Little Bao buried his face in Yun Ruo's waist, muffling a response that suggested he was indeed tired. Xingyu approached and lifted him up. If you're tired, then sleep, he said. The adults exchanged glances before turning to head towards the Luo residence. At that moment, Wang Dahu had already been confined in the dungeon of the Luo residence. Utterly unaware of why Luo Feng had become involved, Yun Ruo intended to interrogate Wang Dahu personally, yet under Xingyu's insistence that she need not worry too much, she reluctantly remained behind to accompany Little Bao in his rest. Pray, tell me, what is the situation at present? Luo Feng inquired, trotting behind Xingyu. Although he had managed to bring someone back, he was still somewhat bewildered. Earlier, as he entered his home, a young servant had rushed in to report that Xingyu was embroiled in a brawl at the Yichuan courtyard. Luo Feng had thought it was merely a trivial matter involving a thoughtless ruffian, easily resolved. Now, seeing Xingyu's grave expression, he realized the matter was far more serious. Wang Dahu has kidnapped Yun Ruo's mother. No wonder you were in such a hurry. It turns out your mother-in-law is in trouble, Luo Feng jested, but before he could finish, a sharp glare from Xingyu silenced him. Where is Wang Dao now? In the dungeon. This way, was the reply. Luo Feng nodded and took the lead, guiding them swiftly to the dungeon. Upon seeing Luo Feng, a guard promptly bowed. Young master. Luo Feng nodded, squinting as he surveyed the dank and oppressive atmosphere of the dungeon. Where is Wang Dahu? This way, the guard replied, leading them to a cell where Wang Dahu sat slumped on the floor, evidently shaken. Hearing footsteps, he scrambled over, pleading his innocence. Young master, sir, I am unaware of any wrongdoing. Why have you brought me here? The cell was dark and damp, pervaded by an unpleasant odor. On several occasions, Luo Feng had been tempted to retch, but out of respect for Xingyu, he restrained himself. He held a fan to his mouth and nose, speaking sternly. Are you truly oblivious to your actions? Tell me where the person you abducted is now. Once again confronted with this question, Wang Dahu internally cursed himself for taking on this job in the first place. Did I not already explain? It was Qian Yuanwei who instructed me. His eyes darted nervously, adamantly insisting that Qian Yuanwei was the mastermind behind the scheme. He thought to himself that Qian Yuanwei was at least a prominent figure in the city, and surely Luo Feng and his associates would show him some respect. Qian Yuanwei? Luo Feng asked, glancing curiously at Xingyu before quietly inquiring. Do you know this Qian? I do not, Xingyu replied with a shrug, showing no interest in elaborating. Upon observing Wang Dahu's expression more closely, Luo Feng began to piece together the situation. Since this matter involves Qian Yuanwei, I shall summon him so we can discuss this together. At his command, a subordinate hurried out of the cell. The rest is up to you, Xingyu remarked before also stepping out of the dungeon. Wait, what is happening? You're leaving just like that? Xingyu did not turn back, merely waving his hand. Ever since sharing a bed with Yun Ruo, despite their lack of physical intimacy, having her by his side every night had become a cherished habit. Now, in her absence, he felt an inexplicable emptiness within. With Luo Feng lending a helping hand in the current situation, he was confident that no further complications would arise, and he relished the thought of returning to embrace his beloved wife. At that moment, however, Qian Yuanwei was blissfully intoxicated in the embrace of a beautiful woman. My dear, yesterday at the Tsiyu Tower, I laid eyes on a set of exquisite gold jewelry, he declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuhua immediately nestled closer into Qian Yuanwei's arms, joyously exclaiming, I knew you would pamper me, my dear. Surrounded by beauty and aided by the effects of alcohol, Qian Yuanwei was thoroughly enchanted, his hands beginning to wander. If you could bear me a robust son soon, I shall grant you anything you desire. Although Qian Yuanwei was wealthy beyond measure, having surpassed 50 years of age, he had only 3 daughters to his name. His numerous concubines were merely an attempt to secure a male heir to inherit his estate. Naturally, Lu Yuhua also harbored ambitions of rising in status through motherhood and would never refuse Qian Yuanwei's affection. Yet, just as the moment became pivotal, the The steward abruptly knocked at the door, urgency evident in his tone. "My lord, Boss Luo from Tianxiang Tower requests your presence at the residence." Startled, Qian Yuanwei hastily donned his garments, while Lu Yuhua, disrupted in her romantic pursuit, wore a displeased expression and began to voice her grievances. "What urgent matter necessitates your presence at this late hour?" she protested, moving closer to Qian Yuanwei once more. "My lord, it will be better not to go. They simply wish to keep you company." Under normal circumstances, Lu Yuhua's enticing demeanor would have stirred Qian Yuanwei's desires, but this time he brusquely pushed her away. "Go aside, ignorant woman. He is not someone I can afford to neglect." Thrown to the ground, Lu Yuhua seethed with resentment, attempting to feign a pitiful charm. But Qian Yuanwei had already departed with the steward in tow. "My lord, Qian Yuanwei has arrived," the steward announced. Luo Feng, lost in thought with his arms crossed and a fan tapping rhythmically against his forehead, lifted his gaze and coolly replied, "Please, let him in." Being summoned to the Luo residence at such a late hour left Qian Yuanwei perplexed, only to find himself ushered into a dungeon, amplifying his unease. "Boss Luo." Qian Yuanwei bowed cautiously, then inquired with trepidation, "Might I ask why you summon me here at this hour?" Luo Feng, habitually closing his fan, waved his hand dismissively. "There is no command to issue. I merely happen to meet someone who claims to be an old acquaintance of yours." "Oh." Qian Yuanwei, puzzled, glanced around, noting the menacing figures surrounding him, armed with blades. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. "Might I inquire as to the whereabouts of this old acquaintance you mentioned?" Luo Feng said nothing, turning to walk ahead, while Qian Yuanwei, understanding the cue, immediately followed. "There he is." Luo Feng gestured with his chin towards Wang Dahu, who was lying on the bed. Upon hearing the sound, Wang Dahu sat up, and the two men exchanged glances, scrutinizing each other for a considerable time. "Who is this?" Qian Yuanwei pondered under the dim candlelight, unable to recognize the man before him. "I beseech you, Master Luo, please clarify." "Wang Dahu, your master has arrived. Why do you not pay your respects?" Luo Feng's voice was deliberately raised, ensuring that everyone present heard him clearly. Dong Lu, Luo Feng's personal guard, was the first to chuckle, mockingly addressing Wang Dahu. "You claim that Qian Yuanwei directed you to commit wrongdoings, yet you fail to recognize him?" Chapter 90. The exposure of the truth. Despite Qian Yuanwei's notorious reputation, Wang Dahu had indeed never seen him in person. Embarrassed by Dong Lu's taunt, he turned his face away. Realizing the situation, Qian Yuanwei understood that this ruffian had committed misdeeds and now sought to implicate him. He hastily clasped his hands in a gesture of explanation towards Luo Feng. "Master Luo, you are a discerning individual. I have been wronged." Qian Yuanwei, ever astute, had diligently gathered information about the prominent figures in the county upon his arrival. Though Luo Feng's identity was meticulously concealed, he hailed from the capital, and there are only a few families with the surname Luo there. Thus, Qian Yuanwei, fearful of inciting the ire of the man before him, trembled nervously. "Whether it is a frame-up, I cannot say for certain. Wang Dahu insists that you, Qian Yuanwei, ordered the abduction of my person." As he spoke, his subordinates brought in a chair and a plate of sunflower seeds. Luo Feng snapped his folding fan onto the table, reclined casually in the chair, and leisurely crossed his legs, occasionally cracking a few seeds. He appeared to be merely a bystander awaiting the unfolding drama, yet his words nearly caused Qian Yuanwei to falter. "I shall state this clearly. If you do not deliver the person by tonight, I cannot guarantee that you will see the sun rise tomorrow. Now, you may deliberate amongst yourselves." With that, Luo Feng tossed a sunflower seed into his mouth, resembling a spectator eagerly awaiting the show to commence. "Qian Yuanwei, one cannot conduct oneself in such a manner. I have clearly delivered the individual into your custody. How can you feign ignorance now?" Upon hearing Luo Feng's threat, Wang Dahu could no longer remain seated. He reached through the jail bars, seizing Qian Yuanwei by the collar, nearly suffocating him. "Let go of me." Qian Yuanwei's face turned crimson as he coughed a few times, then retorted, "You assert that I directed you. Do you have any evidence?" The two women spoke clearly. They are from the Qian household. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuanwei's brow furrowed in frustration. Is it merely based on their word that you would accuse me? There are countless women in the world. Their claim of being from my estate holds no weight. Qian Yuanwei turned his head to look at Luo Feng, seeking his support. Yet Luo Feng appeared disinclined to speak. Soon after, Wang Dahu remarked, I have followed them. They indeed entered your Qian residence. The one leading them wore a veil, making her features unclear, but there is a black mole at the center of her left brow. The one accompanying her, though not particularly attractive, possesses a most melodious voice. They also mentioned that if anything were to happen, Qian Yuanwei would bear the responsibility. Now, are you planning to renege on your promise? As he spoke, Wang Deho tightened his grip, and with his description, Qian Yuanwei's mind began to form a clearer picture, igniting a fiery anger within him. With reddened eyes, Qian Yuanwei turned to Luo Feng. Boss Luo, may I return for a moment? I assure you that I will send your people back to your residence unharmed. That is permissible, Luo Feng replied, rising to brush off the melon seed shells from his hands, casting a meaningful glance at Qian Yuanwei. But if you attempt to flee, where shall I search for them? Then, Boss Luo, you may send someone to accompany me, Qian Yuanwei proposed. Very well, Luo Feng signaled Dong Lu, who promptly stepped forward. Qian Yuanwei, please. With that, Dong Lu liberated Qian Yuanwei from Wang Da's grasp, and the two exited the Luo residence in succession. Meanwhile, by the pond in the back courtyard of the Qian residence, a woman sat draped in a garment, with a young maid standing quietly behind her. Jiu Inyang, it is late. You should rest early, the maid suggested. I cannot sleep, the woman replied. Too many misdeeds weigh on your conscience. Preventing sleep, I presume? Qian Yuanwei suddenly returned, his voice cold and tinged with anger. Lu Yuha, you have come, she said, rising to greet him with a smile, her tone sweet. What has caused you to return in such a foul mood? Is it that the servants did not attend to you properly? As she spoke, she cast a cold glance at Dong Lu, mistaking him for a new servant. Before her words could fully escape her lips, a resounding slap echoed as Qian Yuanwei struck her to the ground, leaving a vivid mark on her cheek, the sharp pain causing tears to well in her eyes. Master? The young maid rushed to assist Lu Yuha, then knelt in supplication. Master, why are you so angry with Jiunyang? She has always been kind-hearted. If she were truly benevolent, she would not have engaged in the vile act of kidnapping behind my back. Now, tell me, where is the person you have taken? As he spoke, Qian Yuanwei's hand rose once more. If that person is harmed in any way, I will not spare you. At this point, Lu Yuha still did not comprehend how the situation had unraveled. She lowered her head in silence, contemplating how to defend herself. Noticing her prolonged silence, Qian Yuanwei delivered a fierce kick in anger, exclaiming, still not speaking? Do you wish for me to end your life? Master, please do not strike me. I will speak. Chapter 91. A safe return home. Following Lu Yuha's instructions, Dong Lu swiftly made his way to a dilapidated hut on the outskirts. At the entrance stood two thugs on guard. Upon seeing Dong Lu approach to rescue the captives, they foolishly charged forward, only to be swiftly subdued by a few decisive blows. Do not delay. Get out of my way, Dong Lu coldly observed as the two individuals, clutching their injured arms, scrambled to their feet and fled in disarray. With a powerful kick, he burst open the door, revealing a pitch-black room illuminated only by the flickering light of a dying candle in the corner. There, Wang Shi lay bound in ropes, atop a pile of moldy straw, her mouth stuffed with a towel. Fortunately, aside from minor injury on her forehead, she appeared to be largely unharmed. Madam, please awaken. Dong Lu gently assisted Wang Shi into a sitting position, removing the cloth from her mouth. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Upon seeing the unfamiliar man before her, she panicked and struggled, attempting to escape. Do not be afraid. I have come to rescue you. Upon hearing his words, Wang Shi began to relax. Did my daughter and son-in-law send you? I will take you away from here first, and then we can discuss further. As he spoke, Dong Lu swiftly cut the ropes binding her, and they fled together. Meanwhile, Yin Ruo had not closed her eyes all night. Hearing the door creak open, she quickly rose. What has happened? Seeing it was Xing Yu, she hurriedly approached him, her voice filled with urgency. Rest assured, Luo Feng has sent someone to summon Master Qian. I believe you will soon bring your mother back. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo sighed softly, I hope so. Yet, I cannot comprehend whom we have offended. You have done exceptionally well. Do not dwell on it. Xingyu gently pulled her into an embrace, soothing her. The moonlight streamed through the paper window, casting an eerie glow on his face. Yin Ruo's fluctuating emotions always seemed to affect him deeply, and at that moment, seeing her despondent countenance twisted his heart in anguish. As if sensing his accelerated heartbeat, Yin Ruo suddenly realized something was amiss and quickly extricated herself from his embrace. It hurts again, doesn't it? It's nothing. Do not worry. Xingyu forced a smile, signaling her not to be overly concerned. Today's unexpected events have disrupted your medicinal bath. The toxins must be uncontrolled again. I should keep my distance. With that, Yin Ruo took a few steps back, lowering her gaze away from him. Yet he stepped forward, enveloping her once more in his arms. As long as you are by my side, no matter the pain, I will endure it willingly. My greatest fear is your departure. His words struck a chord in Yin Ruo's heart, overwhelming her with happiness, sorrow, and guilt. Fear crept into her mind. If one day Xingyu discovered her ulterior motives for approaching him, would he resent her? Would he shatter? Suddenly, rapid footsteps interrupted her thoughts, followed by a knock at the door. Xingyu opened the door to find a servant come to report, and he sensed that a resolution was at hand. Have you found her? Our young master sent me to inform you that she has been safely retrieved and is currently settled in the East Wing. Please rest assured, Madam and Sir. At these words, the weight on Yin Ruo's heart lifted completely. Her body weakened as she nearly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Xingyu was quick to catch her in his arms. Are you reassured now? Can you rest? I wish to visit my mother first. She must be exhausted. Let her rest well. Since Mr. Luo has assured us that she is fine, it must indeed be true. There is no rush. I can visit her again in the morning. Upon reflection, I find that what Xingyu said is quite reasonable, and thus Yin Ruo decided not to insist further. The night has already passed for the most part. Waiting a few more hours is of little consequence. Chapter 92. Not to be taken lightly the following morning. Yin Ruo hurriedly arrived. As she pushed the door open, she found Wang Shi being attended to by the maidservants of the Luo residence, preparing to groom herself. In her flustered state, Yin Ruo rushed in and embraced Wang Shi, her joy overflowing as she exclaimed, "Mother, are you well?" At that moment, Wang Shi was equally overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in her eyes as she gently patted Yin Ruo in comfort, saying, "I am fine. Thanks to your timely call for help. We must express our gratitude properly." "Indeed," Yin Ruo replied earnestly, turning her gaze towards Xingyu. She felt a wave of gratitude for his companionship during the ordeal and sincerely said, "Thank you." Seeing this, Xingyu stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Yin Ruo's shoulder. "There is no need for such formalities between us." He continued, "However, we should indeed extend our thanks to Mr. Luo." Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted. "Him? No need for thanks," Yin Ruo interjected. "I still look forward to expressing my gratitude." Having not yet seen the man, they soon heard his voice. Moments later, Luo Feng entered the room, fanning himself, the smile on his face indicating his good spirits. "Yin Ruo, this is..." Wang Shi looked at Yin Ruo, puzzled by the sudden appearance of Luo Feng. "Mother, this is Mr. Luo, the proprietor of Qinxiang Tower, who helped bring you back to safety." Recognizing Luo Feng's kindness toward her family, Yin Ruo regarded him with a glimmer of appreciation. Wang Shi promptly lowered her head and bowed. "Thank you, Mr. Luo, for saving my life." Luo Feng quickly waved his fan, assisting her to rise. "You honor me too greatly. Yin Ruo and I are friends. It was merely a small favor." With a playful smile, Luo Feng turned and teased, "If you truly wish to show your gratitude, how about sharing a few more recipes with me?" Noticing Luo Feng's light-hearted intent regarding the recipes, Yin Ruo inclined her head slightly, refraining from giving a direct response. "Mr. Luo has been gracious to me. Should there be an opportunity for collaboration in the future, I will certainly keep Mr. Luo in mind." Understanding that Yin Ruo was currently disinterested in business matters, Xingyu timely interjected, "Have you discovered the true mastermind behind this?" "Oh, I was just about to mention that," Luo Feng said, glancing at Yin Ruo and Wang Shi, uncertain if he should proceed. Noticing his hesitation, Yin Ruo stated with gravity, "Mr. Luo, please feel free to speak. I am eager to learn who this mastermind is and what their intentions may be." "It is the ninth concubine of Qian Yuan Wai," Luo Feng replied, slightly furrowing his brow as he regarded Yin Ruo. "Is Lu Yuha someone with whom you have had previous conflicts?" Upon hearing the name, several individuals were taken aback, initially believing that after her scandal with Qian de Beos, she would have vanished without a trace. Yet, unexpectedly, she seemed to linger. However, if Lu Yuha truly orchestrated this, it would indeed make sense, as her resentment towards Yun Ruo's family was understandable. "No wonder," Wang Shi recalled. "I thought I recognized a voice when I heard someone speaking to the guards. Is it safe to say that you are familiar with Lu Yuha?" Luo Feng remarked with amusement as he cast a curious glance at Xingyu. "I wonder if her actions this time are driven by affection or greed." Perceiving the wicked undertone in his words, Xingyu shot him an irritated glare. Regardless of her intentions, her lack of awareness in this matter cannot be overlooked. She shall not escape unscathed this time. Understanding Xingyu's sentiments, Luo Feng discreetly whispered a few instructions to Dong Lu behind him, who promptly suggested a room. "That will suffice," Luo Feng replied with a smile. "I have already arranged for her handling. You need not concern yourselves with it." No sooner had he spoken than the steward approached to announce, "Breakfast is ready. When shall the young master dine?" "Let's go now," Luo Feng responded, warmly ushering the group out of the door and towards the dining hall. Chapter 93. I have crossed over after enjoying breakfast at the Luo residence. Luo Feng made special arrangements for a carriage to transport the family back to their village. Throughout the journey, apart from Xiao Bao occasionally exchanging pleasantries with Wang Shi, both Xingyu and Yun Ruo remained enveloped in a profound silence, each lost in their own contemplations. Upon entering their home, Wang Shi could hardly contain her restlessness and hurried to check on the few wild chickens and rabbits left unattended for a day, fearing they might be starving. "Xiao Bao, come help your grandmother gather some grass for the little rabbits." "Okay," Xiao Bao replied enthusiastically, bouncing over to Wang Shi's side. And together, they exited the courtyard hand in hand. It seemed Wang Shi had discerned the subtle tension between the young couple, deliberately granting them some time alone. Soon, only Yun Ruo and Xingyu remained in the yard, exchanging glances as the atmosphere felt almost palpable. They both began simultaneously. Then, with a radiant smile, Yin Ruo encouraged, "You go first." "No, you should speak first," Xingyu insisted. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yin Ruo decided to share her thoughts without reservation. "What I'm about to tell you may sound incredible, but every word is true, so you'll believe me, right?" After speaking, she cast an uncertain glance at Xingyu, who was looking down, and he nodded slightly, urging her to continue. "You must have noticed that I possess knowledge of many things that perplex you, such as those recipes, medicinal formulas, the snack card, and how I knew that Wang Dahu had kidnapped Mother." As she spoke, Yin Ruo carefully observed the changes in Xingyu's expression and continued. "It's not that I have extraordinary powers. Rather, I have a narrative companion assisting me. I suppose you could call it a personal system." Upon hearing this, Xingyu's brow furrowed even deeper, prompting Yin Ruo to clarify. "It's akin to my guardian. It follows me, aids me, and teaches me many novel things until what?" Xingyu's gaze was fixed upon Yin Ruo's eyes, as though he sought to penetrate the depths of her soul through her gaze. "Until I realize my aspirations, becoming a wealthy woman and living the life I desire, I cannot disclose this peculiar strategy to win him over. Should he choose not to cooperate, the grand ambitions of Yin Ruo could be jeopardized, rendering her unable to return to her former life." After a prolonged silence, as if attempting to digest the astonishing revelations concerning the portable system and guardian that Yin Ruo had described, Xingyu pondered deeply and posed a question. "Why do others lack guardians, and what is this portable system you speak of? If what you say is true, why is it that only you possess this guardian?" At this juncture, it was evident that Yin Ruo's true identity could no longer remain concealed. "For I am not the Yin Ruo you brought home. Though I share the name, I hail from another realm, a wondrous land. Initially, I was engrossed in a novel. Yet inexplicably, I was chosen to traverse into this unfinished world of fiction." With each additional word she uttered, Xing Yu's brow furrowed deeper. Her tale of traversing to another world and seamlessly assuming the role of the original inhabitant seemed utterly incredible. Suddenly, he rose, turning away in contemplation. Yin Ruo leaned forward, timidly inquiring, "Do you not believe me?" He did not respond immediately, but gazed at her for an extended moment, his calm voice betraying no emotion. "Since you have spoken, I shall take you at your word." At this, Yin Ruo exhaled in relief. If he believed her, then perhaps if the day came when she truly departed, he would find it easier to accept. Chapter 94. The moonlight in Xing Yu's heart now. It is your turn to reveal your true identity, as well as your connection to Luo Feng. Yin Ruo unabashedly displayed her otaku nature, grinning mischievously at Xing Yu. "I am not merely an ordinary hunter from the countryside. My family resides in the capital, and I once served in the imperial court. 2 years ago, I participated in the great battle against the kingdom of Biluo. After the conflict, I withdrew to this rural area with Xiao Bao." "Oh, I had already suspected as much. Such a dashing hunter is hardly commonplace," said Yin Ruo, who appeared unfazed by his revelation, wearing an expression that suggested she had seen through all. "So, you and Luo Feng are comrades in arms?" "That does not seem likely. He does not strike me as someone seasoned by the battlefield." "Not quite. We are childhood friends who grew up together," Xing Yu clarified, as if sensing Yin Ruo's skepticism regarding his relationship with Luo Feng. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruo tapped her fingers against her chin, a sly smile dancing on her lips as her mind began to concoct a grand narrative. They had grown up together, their bond undoubtedly profound, perhaps even transcending mere friendship. In this light, it seemed that Luo Feng, a scion of a wealthy family from the capital, was toiling away in a small tavern in a county town for the sake of true love. However, a question lingered. How did Xiao Bao come into the picture? Could it be that after Xing Yu wed and father-child, he suddenly realized that his true affection lay with Luo Feng? He then brought his little treasure to this countryside to cherish their love for eternity. Ah, indeed, it is true love. Yin Ruo could not help but sigh, only to be overheard by Xing Yu. "What true love? What nonsense are you imagining?" he retorted, his voice tinged with disbelief. Yin Ruo waved her hand, her eyes ablaze with the flames of gossip, and countered, "You and your little treasure are retreating into the countryside with your true love. What about your wife? The biological mother of your child? Moreover, did you marry me merely to conceal your true intentions? Although I feel a tinge of anger at your irresponsibility, having hurt 2 women, I must admit that encountering true love is rare. One should treasure it." After her lengthy discourse, Xing Yu's face darkened unconsciously. "What true love? What are you babbling about, hurting 2 women? What do you mean?" Seeing his refusal to acknowledge the truth, Yin Ruo chose not to pursue the matter further, instead adopting a generous demeanor. "I understand. In your conservative and backward era, it is surely unacceptable for you two to be together. That's all right. Brotherly companionship and romantic affection are not so bad." While she consoled him with her words, Yin Ruo's heart was heavy. She finally discerned the reason for Xing Yu's unchanged affection towards her. He already held another in his heart. How could a plain and unremarkable person like her ascend to his affections? It seemed impossible. Xing Yu's lips twitched involuntarily. How could this woman be so fickle? Just moments ago, she was brimming with gossip, and now she pouted, her brows furrowed in despair, her head lowered as if on the verge of tears. What are you thinking about now? I warn you, suppress those inappropriate thoughts. Suppressing thoughts of being the unattainable man, Yin Ruo felt as if pierced by 1,000 arrows. It was over. She could never return. What are you 2 lovebirds doing sitting here foolishly? Wang Shi returned with a little treasure, timely breaking the silence. The family soon engaged in laughter, casting aside the topic. For several consecutive days, Yin Ruo dutifully prepared medicinal baths for Xing Yu, occasionally experimenting with new dishes, while the rest of the time was spent languishing in her room in idle contemplation. "Dear Plot Cat, what is Xing Yu's current level of affection for me? Since you both bared your hearts to one another last time, his fondness for you has risen to 90. Victory is just around the corner." The Plot Cat lounged leisurely on a small cushion, one foot raised and swaying, exuding an air of nonchalance, akin to a celestial being. Why does it feel like the increase in affection is becoming slower and more arduous? At first, even the smallest gesture could elevate it by 5 points. Yet now it seems stagnant for days or weeks. Could it be that Xingyu truly? Yin Ruo rested her chin on her hand, her face scrunched up like a dumpling in distress. Perhaps this is the chill of heights. The further one travels, the more difficult the journey becomes. The black cat licked its paw leisurely and uttered a profound meow filled with wisdom. Humph, you only pretend to be wise in front of me. If you have the ability, why not help me craft a manual for seducing men? Human emotions are far too complex. All I desire is to quietly remain a bystander. Get away from me. Yeah, I have new clothes. Suddenly, the joyous cheer of Xiao Bao echoed through the yard. Yin Ruo, curious, rose and opened the door, only to behold Xiao Bao clad in a new outfit, joyfully running around the courtyard. Upon noticing Yin Ruo, Xiao Bao dashed over, exclaiming, "Mother, look! Grandma just made me this new outfit." Yin Ruo smiled, bending down to twirl Xiao Bao around, nodding in approval. "It looks wonderful. Did Xiao Bao remember to thank Grandma?" I thanked her several times." Xiao Bao deeply, easily. Wang Shi approached with a needle and thread basket, smiling as she said, "Wasn't it mentioned that the day after tomorrow is Xiao Bao's birthday? I specially made this as his birthday gift." This statement jolted Yin Ruo's memory, and she suddenly slapped her forehead. "Speaking of which, I need to visit the county town in the next couple of days. The custom food cart should be ready by now. I also need to buy some things to ensure Xiao Bao has a delightful birthday. Mother, where's my husband? He must be practicing his swordplay again, right? Since abandoning the life of hunting, Xingyu had taken to spending his days honing his sword skills in the open space behind their home, a means of staying fit and passing the time. I'll go find him." Before she finished speaking, Yin Ruo had already dashed out the door, making her way towards the open area. "Husband? Husband?" At the sound of her voice, a shadow swiftly darted past. Xingyu, recognizing Yin Ruo's call, softened his expression and turned to approach her. Upon seeing her flushed face from running, he couldn't resist pinching her cheek gently. "Why the haste? Is something amiss?" Yin Ruo squinted, relishing his affection, and smiled as she replied, "Would you accompany me to the county town?" "Of course," Xingyu responded without questioning her purpose. He picked up the sword that was planted in the ground and said, "Let us go." Yin Ruo was undoubtedly pleased with Xingyu's response, yet she playfully remarked, "Oh, aren't you curious about what I'm going for? You know, you can refuse if you don't want to come." Xingyu halted, turning to gaze at Yin Ruo, who remained rooted in place. He walked over and took her hand. "Whatever you wish to do is fine, as long as you are happy. I am willing to accompany you at all times." Such a simple sentence made Yin Ruo's cheeks flush, her heart racing in excitement. Really? How can someone from ancient times be so charming? Xingyu's deep and magnetic voice struck Yin Ruo once more, and she instinctively covered her heart, lowering her gaze to avoid his intense stare. "It's nothing. Let us go, let us go." Her hasty retreat only appeared adorable to Xingyu, who couldn't help but chuckle, his gaze becoming increasingly gentle. He shook his head with a smile and followed after her. Chapter 96. Purchasing the cart, my lady. "You have finally arrived. I thought you would not come." The carpenter's frown dissipated upon seeing the two enter his shop. Yin Ruo had arrived a day later than agreed, and the carpenter had feared she would not show, worrying that his efforts would be in vain, especially since the cart's peculiar design would make it difficult to sell. "I apologize, Master Jean. I had matters to attend to at home, which caused the delay. Is the cart finished?" All right. The carpenter urged the two to the backyard, where he unveiled a small cart covered with burlap. Before the onlookers appeared a brand new, freshly painted snack cart. "Behold, does it not resemble what you envisioned?" With merely a simple blueprint and Yin Ruo's abstract description, the carpenter had managed to create the finished product, a feat that filled him with immense pride. The snack cart before them made Yin Ruo's eyes sparkle. She was instantly elated, bending down to examine the war chariot she had long anticipated, occasionally reaching out to touch it, her smile growing ever more radiant. "Are you quite satisfied?" Xingyu inquired softly, leaning closer to Yin Ruo. "Indeed, I am most satisfied, exceedingly so," she replied, unable to restrain herself from giving the carpenter a thumbs up. "Master Jin's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. The carpenter, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Might I inquire about the purpose of this creation, young lady? When Yunru fell into silence, Master Jean quickly waved his hand, saying, If it is inconvenient for the young lady to speak, there is no need to feel pressured. I am merely curious, as I have never seen such a cart before. Misunderstanding the situation, Master Jean realized that it was not a matter of secrecy. This cart was intended for selling food, serving as a mobile kitchen. The entire tabletop could function as a cutting board, samples could be displayed beside it, and the small drawers below could store various seasonings, while the cabinets on either side could hold bowls and chopsticks, all neatly organized and clean. Upon hearing Yunru's brief explanation, Master Jean immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Indeed, this cart is exquisitely designed. The two engaged in a lengthy discussion about the snack cart, with Master Jean gaining much insight and continuously praising Yunru's ingenious ideas. As they were about to leave, Yunru noticed several horse-drawn carriages in Master Jean's backyard and paused, turning to Xingyu. I wish to purchase a horse-drawn cart. Walking back and forth is quite exhausting. Occasionally venturing into the city is manageable, but once business picks up, traveling daily between home and the county will surely wear out my legs. Hearing this, a flicker of guilt crossed Xingyu's eyes. He was robust and had practiced martial arts since childhood, possessing considerable strength, but he had overlooked the fact that Yunru was a delicate woman. He promptly decided, I shall first buy a horse and return to harness the cart. Yunru nodded and turned to Master Jean. Master Jean, we intend to buy another cart from you, but we must first select a horse. May we leave our belongings here for the time being? Upon hearing of yet another business opportunity, Master Jean had no reason to refuse and cheerfully responded, You two may rest assured. I will keep your items safe. With Master Jin's kind offer, they headed straight to the horse market. Xingyu, being more knowledgeable about horses, found the selection process effortless. I suppose we need not bring the snack cart home, he suggested as he noticed Yunru frowning at the cart. Why not store it at the Tianxiang Pavilion? Already aware of the deep acquaintance between Xingyu and Luo Feng, Yunru did not hesitate to accept this small favor. All right, she acquiesced. Seeing her nod, Xingyu handed her the horse's reins. You can lead the horse while I push the snack cart. No, Yunru quickly shook her head, even taking a couple of nervous steps back. Although she had suggested buying a horse cart, she had been afraid of large animals since childhood. Leading a horse was akin to a death sentence in her eyes. Her refusal puzzled Xingyu. What's wrong? I'm afraid. Let me push the cart instead. It has wheels and 1 TB2 taxing, she explained softly, her cheeks flushing as she bowed her head to push the cart, unaware that Xingyu had already broken into a smile. A few young women passing by could not help but glance over, whispering, Whose young master is this? He is so handsome. Have you ever seen a young master personally leading a horse? What a striking coachman. Hearing their remarks, Yunru puffed her cheeks and glared at the girls. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome man before? The few individuals, upon being shouted at by Yunru, felt a sense of ennui and, with lingering gazes at the laughing Xingyu, quietly withdrew. Are you still laughing? Yunru rushed over to the man, standing on tiptoe, her hands pressing firmly against his cheeks. No laughing, no laughing. Xingyu, with a tender smile, grasped her small hands and leaned down to whisper in her ear. From now on, I shall only smile for you. Is that agreeable? His slightly husky voice caressed her ears, the scent that belonged solely to him enveloping her. Yunruo's face flushed crimson, reaching all the way to her ears, and in a fluster, she withdrew her hands and stomped her feet. So many people are watching. In the midst of her words, she had already dashed back to the food cart, pushing it and fleeing in haste. Oh no, I bumped into someone. Yunruo, her head lowered, was oblivious to the fact that the cart had collided with a small beggar. Passers-by quickly formed a circle around them. Xingyu rushed to Yunruo's side, inspecting her from top to bottom. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? I'm fine. Yunruo reassured him with a comforting glance, then hurried to the groaning small beggar lying on the ground. Are you okay? Can you get up? The small beggar cast a furtive glance at Yunruo, his moans escalating in volume. Oh, it hurts so much. Is my leg broken? Yunruo's brows knitted in concern. She had not anticipated the severity of the situation. Turning to Xingyu, She urged we should quickly take him to a clinic. To her surprise, Xingyu chuckled derisively. My dear, his leg is broken. He cannot be moved easily. I happen to possess some skills in bone setting. Perhaps I should examine him. Yin Ruo, with her innocent thoughts, failed to perceive the beggar's intention to deceive. However, Xingyu had observed keenly, his gaze towards the beggar filled with disdain. Where did you learn that? Just as Yin Ruo was about to question him, she caught a hint in his eyes and smiled. Indeed, my husband, you should hasten to help him. Otherwise, his leg may truly be irreparable. Xingyu nodded with a smile and approached the bewildered small beggar, his demeanor growing icy. What are you going to do? I don't want your treatment. Just give me money, and I'll find a doctor myself. The small beggar's face turned tense as he watched Xingyu, instinctively inching backward while still demanding money. Realizing she had been deceived, Yin Ruo moved forward to block his retreat, fanning the flames with her words. Don't be anxious. My husband's medical skills are exceptional, and he will ensure you suffer no lasting effects. As she spoke, Xing had already crouched down, one hand suddenly resting on the beggar's right leg, preparing to exert pressure. Suddenly, with a yelp, the small beggar sprang up and scrambled away from the crowd. Chapter 98. Keen observation. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in hisses and gradually dispersed. Xingyu, watching the direction in which the small beggar fled, scoffed derisively. Yin Ruo patted his shoulder, laughing. Impressive. How did you discern that he was a fraud? I didn't notice at all. Not to mention whether your strength could actually break a leg, considering he fell half a meter from the cart. How could you have propelled him so far? Upon hearing his explanation, Yin Ruo couldn't help but admire his keen observation skills. Xingyu, on the other hand, brushed off the non-existent dust on his attire with a haughty demeanor and remarked, "Let us depart." This sight amused Yin Ruo, as it seemed this man had taken to putting on airs. "Young Master Xing, my lady, you have arrived." Li Zhang, glancing up from behind the counter, greeted them with a warm smile as they entered. Ever since the incident involving the Wang family kidnapping, both the Tianxiang Tower and the Luo residents had come to recognize the formidable nature of this rural couple. Consequently, Li Zhanggue treated them with an added measure of respect. This newfound deference made Yin Ruo feel somewhat awkward. Li Zhanggue, we are familiar acquaintances. There is no need for such formality. Please address us by our names. Li Zhanggue hesitated, casting a glance at Xingyu, who was unwaveringly focused on Yin Ruo, seemingly attentive to her every word. After a moment, Li Zhanggue nodded. Yin Ruo, have you come to see our proprietor? Unfortunately, he is not present. Realizing that Li Zhanggue had misunderstood their intentions, Yin Ruo quickly clarified. No, we wish to store some items here. Might it be possible for you to assist us? Oh, Li Zhanggue scrutinized the pair as they entered, noticing they were not carrying anything. What items do you wish to store? Yin Ruo stepped aside, gesturing towards a snack cart outside. We would like to temporarily place this cart at Tianxiang Tower for a few days. Li Zhanggue bent down to examine the cart closely for some time. Finally, standing upright and stroking his beard, he inquired, I have never seen such a cart before. What is its purpose? Despite his inquiry, Li Zhanggue was certain that although the cart had 4 wheels, its limited space could hardly hold much. Yin Ruo, smiling, opened the hidden compartments and drawers of the cart. This cart is not for transporting goods. It serves as a mobile kitchen, and we plan to use it for selling food. After patiently explaining the cart's design, Li Zhanggue clapped his hands and laughed. Surely, only a person of great ingenuity could conceive such a creation. At this compliment, Yin Ruo smiled without responding. Seeing her reaction, Li Zhanggue deduced the truth and ceased his inquiries, calling over a young attendant. Take this cart to the backyard and ensure it is well taken care of. We would not want it to be damaged by the elements. Yes, sir, the attendant replied promptly, deftly pushing the cart into the alley and into the backyard of Tianxiang Tower. Thank you, Li Zhanggue, they said as they prepared to leave. As they departed, Xingyu instructed Li Zhanggue, when your proprietor returns, have him seek me out, daring to address his own master with such imperiousness. Li Zhanggue refrained from further comment and simply bowed, responding, understood. Why do you wish for Luo Feng to find you? Yin Ruo, unaware of the matter Xingyu had previously kept from her, felt a pang of curiosity at the mention of Luo Feng. I previously asked him to investigate the identity of the poisoner. Have there been any leads? Let us wait for his return to speak further. Noticing that Xingyu was reluctant to elaborate, Yinruo did not press him. Instead, she cheerfully dashed toward a small stall. Let us select a gift for Xiaobao, she suggested. It is worth mentioning that due to the adult's aversion to socializing, Xiaobao had remained without friends, and his collection of toys was rather meager. Such a situation could adversely affect his development. Determined to rectify this, Yinruo resolved to ensure that Xiaobao would enjoy a joyful childhood. Chapter 99. The curious ring. What would this young lady like to purchase? All the wares here are unique treasures gathered from far and wide, each item exquisite and distinctive. The vendor exclaimed, his face beaming with delight as he finally received customers, praising his goods to Yinruo and Xingyu. Yinruo offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond to the vendor's self-promotion. After a prolonged period of deliberation at the stall, she eventually unearthed a 9-linked ring made of agate from a pile of trinkets. She held it up in surprise for Xingyu to see. I didn't expect to find this here. The 9-linked ring was a rare find, yet Xingyu recalled that a childhood companion possessed a white jade version of it, though he had never witnessed anyone capable of solving it. Do you recognize it? She inquired. Of course. I used to play with it frequently when I was a child. As Yinruo toyed with it in her hands, the vendor, noticing her interest, eagerly boasted, this 9-linked ring is indeed a rarity. I obtained it from a merchant from Biluo. If the lady is fond of it, it can be yours for 10 taels of silver. Yinruo scoffed inwardly. A commonplace toy in the real world had become a rarity here? With a slight pout, she returned the 9-linked ring to its place. After searching in vain for a more delightful item, and having already wasted half a day, her enthusiasm for exploring other stalls waned. Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, she decided to purchase the 9-linked ring. Here, I will take it. The vendor, delighted to encounter such a straightforward buyer, jovially accepted the silver. I also have another item that I believe will pique the lady's interest. His mysterious demeanor undoubtedly ignited Yinruo's curiosity, prompting even Xingyu to glance over. The vendor then retrieved a palm-sized brocade box from the depths of his cart, carefully opening it and presenting it to Yinruo. Madam, please take a look. Inside the brocade box lay a gold ring, unadorned and seemingly ordinary at first glance. She wondered if the vendor thought her to be simple-minded and wealthy, intending to deceive her. Becoming somewhat indignant, she questioned, what is so special about a plain ring? The vendor took the ring and handed it to Yinruo. You shall discern its true nature upon closer inspection. Yinruo played with it for quite some time, inadvertently pressing on a certain part. To her astonishment, the ring swiftly transformed, automatically splitting into 2 concentric circles. She gasped in delight, just as she was about to examine it more closely. The vendor abruptly snatched the ring back. What do you think, madam? It is indeed rather intriguing. Seeing that Yinruo was pleased before the vendor could speak again, Xingyu inquired, how much? The vendor slowly placed the ring back into the brocade box, feigning an air of inscrutability. The merchant proclaimed that this ring was a relic of the esteemed Master Maijiju, a singular treasure in the world. As for its price, upon hearing this, Yinru deduced that the merchant would likely demand an exorbitant sum, prompting her to tug at Xingyu and depart. It's merely a ring. Let it be, she declared. Observing their intent to leave, the merchant grew anxious. Wasn't there a customary process of haggling to be followed? Why were they departing without adhering to the norms? Oh, please don't go. We can certainly negotiate the price, he implored. With a playful smile, Yinru turned to the merchant and inquired, then do present a reasonable offer. The merchant glanced around and discreetly raised a finger. 100 taels? Yinru, with her arms crossed and a grin on her face, seemed intent on teasing him. As anticipated, the merchant frowned and shook his head. This is, after all, a master's creation. Can't you show it some respect? Lacking patience for their leisurely bargaining, Xingyu interjected. Just tell us the price directly. It must be at least 10,000 taels. The merchant's nonchalant demeanor prompted Yinru to forego further conversation and once more took hold of Xingyu, preparing to leave. If I had that much money, I could buy countless jewels. I could even have a similar ring made from scratch. Unexpectedly, before the merchant could plead for their return, the narrative cat chimed in. Actually, that ring holds considerable importance. What do you mean? Yunru halted in her tracks, intrigued. You'll understand once you purchase it, the narrative cat replied. Assuming she genuinely desired the ring, Xingyu gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. If you like it, just buy it. In the end, Yunru succumbed to the narrative cat's urging and spent her entire savings on the uniquely designed ring. Oh, why is my fate so cruel? Just when I had saved a little, it is all gone, she lamented, inspecting her now empty purse with disdain while gazing at the ring in her hand. After scrutinizing it thoroughly, she found no remarkable features aside from a line of cryptic symbols on the inner band, leaving her with a profound sense of being deceived. Narrative cat, are you certain this ring is significant? I haven't discerned anything of value in it. Ding. A system notification chimed. Congratulations. You have acquired the ancient ring, triggering a hidden storyline. Indeed, this ring was the key to unlocking a concealed narrative. Following the system's announcement, the narrative cat's voice echoed. But no matter how Yunru pressed for information about the hidden storyline, the cat remained vague. In any case, it will lead you to the pinnacle of your life. With those words, the narrative cat vanished into thin air. Yunru, despondently clutching the ring, looked up at the sky, her lips pursed as if on the verge of tears. Xingyu approached from behind, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulders in reassurance. Don't worry, I can actually have my family in Kyoto send me silver. Really? Surprised. Yunru turned to face him, realizing this was the first time he had mentioned family in Kyoto. So you do have family back home. Why didn't you mention it sooner? They must have been heartbroken when you left them, once impoverished to the point of desperation. Why did you not solicit some funds from them to sustain yourself? Initially, I merely intended to divert her attention with casual conversation, yet unexpectedly, it unraveled a cascade of inquiries from her. Xingyu stammered, I am no longer a child. I should not rely on my family. However, if you desire money. No, he was abruptly interrupted by Yun Ruo's sharp retort. You are right. We shall resolutely avoid becoming dependents. Remember when we were utterly destitute? Yet we managed to save a considerable sum. I am confident we can do so again. Earning money is not insurmountable. After this proclamation, Yun Ruo approvingly patted Xingyu on the shoulder, commending him as a principled and admirable young man. Observing her spirited demeanor, Xingyu finally exhaled in relief and grinned. You are correct. I could venture into the mountains to hunt. We will undoubtedly earn substantial wealth. Forget about the mountains. It would be wiser to accompany me in selling goods, Yun Ruo countered, dismissing his hunting aspirations with a wave of her hand, suggesting that one should avoid risking their life for money. She then rummaged through her purse, counting the remaining coins, realizing she would have to revert to the frugality of earlier days. With only 8 taels of silver and 131 left, she decided to first procure some meat and vegetables, as well as rice and flour. After contemplating for a while, she returned 5 taels of silver to her purse for safekeeping. These funds would be reserved for the purchase of flour, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, with the flour intended for making cold noodles, while the potatoes and sweet potatoes would be used to extract starch for producing jelly. Fortunately, these items were relatively inexpensive. Otherwise, Yun Ruo's imminent business endeavors would have been jeopardized. As the two wandered about, their cart became laden with an abundance of vegetables. Ultimately, they visited the apothecary to collect the next batch of herbs for Xingyu before slowly departing the county in their cart. Inside the cart, Yunruo once again retrieved the ring from her bosom, holding it in her hand and scrutinizing it intently for an extended period. I hope you truly are worth that silver, she mused.